Let's begin new story. Chapter 1 Supreme Sign in System Tianyuan Continent Central Continent, Jun Family. Shi Yu, tell me, whose child is in your womb? The middle-aged man, Jun Zantian, looked at the girl before him with a grim expression and a slightly cold voice. Jun Shiyu's expression was equally grim. Father, I don't know either. 3 months ago, I was injured and fell unconscious in the Five Elements secret realm. When I woke up, I found myself, but I don't know who the other person is. Upon hearing Jun Shiyu's words, Jun Zantian's expression darkened further. Why have you never mentioned this before? Or are you deliberately concealing it? Jun Shiyu's expression changed slightly. Father, you know me. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, Jun Zantian nodded, but then fell silent. After a long silence, Jun Zantian looked at his daughter. Shiyu, you are currently of marriageable age. If this matter gets out, it will be bad for your reputation and for the family's honor. I think this child should be aborted. Upon hearing this, Jun Ziyu's expression instantly changed. Father, these are my children. They are innocent. But if this gets out, not to mention you and the family, even your master at Xuantian sect will likely. But before Jun Zantian could finish, Jun Shiyu interrupted, Father, they are my children. Please help me. Them. Jun Zantian frowned upon hearing this peculiar phrase again. Yes, although they are only 3 months old, I can already sense their presence. There are 2 children. Hearing this, Jun Zantian grabbed his daughter's wrist and extended a wisp of his yuan qi. After a moment, he looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. I can help you, but this matter needs careful consideration. Father. All right, I will explain to Venerable Xuanqing that you can stay in the Jun family to cultivate for a year. You will stay at home for that year. Jun Zantian looked at his daughter, his feelings somewhat complicated. Shiyu, these 2 children can be the heirs of the Jun family, but they cannot be yours. At the very least, no outsiders can know they are your children, understand? I understand, Father. Jun Wangyou was panicked. He discovered that after waking up from his 996 workday, he had transmigrated. In his previous life, he had no relatives or friends on Blue Star and had had enough of being a corporate slave. Transmigration didn't seem so bad. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he had transmigrated into a fetus, and there was another fetus beside him. The fetus was surrounded by a faint black aura, and at this moment, he vaguely sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it. Jun Wangyou's intuition told him that he might be killed by it. Although it seemed absurd, it made him feel incredibly uneasy. At the same time, the fetus opposite him opened its eyes and gave Jun Wangyou a cold look. Jun Muxue realized that she had been reincarnated. As the supreme demon lord of the Holy Spirit Continent's demon realm, she had been betrayed by her subordinates and tragically died in the Immortal Demon War. But unexpectedly, a wisp of her soul had crossed time and space to be reincarnated, giving her a second chance. Nether Sea, Blood Nether, Thunder Demon, you damned bastards, just wait. When I return to my peak, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but she was too weak to take revenge. Thinking that she was still just a 3-month-old fetus, she couldn't help but feel slightly distressed. Jun Muxue was preparing to diligently absorb the pure innate spiritual energy from her mother's womb, starting from the very beginning, when she discovered the little one beside her was actually sharing this innate spiritual energy. Seeing this, she narrowed her eyes and gave the little one a cold look. I am a dignified demon lord, how can I share with others? Once I recover a bit, I'll teach this brat a lesson. HMPH, if it weren't for our shared mother, and the karmic consequences of killing a blood relative being too great, I really would want to monopolize the innate spiritual energy from my mother's womb. Thinking this, Jun Muxue shook her head, closed her eyes, and began diligently absorbing the innate spiritual energy from the umbilical cord. On the other side, sensing the coldness in Jun Muxue's eyes, Jun Wangyou became even more frightened. Oh my god, this little sister is so scary. Oh no, this little sister is dangerous, will I not survive until birth? Just as Jun Wangyou was trembling with fear, an unexpected, heavenly sound entered his mind. Open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, on binding the supreme sign in system. You can sign in daily to receive system rewards. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Distribution successful. You can check it yourself, close black lens bracket. Hearing this voice, Jun Wangyou immediately became excited. A system. He actually got the standard cheat code for transmigrators. His luck was practically heaven-defying, wasn't it? Does this mean he doesn't have to worry about his bratty little sister hurting him anymore? System, what functions do you have? Jun Wangyou couldn't speak, but his mind was actively asking the system. Host, the main function of this system is daily check-in. There are other minor functions as well, but those will only unlock gradually after the host is born or reaches a certain level of strength. I just heard you say I can check in once a day. Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. With such frequent check-ins, wouldn't the quality of the rewards be poor? Yes, you can check in once a day. The reward will definitely include cultivation points, and checking in on the last day of each month will definitely include a special reward. Hearing the system's answer, Jun Wangyou's worries eased a little. As long as there's a reward, at least there's something to get, right? System, where can I view the newbie gift pack? Host, the newbie gift pack is located in the system space. You can connect with your consciousness at any time to view and retrieve items. However, although the system space is infinitely large, it can only store items rewarded by the system. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it. He was only 3 months old, he was still a long way from being born. No rush. Thinking this, he immediately followed the system's instructions and connected with the system space using his consciousness. In the boundless darkness, an ordinary gift box shimmered faintly, becoming the only point of light in the darkness. Just as Jun Wangyou was wondering how to open the gift box, it suddenly disintegrated, transforming into 3 items: a stream of light, a scroll, and a book. They all shimmered faintly in the darkness, announcing their presence. Jun Wangyou's gaze fell on the stream of light, and a message appeared in his mind. Myriad transformations Tao body. The possessor of the Tao body can absorb other physiques, taking their advantages and integrating them into themselves. The possessor of the Tao body can choose a primary cultivation technique, and the techniques they cultivate will automatically merge into the primary technique, taking its essence to continuously advance the primary technique and increase the superior characteristics of the merged technique. Techniques of the same type cultivated by the possessor of the Tao body can automatically fuse to form a completely new technique, possessing the superior characteristics of the merged technique. Upon seeing this introduction, Jun Wangyou was so excited he almost jumped for joy, but then, he couldn't help but frown slightly, discovering a question that puzzled him. Chapter 2 Techniques, Hidden Path, System, why can't I use this Tao body? Jun Wangyou found a gray use option on the myriad transformations Tao body, but when he focused his mind on it, he found he couldn't use it. Host, physiques can be divided into mortal body, spiritual body, divine body, sacred body, and Tao body according to their strength. A mortal body is the physique of ordinary people, possessed by the vast majority of people. Above the mortal body are collectively referred to as special physiques. Special physiques are also divided into innate and acquired. Acquired special physiques are bestowed through special spiritual medicines and other means. Innate special physiques are what a living being is born with, they are formed during the womb and are fixed at birth. Currently, you are not fully developed and cannot yet bear the complete Tao body. Furthermore, a friendly reminder, even if the host could use it now, the system recommends that the host prioritize using that scroll. Hearing the system's explanation, Jun Wangyou nodded, roughly understanding its meaning. However, after hearing the system's next words, he was puzzled. System, what does that last sentence mean? Host, a friendly reminder, the person next to you in your past life was a supreme demon lord named Jun Muxue. If she discovers you possess a Tao body, she might use special methods to seize it. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou's expression changed drastically. A supreme demon lord, a demonic cultivator, aren't they ruthless individuals with no scruples? So that's why I always felt she was so hostile towards me. Turns out she's a demonic cultivator. Jun Wangyou's face darkened. System, she didn't kill me before I was even born, did she? Host, your worries are unnecessary. For cultivators, even demonic cultivators, the karmic consequences of killing a blood relative are immense. She's too weak right now, she wouldn't want to bear that burden. However, she's just regained consciousness and discovered you're sharing your innate spiritual energy with her. She's planning to teach you a lesson once she recovers a bit. A good beating is probably inevitable. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou panicked instantly. System, what do I do? Save me. But his pleas for help went unanswered by the system. Host, even the system can't help you. It seems she only needs 3 days to recover enough to hurt you. It all depends on whether you can find a way to avoid it or stop her from hitting you in those 3 days. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's face turned grim. He was just a fetus, he couldn't speak or do anything. How could he stop his little sister? At this moment, Jun Wangyou thought of the 2 items in the system space. I wonder if those 2 items can help me. He fixed his gaze on the scroll. This was something the system recommended he use first, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Dao Yin Technique Scroll. After use, you can learn an unknown level technique, Dao Yin. It can hide and modify all your information, including talent, physique, realm, etc., which cannot be detected by anyone. When this information entered Jun Wangyou's mind, his eyes widened. This was too powerful. No wonder the system recommended I use it first, it's truly heaven-defying. Cultivation techniques and skills are graded, from lowest to highest: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, spirit, king, venerable, immortal, saint, Dao, and supreme, with the most special unknown grade. Clearly, Dao concealment falls into the unknown grade, and its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Jun Wangyou had already grasped its purpose and immediately chose to use it. With a slight thought, the scroll instantly transformed into countless mysterious runes, flying into Jun Wangyou's body. Immediately, Jun Wangyou had an epiphany. He had learned Dao concealment, and mastered it perfectly. However, he didn't intend to use Dao concealment to hide his identity right now. After all, there was a demon lord nearby. Although she was still a fetus, perhaps her past life's perception remained. If she suddenly couldn't see through Jun Wangyou, he would be in trouble. Jun Wangyou decided that if he could escape his little sister's beating, he would hide his transformation and appear as an ordinary fetus, and eventually an ordinary child and ordinary person. If he was going to do it, he would be the ultimate 6th child. With that thought, Jun Wangyou looked at the next item. Origin Technique. Special Yellow Rank Technique. After use, one can learn the Origin Technique. The Origin Technique can operate automatically. The energy cultivated through the Origin Technique has the highest quality that the current body's strength can accommodate, and as the body's strength increases, the energy quality also increases. Phew, not bad. This technique can be my main cultivation method. Through the information just received, Jun Wangyou understood the meaning of quality. Quality, in essence, refers to the quality of energy. It's a measure of energy quality, encompassing energy intensity, purity, and other factors. The higher the quality, the stronger the attack generated from the same amount of energy, and the less energy is consumed when using the same technique. What determines the quality of energy within a cultivator is their cultivation method and physical constitution. The two interact and have a synergistic effect. This Origin Technique can actually allow the cultivated energy quality to reach the highest level the body can withstand, and it continuously increases with the body's strength, making it the perfect primary cultivation method. However, since his meridians are not yet fully formed, the Origin Technique cannot be used for the time being. Seeing that neither item could help him protect himself, Jun Wangyou felt a sense of unease. At this moment, remembering he hadn't checked in today, he hurriedly asked, "System, how do I check in?" Host, simply silently say, "Check in." The system only needs to receive the command, "Check in," each day to successfully check in. The cultivation reward will be directly added to the host's account, and other rewards will be placed in the system space. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. Check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first successful check-in. You have received 1 year's cultivation in the Supreme Yang Immortal Body. The Supreme Yang Immortal Body has been sent to the system space. Please check. Friendly reminder. Since the host's meridians are not yet fully formed, the cultivation reward will be sent out after the meridians are formed. The quality of the cultivation reward is the highest quality that the host's current physical strength can withstand. The amount of 1 year's cultivation is the amount the host could cultivate with their current talent and technique for 1 year. Because the host's talent is currently undeveloped and there is no cultivation technique, it is calculated based on a yellow grade technique and inferior talent. After hearing the system's prompt, Jun Wangyou felt a headache coming on. He couldn't use either of today's sign-in rewards, which wouldn't give him the ability to protect himself. He still faced the threat of his bratty little sister. System, is there really no other way? Jun Wangyou asked tentatively, but unexpectedly, the system actually offered a suggestion. Host, if you really have no other choice, you could try to please her. After all, you're practically siblings, it wouldn't be shameful to try. And win her over. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was taken aback, finding it strangely reasonable. But how can I please her? Jun Wangyou was troubled. He couldn't speak, and he didn't have anything good to offer her. How could he please her? You can offer her the umbilical cord. She has a way to extract the innate spiritual energy within. Although this will cause damage to your innate constitution, you will compensate for it to some extent by cultivating the origin technique later, so the impact on you won't be significant. Besides, didn't you want to be the sixth child? After you extract her innate spiritual energy, you'll appear to have congenital deficiencies from birth. In the eyes of outsiders, you're destined to be someone with poor talent, making it even easier to hide your sixth child status. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly pleased, but then, realizing something, he asked doubtfully, since she can extract it, why not just forcibly extract it? Giving it to her probably won't save me from being beaten. You're mistaken. A cultivator's mother has a certain protective effect on the infant. Even she can't forcibly extract your innate spiritual energy, but giving it to her willingly is different. She can obtain 70–80% more innate spiritual energy, and at least 10% will be left for you. Hearing this explanation, Jun Wangyou nodded. Then, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow the system's advice. At this moment, avoiding a beating was the most important thing. Moreover, congenital deficiencies could be compensated for, but they became his advantage as an ordinary person. Thinking this, he swung his limbs lightly and arrived beside Jun Muxue. But the instant he arrived, Jun Muxue suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. Chapter 3 Creation Elixir. Upon seeing Jun Muxue's gaze, Jun Wangyou shivered. He quickly grabbed his umbilical cord and offered it to Jun Muxue. Sister, here you go. Although Jun Wangyou couldn't speak, his consciousness was very active. Perhaps because they were twins, or perhaps with the system's help, Jun Muxue actually understood his meaning. Jun Muxue stared blankly at the fetus before her, somewhat surprised. Did this kid sense my malice and cut off his tail to save himself? She was a little confused. She had just decided to teach him a lesson once he recovered a bit, but he was so sensible, making her feel slightly embarrassed. Jun Muxue pondered for a moment, then decided to accept the gift. The more innate spiritual energy she had, the better it would be for her future cultivation. Moreover, this family seemed to be a lower realm family, and probably wouldn't have many resources for the mother. The innate spiritual energy was likely limited. If she accepted his gift now, she would have the ability to extract the innate spiritual energy transmitted through his umbilical cord, gaining at least 70–80% more. Of that, 20–30% would be lost. 10% was essential to sustain his life, and the rest would inevitably be lost during the extraction process. Thinking of this, Jun Muxue took Jun Wangyou's umbilical cord, her gaze towards him now filled with admiration. Not bad. If this kid continues to be so obedient, she could protect him in the future. It would just be another bratty little brother, not a big deal. Furthermore, if he continued to let her extract the innate spiritual energy from his umbilical cord, he would inevitably suffer congenital damage after leaving, unable to cultivate normally, posing no threat to her. Jun Muxue thought to herself. With these thoughts in mind, Jun Muxue closed her eyes again, her small hand grasping Jun Wangyou's umbilical cord, extracting the innate spiritual energy within. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou's face lit up with a slight smile. Looks like I can avoid the beatings from now on. Then, he quietly stayed beside Jun Muxue and fell asleep. For the rest of the day, Jun Wangyou did nothing but sign in and sleep. Because the system reminded him to sign in on time every day, he didn't miss a single one. However, the guaranteed reward for signing in every day left Jun Wangyou somewhat speechless. Time flew by, and the end of the month arrived in the blink of an eye. Today was Jun Wangyou's 23rd day here, and also the end of August on the Tianyuan continent. System, sign in. Jun Wangyou was woken from his sleep by the system and said sleepily, open black lens bracket. Ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 1 year of cultivation and 10 creation spirit pills, close black lens bracket. Seeing the new items, Jun Wangyou finally became a little interested. He connected his consciousness to the system space and discovered 4 faintly glowing items. Besides the previously mentioned myriad transformations Dao body and origin technique, the other 2 were a stream of light and a pill bottle. Supreme Yang immortal body, a divine body quality, the opposite of the extreme Yin demonic body. Those who possess it will achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivating Yang and Immortal Dao techniques and skills. Their attacks carry Supreme Yang immortal energy, greatly suppressing those who cultivate Yin and evil Yuan power. Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that the physique he had forgotten to check before was actually a divine body. He had learned about the myriad transformations Dao body before. The Tianyuan continent categorizes physiques into mortal, spiritual, divine, sacred, and Taoist levels. His previous myriad transformations Dao body was a Taoist body. Physique determines the quality of a person's Yuan power, or rather, their combat strength. At the same cultivation level and practicing the same quality techniques, a stronger physique results in greater combat strength. Furthermore, certain inherent characteristics of a physique offer numerous benefits to cultivators. For example, the Supreme Yang immortal body, besides the 2 characteristics mentioned above, also has some hidden effects. For instance, comprehending the Yang Dao and Immortal Dao realms, even domains and laws, is hundreds of times easier than for others. Other physiques have similar effects, except for the mortal body. The mortal body is the physique that ordinary people possess, without any special uses. Jun Wangyou shook his head and continued looking at the next item. Creation elixir. A sacred grade elixir. Upon consumption, it instantly heals all injuries, and if the deceased has been dead for no more than 24 hours, as long as the body is intact, it can also bring the dead back to life, excluding injuries caused by the rules. A life-saving elixir. I'll keep it for now. Jun Wangyou muttered to himself, not expecting the system to join in the fun. Host, congratulations. Besides the effects you've seen, the creation elixir can also replenish your innate constitution. Take one before you are born, it will completely replenish your missing innate energy. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded, but didn't feel much joy. Because the system had previously stated that cultivating the origin technique could, to some extent, compensate for innate deficiencies. For him, the creation elixir was a life-saving elixir. However, Jun Wangyou was still quite grateful to the system, at least it had reminded him. Thank you, system. Jun Wangyou expressed his gratitude, then, thinking about the quality of the creation pill, he couldn't help but feel curious. System, cultivation techniques, skills, and physiques all have ranks, so what is the rank of this pill? Host, pills and talismans are ranked in the same way, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 to rank 9. Emperor rank, Immortal rank, Saint rank, Dao rank, and Supreme Divine rank. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded in understanding. Then, he glanced at Jun Muxue, seeing that she was still absorbing innate spiritual energy with her eyes closed. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but sigh, this brat is really hardworking. With that sigh, he fell asleep again. After he fell asleep, Jun Muxue opened her eyes. Why has he been sleeping so soundly these past few days? Have I been too harsh on him? However, she immediately shook her head, a cold smile appearing on her face. When did I become so kind-hearted? Then, Jun Muxue continued to extract the innate spiritual energy from Jun Wangyou's umbilical cord, rapidly absorbing the innate spiritual energy from both sides. Silence fell for a while, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Wangyou once again obtained an item through daily check-ins, a saint-grade elixir, the Body Fusion Pill. Body Fusion Pill can perfectly fuse 2 physiques to form a completely new physique. The new physique possesses the characteristics of both physiques and can be converted into one another. A decent pill. Perhaps it's prepared to seize and transfer physiques to others. Unfortunately, I don't need it. Jun Wangyou possesses the myriad transformations Dao body, he only needs to wait for birth to receive it. He has no need for such a pill. It seems the system really wasn't lying. I'm guaranteed a special item every month. Jun Wangyou shook his head, somewhat helplessly. He'd figured it out. For the past 2 months, aside from the guaranteed item, he hadn't received anything else. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, he suddenly noticed a strange change occurring in Jun Muxue's body. Chapter 4 Initial Cultivation. What is this? Jun Wangyou stared in horror at the countless chilling black energies swirling around Jun Muxue. Host, don't be surprised. This is a phenomenon indicating the beginning of Jun Muxue's physical development. Judging from the appearance, it should be the extreme yin demonic body. Extreme yin demonic body. The opposite of the supreme yang immortal body. Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system's words, recalling the supreme yang immortal body he had seen earlier. That's right. However, you were conceived by the righteous Jun family of the Tianyuan continent. If an infant with a demonic physique were to emerge, it would likely be abandoned. Abandoned? How could that be? Jun Wangyou was stunned, clearly understanding why the system would say this. Indeed, in the Tianyuan continent, those with demonic physiques are extremely prone to demonic possession and are not tolerated by the righteous path. Jun Muxue, however, possesses a divine-level extremely yin demonic physique, making this even more problematic. It's inevitable that she will be rejected by the Jun family. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou glanced at Jun Muxue and fell silent. After a long while, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. System, is there any way to conceal her demonic physique or change her constitution? Host, you seem to care about her. Yes and no. Someone capable of nurturing a divine body must possess exceptional talent. If this brat doesn't kill me and instead becomes my protector, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. That's true. Jun Muxue, in her previous life, was a supreme demon lord, possessing extraordinary knowledge and a vast array of techniques and skills, all of high quality. Her future achievements are bound to be remarkable. If you can make her your protector, your desire to remain hidden behind the scenes as the sixth brother can be realized. Hearing the system's affirmation, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. So, is there a way? Yes. But aren't you afraid that she won't only fail to protect you, but might even kill you in the future? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was taken aback, clearly stumped by the question. This, Jun Wangyou cautiously asked, System, you'll help me, right? In his mind, the system should have a way to protect him. If the host is willing, you can use the fusion pill and the supreme yang immortal body to help her. These two can allow her to cultivate the sacred body, yin-yang immortal demon body. What kind of physique outsiders can see will depend entirely on her will. Moreover, once this physique is formed, it will greatly suppress her from becoming a demon, and coupled with the bond of blood ties, she shouldn't treat you too badly. Furthermore, the system can also help you fuse with the myriad transformations Tao body, and even grant your myriad transformations Tao body the characteristics of the yin-yang immortal demon body. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou was immediately overjoyed. Really? How do I do it? She is currently in a crucial period of gestation. You only need to hold her face to face, with your brows pressed tightly together. The system will handle everything for you. Okay. Jun Wangyou gritted his teeth and agreed, for the sake of fusing with the myriad transformations Tao body as soon as possible, and for the sake of his future protection, he'd give it his all. Jun Wangyou did as instructed, but instead of the expected storm, it seemed that Jun Muxue was in a critical period and had no time to attend to him. As the two came into contact, with the system's assistance, the fusion pill and the supreme yang immortal body actually flowed continuously from Jun Wangyou's brow to Jun Muxue. A yin-yang symbol appeared around the two of them, rotating continuously, gradually calming Jun Muxue's aura. Meanwhile, Jun Wangyou's supreme yang immortal energy was dissipating, making him appear even more ordinary. However, this was merely an appearance. Within Jun Wangyou's body, the myriad transformations Tao body was gradually merging, and the aura of the yin-yang immortal demon body was permeating his flesh and blood. However, none of this was visible to the outside world, and Jun Muxue was unaware of it. At this moment, Jun Muxue also sensed the changes in her body and couldn't help but open her eyes. She glanced at her bratty younger brother before her, her heart filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. What I'm currently nurturing is the extremely yin demonic body from my past life. The energy constantly flowing from it towards me is clearly the supreme yang immortal energy, so I'm actually nurturing a supreme yang immortal body. This method of constitution transfer is incredibly unique. It can actually fuse two completely opposing constitutions. How did it do that? Why would it do that? Jun Muxue was puzzled, but couldn't figure it out for the moment. However, in her perception, her constitution was changing and clearly becoming stronger, so she didn't stop it. Or rather, she couldn't stop it. Once the constitution transfer begins, it can't be stopped unless there's external interference. And everything here was deliberately concealed by the system, so naturally, no one outside could see anything unusual. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Although Jun Wangyou was cooperating with the system to help Jun Muxue nurture the yin-yang immortal demonic body, she didn't forget her daily check-in. However, as always, besides cultivation rewards, there was nothing else each day. Of course, the monthly guaranteed items didn't miss out. The Imperial Weapon, 7-kill sword, the King-level technique, 1000-mile sound transmission technique, and the 5th order array diagram, 5 elements demon suppressing array. He wasn't particularly interested in these three. Compared to the divine body, supreme yang immortal body he received upon his first sign-in, and the saint-grade pills from the previous 2 sign-ins, these 3 items were rather low-level. Just as Jun Wangyou was speechless, an extreme yin-yang immortal demon power suddenly appeared on Jun Muxue's body. However, this power didn't spread outwards, but quickly converged into Jun Muxue's body. Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing the myriad transformations Dao body. Your body's meridians are now formed. Cultivation will soon be transferred to the host, totaling 145 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jun Wangyou immediately learned the origin technique, activated Dao concealment, and modified his personal information to make himself appear like an ordinary fetus. Immediately, he feigned sleep. With Dao Yin's help, even Jun Muxue couldn't see through him. Sure enough, Jun Muxue opened her eyes and happily clenched her small hand. Sacred body. Yin-yang immortal demon body. It's actually a fusion and advancement of the extreme yin demon body and the supreme yang immortal body. What a windfall. Jun Muxue was overjoyed. She had thought she would still have the divine body, extreme yin demon body like in her previous life, but unexpectedly, she had achieved a sacred body. However, after the excitement subsided, she couldn't help but look at Jun Wangyou beside her. Seeing that the other's face was pale and he had fallen into a deep sleep, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is he helping me? Should I use a secret technique to check him out? Never mind, that secret technique was harmful. I'll ask him about it when he wakes up. Thinking this, Jun Muxue released Jun Wangyou's umbilical cord and sat down to cultivate. Now that her sacred body had matured ahead of schedule and her meridians were formed, she could begin cultivating. Normally, children begin cultivating after the age of 3, but that's the general case. That takes into account the child's cognitive abilities, physical endurance, and so on, but Jun Muxue was clearly different. Her cognitive abilities were mature, and her body, thanks to her sacred body, could cultivate now. Naturally, she needed to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Meanwhile, as the origin technique continued to circulate, the cultivation power transmitted by the system was constantly absorbed and transformed by Jun Wangyou. Body tempering level 1. Body tempering level 2. Body tempering level 9. During this period, Jun Wangyou often asked the system about cultivation. Naturally, he knew that the cultivation realms of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, from lowest to highest, were Body Tempering Realm, Yuan Cultivation Realm, Spirit Building Realm, Core Formation Realm, Infant Transformation Realm, Deity Transformation Realm, Body Integration Realm, Law Entry Realm, Tribulation Annihilation Realm, Void Breaking Realm. The Body Tempering Realm was a special stage, divided into 9 levels. The other realms were divided into early, middle, and late stages. Originally, having reached the 9th level of body tempering, according to the Tianyuan continent's realm classification, Jun Wangyou could have broken through to the Yuan cultivation realm. However, the system had previously told him that each realm had a limit, and the limit of the body tempering realm was 9 times 9, or 81 levels. Above 9 levels was the limit, but 81 levels was the perfect limit. Therefore, Jun Wangyou immediately followed the system's instructions, compressing the energy entering his body to its limit and dispersing it throughout his physical body. Pop! A soft sound was heard from within his body, and Jun Wangyou successfully entered the 10th level of body tempering. And once this hurdle was overcome, things became much simpler. Body tempering level 11. Body tempering level 18. Entering the minor limit again, but still not enough to stump Jun Wangyou. Time passed. When Jun Wangyou had exhausted the cultivation points transferred to him by the system, his realm remained at body tempering level 21. Level 21. Without talent or cultivation techniques, 145 years of cultivation only allowed me to break through to level 21 of body tempering. That's a bit disappointing. Jun Wangyou opened his eyes, his expression not too good. But at that moment, a small hand grabbed his, startling him. Chapter 5 Birth Jun Wangyou turned his head and saw Jun Muxue staring at him coldly. At the same time, a voice entered Jun Wangyou's mind. Little brat, why do you know the technique of transferring your constitution, and why did you transfer your constitution to me? Hearing this voice, Jun Wangyou was startled. What was going on? Fortunately, a system notification arrived instantly, answering his question. This is a bloodline telepathic technique. The caster can transmit sound without obstruction by skin-to-skin contact with a blood relative. The other party obviously considered that neither of you can speak, and if she used other telepathic techniques, you wouldn't be able to answer either, so she chose this technique. Both parties only need to communicate using their thoughts. Don't worry, host, this is just a simple telepathic technique and won't pry into your thoughts. However, the system suggests you play dumb. After all, how could an 8-month-old fetus have a fully developed consciousness? Upon hearing the system notification, Jun Wangyou immediately looked at Jun Muxue with slight confusion. Sister. Jun Muxue frowned slightly. Answer me, how do you know the method of transferring physique? And why did you transfer your physique to me? Jun Wangyou feigned confusion. What are you talking about, sister? Seeing that his confusion didn't seem fake, Jun Muxue also became somewhat puzzled. It's that time when you hugged me and transferred the special power within you to me. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou scratched his head and smiled. Sister hurts, let me hug you. Hearing this, Jun Muxue fell silent. In her previous life, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, she had never encountered such a situation. Moreover, why did she vaguely feel that this brat of a brother was pretending to be stupid? But if this brat in front of her had ulterior motives, what were they? Would he let her steal the innate spiritual energy transmitted through the umbilical cord, causing his own innate deficiencies and preventing him from cultivating normally? Would he transfer his constitution to her, making himself even more ordinary? Whether it was the former or the latter, the biggest beneficiary would be Jun Muxue, while this brat would become the biggest victim. What was he after? Looking at the innocent and confused expression on her younger brother's face, Jun Muxue was unusually silent. Was he just trying to help her because he saw her suffering? Jun Muxue was momentarily flustered. She had originally planned to teach this brat a lesson whenever she had free time, but she hadn't expected him to not only hand over the innate spiritual energy from the umbilical cord but also inexplicably transfer his constitution to her. This left her somewhat bewildered. All right, go play, she said casually, releasing Jun Wangyou's hand and gesturing for him to go away. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou didn't bother him and went back to sleep. For him, avoiding facing this dangerous older sister was the best outcome. And now it seemed that this older sister wouldn't kill him. After all, the system had previously jokingly remarked that while demonic cultivators were ruthless and indifferent to the lives of others, they mostly repaid kindness. And Jun Muxue seemed to be that type. Now that she had received such a great favor from Jun Wangyou, and being his half-sibling, she wouldn't possibly harm him again, would she? Therefore, Jun Wangyou slept soundly. Although he had already reached the 21st level of body tempering, he was still inherently weak, so some fatigue was inevitable. Seeing Jun Wangyou fall asleep again, Jun Muxue frowned slightly. An 8-month-old fetus shouldn't be this sleepy. It seems the congenital deficiency is indeed having a significant impact on him. Thinking of this, Jun Muxue made a silent decision and sat down to continue cultivating. Central Continent, the Jun family. In a secluded courtyard, Jun Zantian paced outside, his brow furrowed. Xiyu is now 10 months pregnant. With Madame and 2 maids taking care of her, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, looking at the courtyard shrouded in a large array, Jun Zantian still felt uneasy. Inside, Jun Xiu lay on the bed, her face contorted in pain, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Beside her, a beautiful woman looked at Jun Xiu with concern. "Xiu, push harder, it'll be over soon. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm, don't be nervous." Hearing her mother's comforting words, Jun Xiu unconsciously relaxed a little. Then, with almost no effort, she felt her body relax. Wah! A cry rang out, and a baby appeared in the maid's arms. "Congratulations, miss. It's a little lady," the maid exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newborn, radiant baby girl. The beautiful woman's brow relaxed slightly at the sight. With a flick of her wrist, she cut the umbilical cord. Then, she turned to Jun Xiu and said, "Xiu, there's another one. I believe in you." Jun Xiu nodded. Boom! Outside, as the baby girl's cry rang out, the heavens and earth suddenly exploded. Immediately, countless mysterious phantoms appeared in the sky above the Jun family residence. They were all ethereal and otherworldly, like immortals. But they all gazed in the direction of the Jun family residence, bowed slightly, and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, golden auspicious clouds gathered, and purple chi rose from the east, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. A series of scorching auras, centered on the Jun family, swept across the entire Tianyuan continent. It was as if announcing to the entire continent that a peerless genius had descended upon the world. This scene awakened countless powerful cultivators. Looking at the illusory figure in the distant sky and feeling the scorching aura sweeping across the continent, they were all horrified. This is a phenomenon of a peerless physique. Is that the direction of the Jun family in the central continent? It seems the Jun family has produced an extraordinary genius this time. Such a monstrous talent must not be allowed to grow, or our demonic path will be in grave danger. It seems we should pay them a visit, even just to establish a good relationship. If we can take in this monstrous talent, our Hunyuan sect will surely prosper. Cultivators and powerful figures throughout the Tianyuan continent were restless, their thoughts varied. The Jun family. Looking at the image in the sky, Jun Zantian finally understood the source of his unease. A peerless physique. My granddaughter actually possesses a peerless physique. Jun Zantian was overjoyed, yet also anxious. It seems the Jun family is about to face unrest. Just then, countless figures from the Jun family surged forth, converging on this direction. Seeing this, Jun Zantian immediately flew out of the courtyard and looked at the dozen or so elders who had flown in. "Greetings, esteemed ancestors and uncles." The leading elder waved his hand, his face filled with excitement as he looked at Jun Zantian. "Zantian, is the one who has descended to earth a descendant of my Jun family?" Jun Zantian nodded. Ancestor Chengxing is a descendant of the Jun family, but the situation is somewhat special. Please step aside so I can explain. Now that his daughter has given birth to such a prodigy, she will surely receive the care of the family elders. He is no longer afraid of being blamed by the family for what happened before. Hearing this, Jun Chengxing nodded. He looked at the Jun family members gathering in the distance, his expression slightly cold. "Disperse immediately and go about your business." His voice rang out, and a terrifying pressure swept over the entire Jun family. Upon hearing Ancestor Chengxing's order, the Jun family members who were gathering dispersed, even the current elders. Then, everyone landed in the courtyard. Wah! Ancestor Chengxing was about to ask Jun Zantian about the meaning of his words when he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Chapter 6 Father. As the baby cried, the maid's joyful voice rang out. "Miss, Master, it's a little young master." Hearing this, Jun Zantian's face lit up with joy. It's twins. Upon hearing this, the elders were slightly taken aback. Then, recalling the strange phenomenon from earlier, everyone fell silent. They thought that since the previous baby girl's birth had such a phenomenon, this baby boy, born of the same mother, should be extraordinary, right? But unfortunately, after waiting for a while, no phenomenon appeared. Seeing this, Elder Chengxing couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seems the luck has been taken by the girl, the boy seems rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. At this moment, the door opened, and the beautiful woman and a maid each carried a child out. Xingyu greets all elders and uncles. No need for formalities. Which one is the girl? Elder Chengxing waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman Qin Xingyu respectfully said, Ancestor, the one in my arms is the baby girl, and the one Shaolin is holding is the baby boy. Everyone nodded, their gazes turning to the two infants. The baby girl's skin was translucent and radiant, appearing delicate and full of life, surrounded by an aura of celestial energy. While the baby boy's complexion was also decent, it was noticeably darker and slightly wrinkled. Seeing this, everyone understood somewhat. It was likely that the baby girl's strong constitution had absorbed most of the mother's innate spiritual energy, leaving the baby boy somewhat deficient. Have you named them? Ancestor Chengxing looked at Qin Xingyu, his gaze inquisitive. Qin Xingyu paused for a moment. Xiyu said she's had some premonitions in her dreams these past few days and feels the baby girl could be named Jun Muxue. As for the baby boy, she hasn't decided on a name yet and would like to ask Zantian for help. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. That's a good name, but what's with Xiyu? Isn't she your daughter? Jun Zantian quickly stepped forward to explain, Elders, uncles, the matter is like this. After hearing Jun Zantian's explanation, everyone's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't say anything more. Well done, let's leave it at that. Ancestor Chengxing glanced at Jun Zantian. Let Xiyu and Xingyu take care of these two children for now. Allocate the family's resources to them and nurture them well. When they're older, remember to bring the baby girl to me for instruction. Yes, Ancestor. Jun Zantian agreed and saw Ancestor Chengxing and the others off. Then, he looked at Jun Wangyou in Shaolin's arms and reached out to take his little hand. A moment later, he released Jun Wangyou, frowning slightly, and said, This child is somewhat lacking compared to children born into ordinary families. He probably has no hope of cultivation in this life, so let's name him Wangyou, meaning, forget worry. May he forget his sorrows and live an ordinary life. Seeing his words, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile at his grandfather. His grandfather's name had a good meaning, and it even happened to be his name from his previous life, quite nice. Seeing him smile, Jun Zantian reached out and hugged him. Little one, it seems you're quite satisfied with this name. Then, the group went inside. At this moment, Jun Xiyu looked at Jun Zantian with gratitude. Father, thank you. Clearly, she had heard Jun Zantian's words. Her father had clearly accepted her as his ordinary son. All right, you should rest well. Your mother and Shaolin will take good care of you during this time. Watching Jun Zantian and the others leave, Jun Wangyou lay quietly beside her mother, her eyes closed, but inwardly she was calling upon the system. System, do you know who that man is? She had naturally heard Jun Zantian's words earlier and understood her mother's situation. She naturally disapproved of that lecherous father. If she knew who he was, she would definitely give him a good beating if she had the ability. Host, the system knows what you're thinking, but you're likely to be disappointed. Oh, what's going on? Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback. System, from what you're saying, does that mean my cheapskate father is dead? That's right. The host's biological father was the young sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. He had long coveted your mother, Jun Ziyu's, beauty. In the Five Elements secret realm, Jun Xiyu was severely injured and unconscious, allowing him to take advantage of her. Afterwards, he simply left. A few days later, while he and a demon beast were both exhausted and unconscious, Jun Xiyu, who happened to be passing by, beheaded him with a single sword strike. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly. He sighed inwardly, what goes around comes around. He didn't think much of this explanation. A man who doesn't want to take responsibility isn't a good person. Although he, Jun Wangyou, had no father in either his past or present life, he didn't want such a father. His death is for the best. Immediately, Jun Wangyou opened his attribute panel. Name: Jun Wangyou. Age: 0. Race: Human. Realm: Body Tempering Level 51. Talent: Dao Grade. Physique: Myriad Transformations. Dao Body. Traits: Absorption and Assimilation, Yin-Yang. Immortal Demon. Cultivation Technique: Origin Technique. Special Yellow Grade. Skills: Dao Concealment, 1000-mile sound transmission technique. Items: Creation Elixir *9, Imperial Weapon, 7-kill sword, 5th order array diagram, 5 elements demon suppression array, top grade spirit stones *100, classic, array Dao basics. Seeing the attribute panel, Jun Wangyou nodded. In the past 2 months, he had gained 61 years of cultivation, 100 top-grade spirit stones, and the classic, Ray Dao basics. According to the system, talent grades are divided into inferior, low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, emperor grade, immortal grade, saint grade, Dao grade, and supreme grade, as well as special talents. And talent, to a large extent, determines a person's cultivation speed. If the cultivation speed of a low-grade talent is 1, then the cultivation speed of a mid-grade talent is 2, and the cultivation speed of a middle-grade talent is 4. The cultivation speed doubles with each grade increase in talent. To put it simply, a low-grade talent would gain the same amount of yuan qi in 12 hours of cultivation, a mid-grade talent in 6 hours, and a high-grade talent in only 3 hours. Furthermore, talent also has a certain impact when a cultivator breaks through to a higher realm. The higher the talent, the easier the breakthrough; the lower the talent, the more difficult the breakthrough. This situation becomes increasingly serious as one progresses. Many cultivators exhaust their lifespans without ever breaking through, ultimately fading into the river of time. In addition, talent grade is influenced to some extent by physical constitution. While talent is determined at birth, it is also influenced by physical constitution. For example, a being with a spiritual body will never have talent lower than top tier, a being with a divine body will never have talent lower than emperor tier, and so on. Jun Wangyou possesses the Dao body, myriad transformations Dao body, meaning his innate talent is no lower than saint tier. Furthermore, after consuming a creation pill to replenish his innate constitution, his talent directly reached the Dao tier. The 61 years of cultivation points awarded from 2 months of daily check-ins are more than 100 times the cultivation points awarded from the previous 5 months of check-ins. Even so, it only allowed him to reach the 51st level of body tempering. He felt that body tempering would become increasingly difficult as he progressed. However, although the later stages of body tempering might be very difficult, Jun Wangyou did not intend to give up. He wanted to see if, with the system's help, he could achieve perfect body tempering. Of course, there was also the obvious benefit of extreme body tempering. Now, after several extreme body temperings, his internal blood and qi are extremely abundant, and his strength is quite terrifying. According to the system, his physical strength surpassed that of an average core formation cultivator, and he already possessed the power of 5 dragons, equivalent to 625,000 jin. Therefore, he was extremely eagerly anticipating the upcoming body tempering stage. Of course, although his physique was extraordinary, the concealment of Dao Yin made him appear weaker than an ordinary infant. Next is cultivation and nurturing my body. The Jun family probably won't invest resources in me, so I can only pin my hopes on the system. Jun Wangyou thought silently, hoping the system would be helpful. Then, Jun Wangyou felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Although his cultivation had reached the 51st level of body tempering, and his blood and qi were abundant, he was still an infant and needed a lot of time to rest and develop. On the other side, Jun Muxue glanced at her dark-skinned, timid younger brother, her thoughts a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 7 The essence of body Jun Muxue never expected that she, a supreme demon lord, would indirectly steal Jun Wangyou's opportunity. Whether in the upper realm or the Tianyuan continent, demonic physiques were not tolerated by righteous cultivators. Originally, her physique was an extremely yin demonic body, belonging to the demonic path. If she had been born that way, she would most likely have been abandoned or marginalized by the Jun family. Jun Wangyou, on the other hand, possessed a supreme yang immortal body, which would have guaranteed her preferential treatment in cultivation resources from the Jun family, the same treatment she received now. However, Jun Wangyou unintentionally transferred her physique to her, granting her everything that originally belonged to Jun Wangyou, while Jun Wangyou herself faded into obscurity. Phew, this sacred body is truly monstrous. It can actually deceive the senses of heaven and earth, concealing the part belonging to the extremely yin demonic body. Recalling the strange phenomena she had sensed earlier, Jun Muxue couldn't help but sigh. At birth, she had intended to test whether she could conceal her sacred body and demonic body, deliberately revealing her supreme yang immortal body. Unexpectedly, the celestial phenomena only manifested as those of the supreme yang immortal body. This surprised her secretly. If even heaven and earth could be deceived, what chance did cultivators have? Thinking about the cause of this extraordinary sacred body, Jun Muxue's gaze softened slightly as she looked in Jun Wangyou's direction. I am not a bloodthirsty person, nor am I someone who forgets kindness. When Jun Wangyou awoke again, he found it was already evening, and he and Jun Muxue were lying in a pool of white liquid. Feeling the gentle medicinal liquid nourishing his body, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but squint comfortably. At this moment, Jun Wangyou suddenly sensed Jun Muxue absorbing the medicinal liquid and quickly looked at Qin Xingyu standing beside him. Wah! A cry rang out, and Jun Wangyou reached out his hands to Qin Xingyu. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu couldn't help but wonder, "Little Wangyou, did you finally decide to come out?" She pondered for a moment, then reached out and picked Jun Wangyou up, drying him before wrapping him in a baby blanket. Looking at Jun Wangyou, whose smile had returned, she felt a pang of self-reproach. Grandma made a mistake. I didn't expect little Wangyou's body to be so weak, unable to withstand the nourishing medicinal liquid. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou continued to smile, but inwardly he didn't care. That brat was currently absorbing the medicinal liquid to nourish her body. With her constitution, this pool of liquid, enough for 2 people, wasn't enough for her. As a considerate younger brother, he naturally had to contribute his share. Besides, Jun Wangyou's constitution was equally extraordinary, perhaps even stronger. This pool of medicinal liquid wouldn't be enough for him either. It was better to give it to that brat and win her favor. Moreover, to outsiders, he's just an ordinary baby. How could he possibly absorb so much medicinal liquid? Therefore, withdrawing in time is the best course of action. Meanwhile, seeing Jun Wangyou leave the medicinal liquid so early, Jun Muxue was slightly taken aback. She had initially thought the pool of medicinal liquid wasn't enough for her to absorb, but considering Jun Wangyou's poor health, she deliberately slowed down her absorption rate to allow him more time to recuperate. She hadn't expected, his health was actually this poor, he couldn't handle it. Seeing the little brat still looking at her and smiling, Jun Muxue's eyes held a complex expression. Phew, fine. Since this brat is almost done, let me finish him off. Jun Muxue muttered to herself, then quickly absorbed the medicinal effects of the potion. In no time, the potion in the pool changed color and became clear. Seeing this, Jun Muxue seemed a little reluctant to stop, glancing at Xiao Lan waiting beside her, as if to say, "It's time to carry me out." Xiao Lan looked at Jun Muxue with slight surprise. As a maid of the Jun family, how could she not know about these cultivation practices? She hadn't expected her young mistress to absorb the nourishing potion for both of them so quickly. This truly surprised her. Xiao Lan paused for a moment, then quickly picked up Jun Muxue, dried her off, and wrapped her in a baby blanket. "Madam, Miss is amazing." Qin Xingyu smiled upon hearing this. Of course. The patriarch has already checked the records. Xiao Shui's physique is a divine body, the supreme yang immortal body. Only 2 people have achieved this in the Tianyuan continent in the last 100,000 years, and Xiao Shui is the second. Hearing this, Xiaolan's mouth gaped open, secretly shocked. Although she knew her young mistress's physique was extraordinary, she hadn't expected it to be a divine body that appears only once every 100 years on the Tianyuan continent. Alright, that's enough for today. I'll have the patriarch prepare more tomorrow. Xiao Shui probably didn't absorb much today, Qin Xingyu said, turning and leaving with Xiaolan. Night. Jun Wangyou and Jun Muxue lay in their cribs. The difference was that Jun Wangyou lay flat, while Jun Muxue was secretly cultivating. Jun Wangyou watched her older sister diligently cultivating, her little face beaming with joy. Although his origin technique was only yellow grade and had the lowest cultivation speed, it operated automatically, requiring no effort from him. Furthermore, given his Dao grade talent, he didn't need to worry about slow cultivation speed. In short, as long as he persevered, he would eventually become a powerful figure. Moreover, don't forget, he could sign in every day, receiving at least a year's worth of cultivation rewards, the equivalent of a year's worth of his cultivation achievements. This meant that the time he spent thinking each day was equivalent to gaining the equivalent of a year's worth of achievements from someone with the same talent practicing a yellow grade technique. Furthermore, talent often has the greatest impact on cultivation speed, while the technique itself is secondary. Take Jun Wangyou for example. Despite using a yellow grade technique, even a saint grade talent wielding a supreme technique couldn't surpass him. In Jun Muxue, a reincarnated demon lord, only had saint-grade talent. How many people in this world had talent stronger than him? Therefore, he was extremely satisfied with this sign-in system. After watching for a while, Jun Wangyou got bored and simply fell asleep. Seeing this, Jun Muxue shook her head and said nothing more. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Jun Wangyou opened her eyes. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time since birth. You have received 5 years of cultivation and 2 bottles of body tempering elixir. 5 years of cultivation, barely enough to break through to the 53rd level of body tempering. The difficulty of extreme body tempering is truly challenging. I wonder how many more times I need to sign in before I can achieve perfect extreme body tempering. Jun Wangyou sighed inwardly, a hint of curiosity in her voice. But feeling the powerful qi and blood within his body, and the strength and physique thousands of times stronger than in his previous life, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he looked at another reward he had received for checking in today. Body nourishing elixir. Jun Wangyou was somewhat surprised. Judging from the name, it seemed to be for nourishing the body. He quickly connected his consciousness to the system space, and when he saw the information about the body nourishing elixir, his eyes narrowed slightly. Body nourishing elixir, a special holy-grade medicinal liquid. Daily consumption can nourish the body of infants, promote their perfect development, and broaden their meridians, making them more conducive to subsequent cultivation. As expected of the system. I just thought of this yesterday, and it's already delivered today. It's really too kind. Jun Wangyou smiled broadly, overjoyed. However, when he saw the bottle containing the body nourishing elixir, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 8 Spirit Milk. I don't want it. System, how much can these tiny bottles hold? Jun Wangyou connected his consciousness to the system space and frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 bottles, each no bigger than an adult's fist. According to the information about the body nourishing elixir, it needs to be used daily. How many days would these 2 small bottles last him? Relax, host, each bottle has ample space. The body nourishing elixir inside is enough for you to use continuously for 18 years. Hearing the system's answer, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but feel puzzled. 18 years. 36 years for 2 bottles. Do I need to nourish my body for that long? Isn't this body nourishing elixir for infants? Can it be used on adults? Of course not. Isn't this just a precaution? What if you, host, feel sorry for her and want to give it to your sister, Jun Muxue? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but look at the beautiful baby girl beside him. Seemingly sensing Jun Wangyou's gaze, Jun Muxue opened her eyes and looked at him. What is it? A voice entered Jun Wangyou's ears, surprising him slightly. Was this a telepathic communication technique? However, Jun Wangyou was somewhat amused and exasperated. You're communicating with me telepathically, as if I can speak. Nevertheless, he smiled and reached out his hands to Jun Muxue, as if asking for a hug. Seeing this, Jun Muxue was slightly puzzled but didn't move. Soon after, Qin Xingyu brought Xiaolan and carried the 2 to Jun Ziyu's room. Giggle. Looking at the beautiful girl on the bed who had regained some color, Jun Wangyou reached out his hands to her, letting out a joyful laugh. Baby, let mommy hug you. Seeing Jun Wangyou's adorable appearance, Jun Xiyu couldn't help but smile, quickly getting up and sitting on the edge of the bed, reaching out her hands. Hearing Jun Ziyu's words, Xiaolan quickly and carefully handed Jun Wangyou to her. As soon as he landed in Jun Ziyu's arms, Jun Wangyou smiled even more happily. Is this what mother's embrace feels like? Jun Wangyou was somewhat captivated. In his previous life, he had no memory of his parents, let alone the feeling of being held in his mother's arms. Phew, not bad. I must cherish this life and grow strong as soon as possible to protect mother. Jun Wangyou thought to himself, his smile growing even brighter. Xiyu, as expected of your own child, this child is really attached to you. Qin Xingyu, holding Jun Muxue, looked at Jun Xiyu and smiled. Hearing this, Jun Xiyu looked at Jun Wangyou with doting eyes and leaned down to kiss him. Giggle giggle. Jun Wangyou laughed joyfully, fully embodying the innocence of a baby. Of course, he was genuinely laughing. With such a stunningly beautiful fairy mother, how could he not be happy? At this moment, another maid, Xiaochen, brought 2 baby bottles. Madam, miss, the spirit milk is here. Looking at his mother bringing over a bottle of spirit milk, Jun Wangyou's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Spirit milk. Isn't that breast milk? Jun Wangyou wondered inwardly. In his mind, even if it wasn't breast milk, it should at least be animal milk. Could this spirit milk be the milk of a spirit beast? Host, don't guess wildly. This spirit milk is made by mixing the milk of 100 kinds of beasts with some spiritual herbs, hence the name spirit milk. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded, but asked curiously, System, do all families on the Tianyuan continent raise the same 100 kinds of demonic beasts? Of course not. Alchemists at the 8th rank or above are capable of identifying the components of beast milk, thus selecting different beast milk to create new spirit milk formulas. Currently, there are hundreds of spirit milk formulas on the Tianyuan continent, and 6 are prevalent among the major powers. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded knowingly. At this moment, Jun Xiu, imitating her mother Qin Xingyu, brought the milk bottle to Jun Wangyou's lips. However, Jun Wangyou only took one sip and didn't want to drink any more. The taste was too strange. Astringent, sour, spicy, and salty flavors were all gathered together, although none were strong, and there was even a fragrance to suppress them, but Jun Wangyou just found it unpleasant to drink. Seeing Jun Wangyou turn her head away from the bottle, Jun Xiu asked with some confusion, Baby, doesn't it taste good? She opened her mouth and took a small sip, then looked at Qin Xingyu strangely. Mother, the taste of this spiritual milk hasn't changed, so why did Wangyou only take one sip and then stop? Hearing this, Qin Xingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this child has some congenital deficiencies and isn't used to spiritual milk? However, she immediately shook her head. The Jun family has also had people who couldn't cultivate, but without exception, they all grew up drinking spiritual milk. Jun Xiu looked at Jun Wangyou, who was grinning in her arms but constantly avoiding the spiritual milk bottle, and frowned slightly. Then what should we do? Seeing this, Qin Xingyu hesitated for a moment, then whispered something in Jun Ziyu's ear. Seeing Jun Ziyu's face flush slightly, she still nodded, Mother, I'll try. Qin Xingyu, seeing her nod, left with Xiao Lan and the others. Jun Wangyou watched his mother lift the hem of her clothes and understood what was happening. Sure enough, in the end, he still received the treatment of a newborn baby. The Jun family suddenly became very lively, and many more people came to visit. Some came sincerely, while others had ulterior motives. Many people knew the truth. In the end, Jun Zantian and the others discussed it and decided to put Jun Muxue's name on Jun Ziyu's older brother, Jun Longsheng. Jun Longsheng was the son of Jun Zantian and Qin Xingyu, Jun Ziyu's older brother. His wife, Yi Jingyao, coincidentally gave birth to a baby girl on the same day Jun Xiu gave birth. After some discussion, everyone decided to spread the news that Yi Jingyao had given birth to twins. As for Jun Wangyou, he has already been judged by Jun Zantian and others to have congenital deficiencies and poor talent, and it seems unlikely he will ever be able to cultivate in this lifetime. Congenital deficiencies inevitably mean poor talent. This is an ironclad rule of the Tianyuan continent, a conclusion reached after countless years. In the past, none of the children in the Tianyuan continent who were judged to have congenital deficiencies have ever reached the mid-grade talent level. And those with talent below the mid-grade level can be said to have no hope of cultivation. Even if they expend a great deal of resources to forcibly cultivate, their cultivation level will not exceed the core formation realm. Of course, there are exceptions. Legend has it that someone, due to congenital deficiencies and only having low-grade talent, obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in a secret realm, directly supplementing their congenital deficiencies, and their talent directly reached the emperor grade. From then on, their cultivation went smoothly, and they ascended to immortality in a few hundred years. There are also rumors that innate pills of emperor grade or higher, or marrow-cleansing pills of immortal grade, can replenish innate talent, enhance innate abilities, and thus allow one to embark on cultivation. However, throughout history, the highest-ranking alchemists on the Tianyuan continent have only reached the 9th grade. How could they possibly refine emperor-grade pills? As for immortal-grade pills, which are above emperor grade, it's even more impossible. Therefore, even Jun Xiu only hopes that Jun Wangyou will live a peaceful and happy life, and that he can cultivate casually when he grows up, strengthen his body, and live a stable life. Jun Wangyou is naturally happy with this. However, because of the decision of Jun Zantian and the others, a problem has arisen that troubles Jun Wangyou. Chapter the 9th of Jun Muxue's puzzle. Hearing the baby crying from the neighboring courtyard, Jun Wangyou rubbed her temples in annoyance, a sour look on her face. Good heavens, this little brat is so noisy. Jun Wangyou was speechless. These new neighbors were incredibly noisy. Because of Jun Zontian and the others' decision, Yi Jingyao and her daughter moved to the courtyard next to Jun Ziyu's, and the one crying now was her little cousin, born just a minute after Jun Wangyou. The sound carried far, disturbing everyone around. Jun Muxue and her brother were mature babies, they wouldn't be so noisy. But this little cousin was different, she was truly noisy. 4 or 5 hours had passed since they moved in this morning, and she had cried for half of that time. What was wrong with her? Jun Wangyou glanced at his older sister beside him and noticed her brow was slightly furrowed, clearly displeased with her noisy little cousin next door. However, both were only 5 or 6 days old, what could they possibly say? At this moment, Jun Muxue glanced at her younger brother beside her, who was also frowning, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This little guy, I hadn't paid attention before, but now that I see him, he's so quiet. Jun Muxue suddenly realized that Jun Wangyou's behavior these past few days was completely unlike that of a normal baby. When the two maids were using the medicinal liquid to nourish his body, Jun Wangyou would cry after only a few breaths, and immediately stop crying when he was taken out. And when it was time to change his diaper, Jun Wangyou would cry 3 times to alert the two maids and reach out to tear at the diaper. When Jun Wangyou was hungry, he would cry once to get the maids' attention, and then suck his fingers to alert them. All of this made Jun Muxue secretly astonished as she recalled it. Could this younger brother also be a reincarnation with memories of a past life? If so, that would explain his ability to transfer his constitution. Jun Muxue thought to herself, but then shook her head. No, if he had memories of a past life, how could he have transferred his supreme young immortal body to me? Moreover, first he used the umbilical cord to extract his innate spiritual energy, and then he transferred his constitution to me, directly damaging his innate constitution and making his talent extremely poor. This is not something a reincarnated person could do. Thinking of this, Jun Muxue looked at Jun Wangyou beside her, whose brows were slightly furrowed, and couldn't help but feel very puzzled. But one thing she was certain of was that this younger brother's intelligence was definitely not simple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he possessed the intelligence of a 6 or 7-year-old child at birth. If it weren't for my arrival, this kid would probably be the future prodigy of the Jun family, wouldn't he? His intelligence surpasses that of ordinary people, and he possesses the supreme young immortal body. These two qualities alone are enough to make him an unparalleled genius in this lower realm. Jun Muxue thought to herself. After all, possessing a divine body meant his talent would definitely not be lower than emperor grade, and might even surpass immortal grade. For example, although she possessed a saint grade body, her talent had already reached saint grade, and even showed a faint tendency towards Dao grade. Unfortunately, it was only a tendency. To further improve her saint grade talent, she would need to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, such as a Dao grade or even a supreme divine pill that could enhance her talent, or other equivalent opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her saint grade talent to continue advancing. Phew, in the end, I still owe you. Jun Muxue muttered to herself, this feeling of indebtedness making her uncomfortable. She was always the one owing favors, never the other way around, let alone this kind of inexplicable debt. Jun Muxue shook her head and waved her hand, setting up a simple, one-time soundproof array around the two of them. This soundproof array, created using a special technique, could last for 12 hours, enough to block out outside sounds while allowing sounds from inside to pass through. Seeing Jun Wangyou's slight confusion but lack of attention, continuing his sound sleep, Jun Muxue couldn't help but shake her head. This little brother can really sleep. Jun Muxue sighed inwardly and continued cultivating. She had now broken through the limits of body tempering and reached the 10th level. However, she still didn't choose to break through to the foundation establishment realm, but instead wanted to continue tempering her body. In her previous life, she had reached the 18th level of body tempering, the limit, and many supreme venerables of her era also reached the 18th level. But in the upper realm, it was rumored that a saint-grade talent had tempered their body for 100 years using Dao-level techniques, reaching the 49th level of body tempering. However, even reaching the 49th level, their lifespan wasn't much longer than that of someone at the 9th level, remaining at only 150 years, and it was precisely this that made him abandon the idea of continuing. After all, the difficulty of tempering increased with each level, and he even felt that the 49th level was the final limit, and a person's lifespan is inherently limited. He didn't have much time to continue trying. As for life-extending pills or elixirs, they were not only extremely precious but also had limited uses. Ordinary cultivators only used them when they were at a bottleneck and their lifespan was nearing its end. Under these circumstances, he naturally didn't want to waste any more time on body tempering. Later, he discovered that, among those of the same physique, his combat power was significantly higher than others, making him virtually invincible within his realm. However, correspondingly, the difficulty of his cultivation was many times higher than others. For the same minor realm, others could often break through in just 1 year, but he needed 2 years or even more. Because of this, his cultivation level continuously lagged behind his peers and even juniors, ultimately leading to his death in a battle. And his opponent was only 2 major realms higher than him, and a junior at that. Because of this counterexample, later cultivators generally stopped cultivating once they reached the 18th level of body tempering. After all, although each subsequent level was relatively easier after breaking through the 18th level, until the 27th level when the difficulty increased significantly, but it was only relatively easier. From the 18th to the 27th level, it often took several years. In that time, one could have already broken through several major realms. Therefore, even the most arrogant person wouldn't easily waste this time. Instead of wasting time and making cultivation more difficult, it's better to use that time to surpass your peers and acquire more resources. After all, in this world, cultivators compete for cultivation resources. Cultivation resources determine everything. Without resources, one cannot go far or reach higher levels. Ultimately, one will fall behind and be swept away by the tides of time. Aside, as Jun Muxue sighed, the seemingly asleep Jun Wangyou in her eyes was far from asleep. Chapter 10 The idea of wanting to be the sixth. The moment Jun Muxue set up the soundproofing array, Jun Wangyou felt a sudden sense of peace. He concealed himself, making it appear as if he had fallen asleep again, but in reality, he chatted with the system. System, this sudden quiet, could it be that my little cousin is tired of crying? Host, you're overthinking it. This is Jun Muxue's doing. Hearing the system's slightly speechless reply, Jun Wangyou became curious. Oh, what happened? Did she silence my little cousin? In his mind, with his older sister's status as a reincarnated demon lord, how could she not be silenced after such a disturbance? However, he was clearly overthinking it. No, she used special methods to set up a simple, special soundproof array around you too, isolating you from outside sounds. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's expression subtly changed. I knew it. This brat, being a demon lord in her past life, definitely has plenty of strange and unusual methods. To be able to set up an array only 5 or 6 days after birth, without even using array setting materials, is truly remarkable. He had also mastered the basics of array formation through the system these past 2 days, making him practically a quasi-first-tier array master. The reason he's considered quasi-first tier is because after mastering the basics of array formation, he also mastered several simple first-tier arrays. Once he sets up a first-tier array, he'll be considered a first-tier array master. And it was precisely because he mastered the basics of array formation, and had previously learned through the system that Jun Muxue was only at the body tempering realm, that he understood the power of Jun Muxue's move. To be able to set up an array without using array setting materials, without breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm, and without any yuan power to use, that's incredibly impressive. I wonder how that brat managed to do that. Host, don't even think about it. Let the system tell you. Jun Muxue used a special technique to set up this one-time magic array. Hearing the system's words, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but become interested in this technique. System, do you have this technique? Reward me, or could you plagiarize it from her and give it to me? Host, don't even think about it. Sign-in rewards are random, the system can't control that. As for plagiarism, the system can only say that it doesn't have that function for now. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly disappointed, but the system added insult to injury. Besides, not that the system is criticizing you, but even if you had this technique, you couldn't use it. Why? Jun Wangyou was puzzled. Jun Muxue and he were both infants. Jun Muxue could do it, so why couldn't he? According to the system's speculation, this technique requires a certain level of soul strength to master, at least the soul strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Although Jun Muxue only possessed a wisp of her divine soul in her reincarnation, its strength was at least above the void-breaking realm, far surpassing that of the host. Jun Wangyou paused for a moment, clearly convinced by this explanation. Hearing this explanation, Jun Wangyou understood that not only was there a vast difference in their knowledge, but even their divine souls were inferior. Sigh, otherwise why would I have made her the older sister? Jun Wangyou sighed, but then the system's voice continued. Speaking of which, I can tell the host some good information. What information? Jun Wangyou asked curiously. Because of the fact that the host gifted the mother with innate spiritual energy and the supreme young immortal body, Jun Muxue misunderstood something and feels indebted to you. She should take special care of you in the future. This was evident from what happened just now. After all, her magic array could have only protected herself, but now even you benefited, that's quite obvious. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. Not bad, keep up the good work. He wanted more than just this. Since Jun Muxue was now his sister by blood in this life, he wanted her to truly be his sister in her heart. He wanted a reincarnated demon lord to genuinely accept this family, to accept him as her younger brother. In this way, he would have a mother and a sister. Moreover, his sister was a reincarnated demon lord, a future peerless powerhouse, and also his visible protector. With this sister, he could more easily lie low and be the ultimate sixth brother. To gain the approval of his reincarnated demon lord sister, the key was to make Jun Muxue feel indebted to him first, thus prompting her to take care of him in every way. Then, he would continue his efforts, consistently helping and caring for Jun Muxue with a sincere heart, cultivating a deep sibling bond based on kinship. In this way, this demon lord sister would become his own sister, and also his protector. This protector would allow him to remain undisturbed by the outside world, peacefully lying low, becoming the ultimate sixth brother. Host, really, with such a powerful cheat like the system, you're still thinking about hiding your true nature. You really are a sixth brother. I have no choice but to play it safe. System, you can't make me an instant powerhouse. I have to consider my own safety, right? Jun Wangyou smiled and continued, for someone who hasn't fully grown and lacks absolute self-defense capabilities, there's only one way to survive, become an absolute powerhouse, and thus control their own destiny, play it safe. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, the system seemed momentarily speechless. After a long while, the system's voice finally rang out again. Host, you're right. The system apologizes for not providing you with sufficient security. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's eyes lit up. So, system, are you planning to reward me with absolute self-defense capabilities? No, that depends entirely on the host's daily check-ins, entirely on the host's luck. The system can't decide. Then are you planning to restore the guaranteed cultivation reward for daily check-ins to 5 years? Jun Wangyou continued to ask. He had checked in during his mother's womb on the day he was born. He received a 5-year cultivation reward for his first daily sign-in after being born, and he assumed that he would receive 5 years of cultivation every day thereafter. However, his second and subsequent sign-ins only yielded 1 year of cultivation, leaving him utterly speechless. Of course, he had only asked the question casually. Based on his understanding of the system over this period, the probability of him compromising was practically zero. Sure enough, the system's next answer was exactly what he expected. However, upon hearing the system's subsequent words, Jun Wangyou's attention was instantly diverted. Chapter 11, First System Function. Host, stop guessing. Both of your suggestions are impossible. The system's daily login rewards have set rules, which the system cannot violate. However, didn't the system say before that some minor functions would be unlocked when the host is born or reaches a certain level of strength? The first minor function is ready now, welcome to try it. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou became somewhat expectant. He thought that if the system recommended it, this so-called minor function shouldn't be bad. System, what's this minor function called? Dual cultivation. What? Dual cultivation. Jun Wangyou's eyes widened, his expression utterly astonished, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Open black lens bracket. Yes, does the host have a problem? Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's matter-of-fact reply, Jun Wangyou's face darkened. What problem? I'm just a baby a few days old, and you've given me this function. How the hell am I supposed to use it? It's no wonder. He was speechless, this system's actions were simply too outrageous. Open black lens bracket. Host, have you misunderstood something? This little function, although called dual cultivation, seems to be different from what you think. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou paused, wondering if he had really misunderstood. Thinking of this, his face flushed slightly. System, tell me first, what's the use of this function? Okay, host. The system's first small function, as the name suggests, is for two people to cultivate together. This function allows the host to bind to one or more people. After binding, the host can share their talents, and two or more talents have a cumulative effect. Simply put, if the host binds to someone with the same talent level as you, the host's cultivation speed will double, and if the bound person is a saint-level talent user, the host's cultivation speed will increase by 50%, and so on. Furthermore, if the bound person cultivates within a radius of 10,000 miles of the host, their cultivation speed will increase by 50%. Hearing this explanation, Jun Wangyou's eyes lit up slightly. If my cultivation speed increases, then the cultivation points from daily check-ins. The host is right. This bug is a gift to the host. Take Jun Muxue for example. If the host binds to her, the host's cultivation speed will increase by 50%, and the amount of cultivation points the host receives from daily check-ins for a year will also increase by 50%. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou thought of something and exclaimed with delight, then wouldn't I be able to bind an infinite number of people, thereby infinitely increasing my cultivation speed? Wouldn't that mean the daily sign in reward for cultivation points could reach a terrifying level? However, he was immediately doused with cold water by the system. Host, aren't you overthinking it? This little function has limitations. Limitations? Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. That's right. First, the bound person's talent cannot be lower than top grade. Second, the bound person cannot harbor malice, hostility, or murderous intent towards the host. Finally, the bound person can only be female. If any of these three conditions are not met, binding will not be possible. Hearing these limitations, Jun Wangyou nodded. It was reasonable enough. However, thinking of something, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but ask, System, what happens if the first two conditions change after binding, and are no longer met? Depending on the situation, if the bound person's talent is damaged or enhanced, there will be no impact. It simply means the host's share of talent will decrease or increase. However, if the bound person harbors malice, hostility, or other negative emotions towards the host's shared talent will remain unchanged, but the other person will not receive the cultivation speed boost. If the bound person harbors murderous intent towards the host, or has even begun plotting or taking action, the binding will automatically dissolve. Hearing this answer, Jun Wangyou nodded, thinking that this restriction was actually quite good. System, what other restrictions are there? Tell me all of them. He didn't believe that this was the only restriction, the system must have some other traps waiting for him. Host is truly amazing. Indeed, there is another restriction. The dual cultivation function itself has a limit on the number of people. Currently, the host can only bind a maximum of 3 people, and once bound, it cannot be actively unbound. To increase the binding quota, the host needs to find a way. Find a way yourself. Hearing that there were indeed limitations, just as he had guessed, Jun Wangyou didn't find anything wrong. However, after hearing the system's subsequent words, he became somewhat puzzled, or rather, speechless. Dual cultivation was a system function. The system wouldn't tell him how to obtain additional binding slots, but instead told him to find a way himself. How was he supposed to find out? System, this is a bit of a trap. You won't even tell me the method. How am I supposed to increase my slots? The system can't say anything, lest it be discovered. However, it can remind the host that for the next few years, or even a decade or more, the host will likely be unable to obtain additional binding slots on their own. If you say that, then I'll only have these 3 slots for the next decade or more. This little function is really useless. Jun Wangyou's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He genuinely liked this function, but this limitation was truly a trap. That's true. Then let me tell you another piece of information. Binding slots can also be obtained through daily check-ins, but the probability is extremely low. You'll have to figure out the final acquisition method yourself. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was speechless. Extremely low. Why not just say there aren't any? However, remembering what the system had just said, he roughly guessed another acquisition method, but he really couldn't put it into practice right now. Jun Wangyou shook his head, not thinking any further. System, bind Jun Muxue. Ding. Detecting. Target detected meets binding conditions, binding in progress. Binding successful. As the system's voice faded, a virtual panel similar to his attribute panel appeared in front of Jun Wangyou. Dual cultivation function number of bound persons, 1/3 shared talent, Saint rank talent, 1 cultivation speed, plus 50% bound person, Jun Muxue. Meanwhile, Jun Muxue, standing to the side, sensed a change in her cultivation speed and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. What's going on? How come my cultivation speed suddenly increased by 50%? She noticed that in that instant, her efficiency in absorbing and converting yuan qi to temper her body had suddenly increased by 50%. Could it be my imagination? Jun Muxue frowned slightly, continuing to circulate her cultivation technique, only to find that the efficiency had indeed increased by 50%. Strange. Jun Muxue released her senses to scan her surroundings, but found nothing, causing her to furrow her brows even more. Oh well, since it's a good thing, I shouldn't overthink it. Just be careful. Jun Muxue muttered to herself and continued cultivating. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that his older sister hadn't become suspicious. But then, he had to face another problem. Chapter 12 The second bound person who should get the remaining 2 spots. Jun Wangyou frowned slightly at this question. He knew Jun Muxue possessed a sacred body and her talent was undoubtedly exceptional, which was why he gave her one of the binding spots. Furthermore, he also wanted to help her accelerate her cultivation process, allowing her to become stronger faster. But he didn't know how to choose the remaining 2 spots. He couldn't see other people's talents, he couldn't just bind anyone he saw, could he? What if he bound to a top-tier talent, only to find someone even better? I'd rather leave them vacant than have someone fill a spot with inferior talent. Jun Wangyou muttered to himself, then asked curiously, System, don't you have anything to explain about this? Explain what? Host, please be clear. You haven't even posed the question, what am I supposed to explain? Jun Wangyou was slightly embarrassed. Well, I want to bind the 2 most talented people to maximize our benefits. Do you have any ideas? Host, is that what you mean? You have a way. Jun Wangyou's eyes brightened slightly. No, but the dual cultivation function belongs to the system. You can filter before binding to determine the person you think is most suitable. Filter. How do I do that? Hearing that the system didn't have a quick solution, Jun Wangyou was somewhat disappointed. However, judging from the system's words, things didn't seem so simple. Host, it's like this. After the dual cultivation function is activated, as long as you encounter someone who meets the conditions, the system will pop up the target's general information and note their name and talents on the dual cultivation function panel. The host only needs to select and bind. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but nod slightly. If that's the case, it's not bad. At least it saves him a lot of trouble. However, he's still just an infant. It's unrealistic for him to freely move around and find a suitable person. He can only wait and see. But to his surprise, not long after, the system popped up information about 2 people who met the dual cultivation binding conditions for the first time. Open black lens bracket. Name. Jun Xiu close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. 21 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race. Human close black lens bracket realm. Early stage of profound infant talent. Emperor grade physique. Profound yin spiritual body. Name. Qin Xingyu age. 64 race. Human realm. Mid-stage integration talent. Emperor grade physique. None. Upon seeing these 2 pieces of information, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that, besides Jun Muxue, these two people closest to him were also eligible. However, he didn't rush into binding. He planned to observe further, at least reserving one spot for unforeseen circumstances, just in case he encountered someone even better. Forget it, a 50% increase in cultivation speed, who else should I give it to but my mother? Jun Wangyou muttered, then silently recited, System, bind Jun Xiu. Ding. Detecting. Target detected meets binding conditions, binding. Binding successful. As the system's voice faded, the dual cultivation function panel reappeared before Jun Wangyou's eyes. Dual cultivation function, number of bound users, 2/3 shared talents, Saint grade talent, 1, Emperor grade talent, 1 cultivation speed, plus 62.5% bound individuals, Jun Muxue, Jun Xiu alternative, Qin Xingyu Emperor grade talent. Jun Wangyou glanced at the panel only once before dismissing it, quietly nestled in her mother's arms, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Xiao Shui and Xiao Wangyou are so well behaved. Your eldest brother's Xiao Xiying has been quite a handful these past few days. Qin Xingyu sighed, looking at the unusually quiet Jun Muxue and her brother. Jun Xiu, thinking of the restless neighboring courtyard that had been bustling since morning, nodded in agreement. Mother, have you consulted any physicians in the family? Jun Xiu asked. She had a vague feeling that her niece's condition seemed a bit off, but without seeing a doctor, she didn't know the specifics. Qin Xingyu nodded, then shook her head, saying, We've consulted most of the clan's physicians and even alchemists, but they all say Xiao Xiying is perfectly healthy and there's nothing wrong with her. Is that so? Jun Xiu frowned slightly, but her confusion deepened. If there's nothing wrong, then why is this little niece being so restless? The extent of her incessant crying is clearly beyond what's normal. Just then, Qin Xingyu seemed to remember something and couldn't help but speak up. However, we've recently discovered a very strange phenomenon. The yin energy in the area where Xiao Xiying lives is stronger than in other places. Even one of the clan's elders has confirmed this. Yin energy. Jun Xiu frowned. Yes, it's yin energy and malevolent energy. We've tried dispelling and isolating the yin and malevolent energy, but Xiao Xiying's condition hasn't improved. Qin Xingyu nodded and continued, Your father even went to bother the clan elders about this, but they all said they'd never encountered or heard of such a situation. Currently, your eldest brother is leading people to search through the scriptures in the scripture pavilion, hoping to find a similar case in the past extraordinary events of the Tianyuan continent, but it seems the hope is slim. Hearing this, Jun Xiu shook her head, clearly not agreeing with her eldest brother's approach. But considering the Jun family is one of the 4 great families of the Tianyuan continent, how profound is its foundation? Although the Jun family prides itself on being a family of array masters, it also has 9th grade alchemists and physicians within the family. Even so, they couldn't see Jun Xiying's problem, indicating that the matter was unusual. And the strange phenomena appearing around Jun Xiying, which even the clan elders had never seen or heard of, seemed quite abnormal. In this situation, if it were her little Wangyou or Xiao Shui, she might have done the same. I hope Big Brother can find her. Qin Xingyu nodded. A silence fell over the room, broken only by the faint sound of crying from the neighboring courtyard. Unbeknownst to the two, the Jun family might indeed have someone who knew about Jun Xiying's situation. Nearby, Jun Muxue overheard their conversation, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She seemed to have heard of such a situation somewhere before, but it had been so long that she couldn't recall where. Jun Muxue shook her head, not dwelling on it further. She was just an insignificant person from the lower realm, how could she compare to her cultivation? In contrast, Jun Wangyou, who was feeling somewhat bored, became quite interested in this. Although he was just an ordinary person in his previous life and was unfamiliar with the situation in this other world, he shouldn't have been able to know these things, but who told him he had a cheat code? Chapter 13 Yin Sha Body, System, Let's Chat. Thinking of his cheat-like abilities, Jun Wangyou smiled and immediately called out. The moment his words fell, the system's pleasant, mechanical female voice rang out. Host, chatting is just an excuse. I think you really want to know about Jun Xiying's situation from this system, right? Hearing the system's words, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. Oh, I was just bored, and this is a perfect topic. Let's chat. It's not impossible. The system's function is to help the host. Answering the host's questions is within the system's authority. System, from what you're saying, you actually know. Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised, yet also finding it perfectly reasonable. Isn't it normal for a system with such extraordinary abilities to know about Jun Sang's situation? Of course, Jun Sang's situation is somewhat special. She's never actually appeared on the Tianyuan continent, but she's appeared twice on the Upper Realm's Holy Spirit continent. I believe Jun Muxue has heard of her, though she probably doesn't remember her well. Oh, my sister knows. Jun Wangyou glanced at Jun Muxue upon hearing the system's words. Of course, but she probably doesn't remember well. Didn't you see a thoughtful look flash across her eyes just now, followed by indifference? System, I think I understand what you mean. So, my sister clearly has some recollection of Jun Sang's situation, but she can't remember it right now, so she hasn't thought about it much more. Jun Wangyou said thoughtfully. That's right. To Jun Muxue, Jun Sang is an insignificant person. What's more important than her cultivation? Cultivation. Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback, realizing it was indeed true. Although he didn't know how Jun Muxue managed to prevent others from sensing her cultivation or the flow of spiritual energy around her, Jun Wangyou knew that she was indeed cultivating. What a cultivation maniac! Jun Wangyou muttered, then narrowed his eyes and said, System, you've been beating around the bush for so long, but you haven't mentioned Jun Sang's situation yet. You don't know, do you? How could this system not know? Wasn't this what the host requested, to have a chat with you? Instead of wasting time with pleasantries, I'm just giving you the answer directly. How can we chat then? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly. There was nothing wrong with what he said, and he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Okay, it's my fault. Jun Wangyou took a deep breath, accepting the blame. System, let's get back to the point. I'm also curious about my little cousin's situation, so just tell me. Hearing his words, the system didn't waste any more words. Host, Jun Sang is like this because she possesses a rare constitution called the Yin-Sha body. The Yin-Sha body. Yes, the Yin-Sha body is between a spiritual body and a divine body, it's a demigod body. It has never appeared in the entire Tianyuan continent. Even in Jun Muxue's previous life on the Holy Spirit continent, it has only appeared twice. And because this constitution itself is not prominent, Jun Muxue naturally doesn't remember it well. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. Then is there something wrong with this constitution? Why is my little cousin crying? If the host understood the Yin-Sha body, they wouldn't be so confused. Tell me. Jun Wangyou became interested. If she could learn the reason from the system and help her little cousin solve her problem, that would be even better. The Yin-Sha body gathers Yin-Sha qi within a certain range of its location, and slowly absorbs this Yin-Sha qi to strengthen the physique of its possessor. Even cultivators with the Yin-Sha body can refine some Yin-Sha qi during cultivation, accelerating their progress. However, as everyone knows, Yin-Sha qi can invade the body and even the soul of living beings. Short-term contact may cause damage, but recovery is possible. However, prolonged contact can lead to physical weakness, shortened lifespan, or even sudden death. While possessing the Yin-Sha body grants immunity to this invasion, it's not absolute. This invasion still exists, albeit to a lesser degree. Furthermore, because a Yin-Sha body can accumulate Yin-Sha energy, those with such a body are constantly exposed to this energy, which can shorten their lifespan. Newborn babies are very fragile and cannot withstand the invasion of Yin-Sha energy. Your little cousin was crying because she was in pain from being affected by Yin-Sha energy. After hearing the system's explanation, Jun Wangyou nodded thoughtfully. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. System, according to you, Yin-Sha energy weakens the body, so why can't the doctors detect it? Host, it seems you didn't listen carefully earlier. The Yin-Sha body absorbs Yin-Sha qi, which strengthens the body. Besides, your little cousin is only a few days old, ordinary doctors naturally can't see anything wrong with her. Jun Wangyou nodded knowingly, but then asked another question. System, I just heard my grandmother mention methods to dispel and isolate Yin-Sha qi, so why is my little cousin still crying? Sorry, host, the system didn't explain this clearly earlier. Besides gathering Yin-Sha qi from heaven and earth, the Yin-Sha body also continuously generates its own. While this Yin-Sha qi doesn't harm the body itself, it constantly strengthens the body. Jun Sang's body is fragile, so some pain during the strengthening process is inevitable. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. This little cousin really has a tragic fate. Facing such pain right after birth, it's unbelievable. Knowing why his little cousin Jun Sang was crying, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but glance sympathetically towards the neighboring courtyard. System, you're so all-powerful, do you have a way to solve this problem? Oh ho, host, are you planning to save your little cousin and cultivate her as a little fangirl from a young age? Hearing the system's teasing words, Jun Wangyou was speechless. System, what are you saying? Letting a newborn baby suffer like this is unbearable for any normal person, especially since this person is my little cousin by blood. Alright, there are quite a few solutions, but in the current situation, there's only one best solution. It depends on whether you're willing, host. What solution? Jun Wangyou frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the method the system was about to suggest would cause him to lose something. Sure enough, the system's next words confirmed Jun Wangyou's suspicions. Chapter 14 Systems Nonsense. Host, you can use the body nourishing elixir to help Jun Sang nourish her body, eliminate the damage caused by the yin sha qi, and even alleviate or eliminate the pain directly or indirectly caused by the yin sha qi. Hearing the system's solution, Jun Wangyou's expression turned slightly bitter. He had been using the body nourishing elixir through the system to nourish his body for the past 2 days, but he hadn't figured out a way to give away the bottle he originally intended to give to Jun Muxue. If he were to give that bottle of body nourishing elixir to Jun Sang now, not to mention how to give it away, there was also the question of whether Jun Muxue would be unhappy if she found out later. After all, even Jun Muxue, as Jun Wangyou's older sister, hadn't received such a good body nourishing elixir, so why should his younger cousin Jun Sang get it? But if he gave both, he didn't have that much. Was he supposed to give away his own share? Jun Wangyou shook his head. He couldn't do something so self-destructive. He had to remember that giving away the innate spiritual energy from the umbilical cord was a last resort, a way to save his life. Using the Supreme Yang Immortal body and the body fusion pill to help Jun Muxue wasn't just because they were twins. He also had his own ulterior motives. It could be said that the stronger Jun Muxue became, the more at ease Jun Wangyou would feel when she and Jun Wangyou truly connected. Even the things he used to help Jun Muxue were things that wouldn't harm Jun Wangyou or could compensate for her shortcomings. But what about now? The body nourishing elixir was still very important to him. What would he use to nourish his body if the daily check-ins stopped? Body nourishing was for laying the foundation for future cultivation, or rather, assisting in body tempering to prevent damage during the process. Furthermore, body nourishing could promote physical development, preventing cultivation from hindering it. This was very important to him. The former was relatively easy to address, at least he had the creation elixir to ignore it, but what about the latter? He didn't want his development to be hindered, or even forcing him to grow short or lose his good looks. He wouldn't give away that bottle of body nourishing elixir. Even Jun Muxue wouldn't allow him to harm himself, so why should his little cousin Jun Sang allow him to do so? System, isn't there any other way? Yes, before cultivation, the effects of the yin sha body aren't very noticeable. The speed at which yin sha qi is gathered and generated is slow. Under such circumstances, a small amount of yin sha qi can cause negligible harm to those possessing the yin sha body. You can have them prepare pain-relieving liquids or corresponding pills to spare Jun Sang from pain. That method sounds alright, but what about afterward? What happens once Jun Sang starts cultivating? He naturally understood the system's meaning. Once the yin sha body begins cultivation, the gathered and self-generated yin sha qi will likely increase gradually. Then the damage to the body from the yin sha qi and the pain it brings to Jun Sang will certainly be significant, and this situation will likely arrive very soon. He didn't believe that Jun Sang, as a direct descendant of the Jun family, would start cultivating so late. Children in this world begin cultivating at the age of 3, let alone those from a family like the Jun family. If he's not mistaken, perhaps the Jun family's offspring will receive introductory education and begin cultivating as soon as they open their mouths. Then there's no other way. There are only 2 ways to resolve the harm caused by the yin sha body. Either evolve the yin sha body into a divine body or even a Tao body, thus becoming completely immune to the invasion of yin sha qi, or cultivate a corresponding technique to directly and perfectly transform the yin-sha qi into one's own. However, neither of these methods is feasible for the host at present, nor for the Jun family, nor is there any such opportunity on the Tianyuan continent. Of course, you could also use a third, albeit less ideal, method, directly transferring or sealing the yin-sha body. But the Jun family doesn't seem to have the method of transferring the body, and as for sealing, the Jun family's void-breaking realm ancestor could do it, but only if Jun Siying cannot cultivate it. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou frowned slightly. What about the body-nourishing elixir you mentioned before? Host, please note that the body-nourishing elixir and pain-relieving medicine mentioned by the system before only alleviate the symptoms, not eradicate the harm. The system revealed this because the current host and the Jun family only have the ability to alleviate Jun Siying's condition, not to eradicate it. Jun Wangyou understood this time. System, I think I understand what you mean. So you talked a lot of nonsense before, but the only real solutions to Jun Siying's problem are the three methods you just mentioned. Yes. Jun Wangyou remained silent. He didn't expect the system to provide the solution through daily check-ins, or at least not without reason. After all, every time he asked the system, it said there were rules limiting it, and it couldn't make decisions. Jun Wangyou held no hope. As for the transfer method, he didn't expect it either. This was, after all, a demigod body. What if he encountered an opportunity to evolve his yin-sha body, or a cultivation method that could perfectly resolve the yin-sha energy? As for the final seal, it came at the cost of Jun Siying being unable to cultivate. Even if Jun Siying understood the situation, she probably wouldn't agree to it. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Jun Wangyou gave up thinking. System, you said a bottle of body-nourishing elixir would last me 18 years, so it should last Jun Muxue 18 years too. Could you take a year's supply from that bottle and give it to Jun Siying? In the end, he couldn't bear to let Jun Siying continue to suffer. At least a year's relief would be worthwhile. Open black lens bracket. Sure, but you need to be able to contact Jun Siying first, close black lens bracket. Jun Wangyou nodded, without asking why. He pondered for a moment, just about to find a way to see his little cousin, but unexpectedly, hearing his little cousin's faint sobs approaching, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile slightly. He wouldn't need to go himself. Jun Muxue frowned, glanced at the source of the sobs, and with a flick of her fingers, created a soundproofing array on herself before continuing to cultivate next to Jun Xiu. This time, she didn't bother with Jun Wangyou, because it wasn't necessary. A moment later, a stunningly beautiful woman carrying an infant entered, with two maids standing outside the door behind her. Just as the beautiful woman stepped inside, two more pieces of information reappeared before Jun Wangyou's eyes. Open black lens bracket. Name: Jun Siying close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age: 0 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race: human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket realm: none close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent: immortal rank close black lens bracket physique: yin-sha body. Name: Yi Jingyao age: 32 race: human realm: mid-stage profound infant talent: top grade physique: none. Immortal grade. Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing these two pieces of information. Was his little cousin's talent really that good? Demigod level body. Immortal grade talent. To be honest, given how excited Jun Zontian and the others were to see a divine body, it seemed unlikely they would encounter anyone with talent above the immortal grade level in the future. So, should we bind my little cousin? For a moment, Jun Wangyou fell into deep thought. Chapter 15. No more crying. Mother, sister, I'm sorry to disturb you. The stunningly beautiful woman was Yi Jingyao. She wore a pale yellow dress, her hair casually tied back, and her face looked somewhat haggard. Qin Xingyu shook her head, glancing at the baby girl weakly crying in Yi Jingyao's arms. Jingyao, is there still no news from Longsheng? Yi Jingyao shook her head, looking at her daughter in her arms, her expression not good. No, Siying has fainted several times these past few days from crying, but each time she faints, she wakes up again and continues crying. If I didn't use a secret technique to occasionally put her into a deep sleep, I really don't know if she could have survived. At this point, Yi Jingyao seemed to think of something, and her expression worsened slightly. Today I discovered that the effect of the secret technique has significantly weakened, and Siang's sleep time is shorter. I don't know what to do. This, Qin Xingyu was speechless, her gaze towards her daughter-in-law filled with heartache. Hearing her words, Jun Xiu felt a pang of sadness. Now, as a mother herself, she naturally empathized, but then, something astonished everyone present. Giggle. A baby's laughter rang out, and everyone turned to look. They saw Jun Wangyou, his face beaming, staring intently at Jun Siang in Yi Jingyao's arms. At the same time, he reached out his hands towards Yi Jingyao, seemingly asking for a hug, but it didn't quite seem like it. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. At this moment, Qin Xingyu, remembering Jun Wangyou's unusual behavior these past few days, couldn't help but smile. Little Wangyou, do you want to see your little sister? Hearing this, Yi Jingyao was speechless. Had her mother-in-law gone mad these past few days? This nephew was only a few days old, how could he understand her? But to her surprise, she saw Jun Wangyou nod. He nodded. For a moment, Yi Jingyao thought she was hallucinating. However, before she could think further, Qin Xingyu came to her side. Jingyao, let me hold Siang. Hearing this, Yi Jingyao blankly handed Jun Siang to her mother-in-law, Qin Xingyu. Mom, be careful. Qin Xingyu took Jun Siang and went to Jun Wangyou's side. At this moment, Jun Siang was still crying weakly, but her big eyes were curiously looking at Jun Wangyou. Jun Wangyou was still smiling, but he reached out a small hand, seemingly wanting to touch Jun Siang's face. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu didn't refuse and took a little closer to hold Jun Siang. Jun Wangyou reached out his small hand to wipe away her tears, while hurriedly thinking, "System, get to work." He had just thought about it and decided to help his little cousin relieve her pain first before thinking about anything else. The moment his words fell, Jun Siang stopped crying, a hint of confusion appearing in her large eyes. At the same time, the system's voice entered Jun Wangyou's mind. Done. As requested by the host, the system has extracted a year's worth of body-nourishing liquid and placed it in the system space. Furthermore, the system has established a special connection with Jun Siang and will continuously transfer body-nourishing liquid to her until it is exhausted. Thank you. Jun Wangyou thanked the system and then cheerfully withdrew her small hand. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. Jingyao, come quickly and see if Siang has stopped crying. Hearing Qin Xingyu's words, Jun Xiu also hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, Siang seems to have really stopped crying. Yi Jingyao, hearing their words, finally came to her senses and quickly took her daughter from Qin Xingyu's arms. Looking at her daughter in her arms, who had stopped crying and instead showed a faint smile, Yi Jingyao instantly beamed with joy. That's great, Siang is better, my Siang is finally better. But when she calmed down, she saw that Jun Siang had already fallen into a deep sleep, a slight smile still on her lips. Although it was faint, it was the first time she had seen her daughter smile, and she couldn't help but feel happy too. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu couldn't help but pick up Jun Wangyou, gently pinching his little nose, and laughed, I didn't expect little Wangyou to be so amazing. Your little sister stopped crying as soon as she saw you. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but turn their gazes to Jun Wangyou. Even Jun Muxue couldn't help but open her eyes and glance at Jun Wangyou before closing them again. Clearly, they hadn't forgotten what had just happened. It seemed that the moment Jun Wangyou touched Jun Siang stopped crying. Moreover, wasn't this little guy a bit too precocious? He actually knew how to wipe away Jun Siang's tears. Can you believe a baby only a few days old can do these things? Yi Jingyao looked at Jun Wangyou gratefully, Little Wangyou, thank you. Jun Wangyou smiled, but looked somewhat drowsy. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu looked at Yi Jingyao and said, Jingyao, Xiao Wangyou seems a little sleepy. Shall we take the three of them to the nursery to rest, and then go sit in the courtyard? Okay. Yi Jingyao looked at her daughter sleeping peacefully in her arms, then glanced at Jun Wangyou yawning, and quickly nodded. At this moment, she regretted it a little. If she had known earlier that her daughter wouldn't have cried, she would have come much sooner. If that were the case, her daughter wouldn't have suffered these past few days. The group carried the three babies to the nursery, instructed Xiao Lan to look after them, and then left the room. Meanwhile, Jun Wangyou called upon the system again. System, I have a question I want to ask you. He had just thought of a question, so he planned to get an answer from the system before deciding whether to use the dual cultivation function to bind with Jun Wangyou now. A celestial grade talent that could provide him with a 25% increase in cultivation speed was not bad. He didn't believe that there could be a saint grade talent like Jun Muxue on the Tianyuan continent to bind with, so he naturally had to accept this immortal grade talent. However, before that, he planned to ask the system to answer his doubts. Open black lens bracket. Host, what do you want to ask? Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's response, Jun Wangyou immediately asked, System, you said before that after binding with others using the dual cultivation function, if their talents are damaged or decreased, my shared talents will also be damaged or decreased. So what if, after binding, the other person's talents improve? The system had previously said that Jun Wangyou's talent could evolve if given the right opportunity. Or rather, it wasn't just her, anyone could be the same. Therefore, he decided to ask the system. Of course, regardless of the system's answer, he would accept this immortal grade talent. After all, why wouldn't he accept a 25% increase in cultivation speed? At this moment, the system's reply arrived. Host, your question is actually somewhat redundant. The dual cultivation function allows you to share their talents. Whether their talents decrease or increase, this premise will not change. If their talents decrease, you will share the decreased talents. If they increase, you will naturally share the increased talents. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 16, Can It Talk? System, Bind Jun Wangyou. Ding. Detecting. Target detected meets binding conditions, binding in progress. Binding successful. After the system's voice faded, the dual cultivation function panel reappeared. Dual cultivation function number of bound personnel, 3/3 shared talents, saint grade talent, 1, immortal grade talent, 1, emperor grade talent, 1 cultivation speed, plus 87.5% bound persons, Jun Muxue, Jun Xiu, Jun Wangyou, alternatives, Qin Xingyu emperor grade talent, Yi Jingyao supreme grade talent. Looking at the cultivation speed section, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. An 87.5% bonus, really good. It's just a pity that even if he had better talents in the future, he wouldn't be able to bind them. Thinking of this, Jun Wangyou murmured to himself, System, time to see your performance. Time flew by, and over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The full moon celebration for Jun Muxue and her two companions was held as scheduled. Jun Muxue, registered under Jun Longsheng's name, as the eldest granddaughter of the Jun family patriarch, and her sister, Jun Wangyou, invited representatives from the 7 major immortal sects of the central continent and 3 other great families to their full moon celebration. Even the great Qin dynasty of the eastern wilderness, the great Chu dynasty of the southern Li, and the great Zhou dynasty of the western regions sent envoys. It's worth mentioning that the Tianyuan continent has 5 continents: the central continent, the eastern wilderness, the southern Li, the western regions, and the northern wilderness. The other areas are all seas with a few islands. The central continent is occupied by the 7 major immortal sects, 4 great families, and 3 demonic sects. The eastern wilderness is the territory of the great Qin dynasty, the southern Li is the territory of the great Chu dynasty, the western regions is the territory of the great Zhou dynasty, and the northern wilderness is occupied by demonic beasts. Sea beasts exist in the seas, but they never venture ashore on a large scale, coexisting peacefully with land-based cultivators. The 7 great immortal sects are the Zan Tian sect, Tianjian sect, Ba Dao sect, Wan Shou sect, Shengdan sect, and Ying Pavilion, and Hun Yuan sect. The 3 great demonic sects are the Gui Sha sect, Shuiyi sect, and Tian Mo sect. The 4 great families are the Jun family of Array Dao, the Feng family of Talisman Dao, the Lin family of Weapon Dao, and the Yi family of Merchant Dao. The 3 regions of the eastern wilderness are ruled by imperial dynasties, and the sects within are all subject to the dynasty's control, possessing little power and reputation, and are revered by the 3 great dynasties. This basically outlines the power structure of the Tianyuan continent. It can be said that Jun Muxue and her companions' full moon celebration almost caused a stir throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. Unlike them, Jun Wangyou's full moon celebration was attended only by her family, Jun Wangyou's mother, Jun Xiu, his older sister, Jun Muxue, his maternal grandparents, Jun Zantian and Qin Xingyu, and his maternal uncle, Jun Longsheng, and his family of 3, all had dinner with him. However, despite this, Jun Wangyou wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was quite happy. It's good to see fewer people. The best thing is to avoid everyone. With his eccentric older sister, Jun Muxue, and his little cousin, Jun Siang, protecting him, no one would dare to bother him. Be careful these days. Those immortal sects and families seem to have impure intentions, especially the other 3 major families. After dinner, Jun Zantian said to the group, however, you don't need to worry. Ancestor Chengxing has already secretly taken Ancestor Qingming to protect Xiaoshui and the other girl. He glanced at Jun Wangyou and chuckled, as for our little Wangyou, he's fine. No one will care about him. Hearing this, everyone nodded. But then, Jun Muxue suddenly parted her lips. Since I have the ancestor protecting me, mother doesn't need to worry about me. Just take care of my little brother. She had met the Morning Star ancestor before. He possessed the strength of the peak of the void-breaking realm and could already ascend to the upper realm. His purpose in staying was probably just to protect the Jun family for a while. In this lower realm, with her abilities and soul power far exceeding that of the void-breaking realm, survival was absolutely no problem. Even a void-breaking realm cultivator probably couldn't harm her. Now, with a void-breaking realm cultivator protecting her, no one in this lower realm should be able to hurt her. But upon hearing her words, everyone's expressions changed. Little Shui, you can speak. Jun Xiu hugged Jun Muxue tightly, exclaiming excitedly. Everyone else stared in shock at Jun Muxue. Newborn babies don't start talking after only a month. And so fluently. According to the Jun family records, the earliest newborn to speak on the Tianyuan continent was after 3 months. Jun Muxue nodded. I wanted to speak for half a month, but I couldn't make a sound. I only discovered I could speak today at the full moon celebration. Hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. This was simply defying the heavens. Good, good, good. Jun Zantian was overjoyed. If possible, I'll have Xiaoshui learn to read and write these next 2 days to prepare for her future cultivation. That's right. With Xiaoshui's talent, she probably won't need to wait 3 years. She'll be able to cultivate in a year or 2. Qin Xingyu added with a smile. For a moment, the family seemed extremely happy. Even the 2 ancestors hidden in the shadows were secretly astonished. Late at night, Jun Wangyou decided to take out the body-nourishing elixir and give it to Jun Muxue. But, system, how many people are watching this area? More than 10, but most are focused on the outside of the house. Their senses aren't focused on the inside. Host, do whatever you want. Jun Wangyou nodded, and then a bottle suddenly appeared from the air, landing directly in his arms. Sister. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Muxue quickly rushed to Jun Wangyou's side. She had been cultivating when she suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in space. When she opened her eyes, she saw an object fall from the sky and hit Jun Wangyou. Wangyou, are you alright? Jun Wangyou shook her head, holding up a bottle in her small hand. Sister, it hit me. Jun Muxue took the bottle and found it was a small blue bottle, about the size of her fist from her previous life. Furthermore, on one side of the bottle was engraved the character, "You, worry," the meaning of which was unknown. Jun Muxue carefully uncorked the bottle, but her face paled slightly. Body-nourishing elixir. Sister, what's that? Jun Muxue glanced at Jun Wangyou. Then at the words on the bottle, and finally handed it to him. A saint-grade body-nourishing elixir, countless times better than the body-nourishing elixir the family gives us. Keep it safe, drink some every day, it will benefit you. However, after she finished speaking, Jun Wangyou shoved the bottle back into her hand. Sister said it's beneficial to me, then it should be beneficial to you too. Seeing this, Jun Muxue's heart skipped a beat, and she stared intently at the little boy before her. Sister, what's wrong? Jun Wangyou felt a slight chill run down his spine at her gaze, but he asked, puzzled. Jun Muxue continued to stare at him. When did you learn to talk? Just now, after it hit me. Jun Wangyou pointed at the bottle, his face completely calm. But actually, he could speak half a month ago, yet he had held back until now. Hearing his words, Jun Muxue didn't ask further. She glanced at the bottle in her hand, feeling that it belonged to Jun Wangyou, or was meant for him. She couldn't help but look at him. This younger brother was becoming increasingly mysterious. Just then, Jun Wangyou gently tugged at her sleeve, pointing at the bottle, and said, "Sister, I feel it's useless to me, so give it to you." He already had a bottle, this one was obviously useless to him, and he spoke without any hesitation. "All right, then I'll accept it, thank you, Wangyou." Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Jun Muxue hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the body-nourishing elixir. She was currently tempering her body, and the nourishing elixirs the Jun family provided daily were too few and of low quality, offering little help. Now, with these saint-grade body-nourishing elixirs, priceless even in the upper realm, it would be enough for her for over a decade. With this, coupled with her recently increased cultivation efficiency, even in the lower realm, she was confident she could break through to the 18th level of body tempering within 2 years. If possible, she even planned to risk attempting to break through to the 27th level of body tempering. She felt that the existence of the 49th level of body tempering couldn't be without basis. As for the increased difficulty of cultivation, that didn't matter. In her previous life, she only possessed immortal-grade talent, reaching the Supreme Demon Lord realm through a fortuitous Tao-grade cultivation technique. In this life, she had saint-grade talent and a supreme-grade cultivation technique, why shouldn't she try? At this moment, Jun Wangyou smiled. "Sister, you don't need to be so polite with Wangyou, you should get some rest." "Okay, Wangyou, go to sleep." Jun Muxue nodded, then went to the side and drank 2 sips of body-nourishing liquid, before beginning her cultivation. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou closed her eyes, but did not fall asleep. Chapter 17 Golden Silkworm Robe. Jun Wangyou connected his consciousness to the system space and fell silent as he looked at the rewards he received for today's sign-in. "System, are you messing with my mentality?" After a long while, Jun Wangyou uttered this existential question, his composure slightly crumbling. Receiving the Emperor-grade Golden Silkworm Robe as a sign-in reward was absolutely fantastic. After all, according to the system's explanation, weapon ranks were divided into mortal weapons, profound weapons, spiritual weapons, king weapons, imperial weapons, emperor weapons, immortal weapons, saint weapons, Tao weapons, and supreme divine weapons, each rank further divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, in the Tianyuan continent, imperial weapons were already the pinnacle of power. Only the 7 immortal sects, the 3 demonic sects, the 3 dynasties, and the 4 great families, these top-tier forces, possessed a single sect-protecting imperial weapon. Furthermore, it was rumored that the top-tier demon beast clans of the northern wilderness also possessed 2 or 3 imperial weapons. The imperial weapon Jun Wangyou had previously obtained, the 7-kill sword, was already a top-tier divine weapon in the Tianyuan continent, and a supreme-grade imperial weapon at that. Emperor-level artifacts are even more powerful than royal artifacts. It can be said that possessing a defensive Emperor-level artifact guarantees invincibility on the Tianyuan continent. Upon hearing the name, Golden Silkworm Robe, Jun Wangyou had guessed it was likely a defensive Emperor-level artifact, and he was secretly pleased. But he never expected. Now, looking at the defensive Emperor-level artifact in his system space, he couldn't hold back anymore. Purple. Lace. Breasts. Women's underwear. How could he possibly use this? Was he really going to wear it? System, I suspect you're playing me. Can I even use something like this? Jun Wangyou gritted his teeth and continued to ask. Host, you can't blame the system. Sign-in items are all random, the system can't make decisions. Are you sure? What about the body fusion pill and body nourishing liquid? He had previously felt that those 2 items arrived too coincidentally and at too opportune a time, and now he wanted to ask about them. Well, this system is meant to assist the host, so there's a small chance the daily sign-in rewards will align with the host's needs. That's perfectly normal. So, it's all up to fate, that means you're giving me something like this. Jun Wangyou was speechless. Oh dear, host, don't make such a fuss. Who cares what it looks like, as long as it works, right? Works. Jun Wangyou's lips twitched. This thing was supposed to be usable by him. Usable my foot. What if his older sisters found out someday? He'd be dead. Phew. Jun Wangyou exhaled a deep breath, already having an idea. He suppressed his speechlessness and continued looking at the imperial artifact. Golden Silkworm Robe. Top-grade defensive imperial artifact, can be bound to a master by blood, can autonomously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to repair damage, and can withstand all attacks below the immortal level. Note: attacks above the Immortal Return realm cannot be completely blocked, and once shattered, it cannot be repaired. After recognizing its master, it will adapt to the master's size. Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly. The item was good, but wasn't that last note a bit redundant? System: what is below Immortal? And what realm is the Immortal Return realm? Why haven't you mentioned it before? The system had previously explained the realm divisions of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, but hadn't continued with the higher levels. He didn't know what it was thinking. Host: below Immortal, actually refers to the void-breaking realm and below. These realms are collectively called below Immortal. The returning Immortal realm is the realm above the void-breaking realm and is also the entry-level realm for cultivating immortality. Corresponding realms include the returning demon realm, returning monster realm, and returning god realm, etc. After the void-breaking realm, the paths taken differ, and the names of the realms will also differ, but they are all largely the same. Hearing this explanation, Jun Wangyou nodded and didn't think about it further. He didn't know how long it would take to reach the Immortal Transformation realm, so thinking too much was useless. My stinky sister was a supreme demon lord in her previous life, so she must have many ways to protect herself. Let's give this emperor artifact to mother. Jun Wangyou made up his mind and didn't think any further, falling asleep instantly. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, feeding time arrived. Seeing grandma take the others away, Jun Wangyou's mind stirred, and the golden silkworm robe suddenly appeared from the sky and fell towards him. Seeing this, Jun Xiu grabbed it, her eyes coldly scanning her surroundings. Who? She hadn't expected someone to enter the Jun family's inner courtyard so silently, leaving behind such an item. Seeing no one else in the room, Jun Xiu looked at the unremarkable object in her hand, momentarily puzzled. She tightly protected Jun Wangyou with her other hand, intending to call for her mother and the others to come in, but unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! Jun Xiu was warily looking around when she suddenly felt a slight pain in her finger. She looked down and saw a small cut on her finger, a few drops of blood falling directly onto the item. Instantly, the item burst into golden light, then transformed into a stream of light and landed on her chest. At the same time, Jun Xiu also received a message. A top-grade Emperor-level artifact. Jun Xiu touched the item on her chest, her face filled with astonishment. According to information from the upper realm, the highest level above a royal artifact is an Emperor-level artifact. However, people from the upper realm cannot come to the lower realm, and nothing, including cultivation techniques and skills, can be transmitted there. Under such circumstances, Emperor-level artifacts simply cannot exist in the lower realm. Now this thing is actually an Emperor-level artifact, and a defensive one at that. It can actually block all attacks from those at the void-breaking realm and below. That means, Jun Xiu murmured to herself, almost unable to believe her own thoughts. No, I have to go see father. If it really is an Emperor-level artifact, it would be most suitable for Mo Shui. Jun Xiu said, preparing to go find Jun Zontian. Jun Wangyou, listening to her words, couldn't help but feel helpless. My silly mother. If the family finds out about this, how could she let it fall into my sister's hands? Mother. Who? Suddenly hearing a child's voice, Jun Xiu was startled and became alert again. Mother, it's me. The voice came again, and Jun Xiu looked at Jun Wangyou in her arms in astonishment. Had she misheard? Her little Wangyou spoke. At this moment, Jun Wangyou smiled and said, Mother, I feel that thing is a good thing. If you really want to give it to my sister, you can do so privately. If the family knows about its existence, whether it will even fall into my sister's hands is another matter. Upon hearing this, Jun Ziyu's first thought was, my son can talk now. Her second thought was, Wangyou, your thinking is so clear. Wangyou, you can talk. Jun Xiu stared blankly at her son, somewhat astonished. They weren't surprised that their daughter, a peerless genius, could speak so early, but what about Jun Wangyou? How could he be so extraordinary too? Jun Wangyou looked at his stunned mother and couldn't help but smile, saying, Mother, don't be surprised. My sister can talk, why can't I? Hearing this, Jun Ziyu's lips twitched slightly. She didn't know how to refute him. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Jun Wangyou. Chapter 18 Master Xuanqing sends a message. Wangyou, I cut my finger just now, did you do that? Jun Xiu, remembering what had just happened, couldn't help but ask Jun Wangyou. Jun Wangyou feigned surprise and said, "Mother, you cut your finger. Let's go find a doctor quickly. I heard Sister Shaolin and the others say that you should see a doctor when you're sick or injured." Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Jun Ziyu's eyes. Her daughter was already so precocious, was her son also so precocious? No. This son's intelligence was probably no less than her daughter's. Jun Xiyu thought to herself, recalling Jun Wangyou's unusual behavior over the past month. But she didn't think about reincarnation, she simply assumed her children were all exceptionally intelligent. However, thinking of her son's hopeless cultivation, Jun Xiyu couldn't help but feel a little sad. Sensing her mother's unusual mood, Jun Wangyou vaguely guessed what was going on and quickly changed the subject. "Mother, I feel that thing won't do you any harm. Why don't you keep it?" Hearing this, Jun Xiyu hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Wangyou, you're so smart, you must have heard what we said last night, right? Your sister is in danger right now. If this thing is real, it's more suitable for her." Jun Wangyou knew his mother's worries, so he simply said, "Is that so? Then mother, why don't you ask my sister privately? She's smarter than me and should be able to give you better advice." Hearing this, Jun Xiyu glanced at him in surprise, but didn't mention going to Jun Zontian again. Soon after, while Jun Muxue and the others were taking their afternoon nap, Jun Xiyu indeed came in alone. "Mother, is something the matter?" Seeing Jun Xiyu come in and take out a strange piece of clothing, Jun Muxue's eyes narrowed slightly. An Emperor-level artifact. Although the aura of the Emperor-level artifact was very subtle, how could Jun Muxue, as the supreme demon lord of her past life, not recognize it? She hadn't expected to see an Emperor-level artifact in the lower realm. Wasn't it said that nothing from the upper realm was allowed to circulate in the lower realm? How could an Emperor-level artifact exist in the lower realm? At this moment, Jun Xiyu also spoke softly, "Muxue, it's like this." Jun Xiyu recounted what had happened that morning, then said, "Muxue, this thing is very likely real. It's most suitable for you." Hearing this, Jun Muxue glanced at Jun Wangyou. She had always thought her mischievous younger brother was mysterious, and now her mother's words confirmed her thoughts. First, the body-nourishing elixir, then the Emperor-level artifact. It was all too coincidental. Besides, she hadn't forgotten what happened in her mother's womb. This mischievous younger brother is getting more and more mysterious, Jun Muxue thought to herself. However, looking at the imperial artifact in her mother's hand, Jun Muxue thought for a moment and still refused. "Mother, I have the ancestors' protection, so I won't be in danger. Besides, you'll be returning to the sect soon, and you'll need it more then." As she spoke, Jun Muxue added, "Besides, according to you, this imperial artifact is destined for you, so I can't accept it." After speaking, Jun Muxue glanced at Jun Wangyou, only to see him silent, curiously watching the scene before him, as if it were all unrelated to him. Jun Muxue was speechless to herself. Who was this brat trying to fool? Who would believe he had nothing to do with this? "Mo Shui," Jun Xiyu wanted to speak again, but Jun Mo Shui interrupted her. "All right, mother, the world of cultivators is fraught with danger. You don't want Wangyou and me to lose you, do you?" Hearing this, Jun Xiyu glanced at her two children and ultimately shut her mouth. With a slight thought, her golden silkworm robe transformed into a stream of light and returned to her body. "Mo Shui, Wangyou, mother will definitely become strong as soon as possible and won't let anyone hurt you." Hearing this, Jun Mo Shui and Wangyou nodded, but they were somewhat unconvinced. With their talent, within 3 years, their cultivation would surpass their mother Jun Ziyu's, and the gap would widen further. Who would protect whom was still uncertain. However, both of them nodded, not contradicting Jun Xiyu. Time flew by, and 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, nothing major had happened in the Jun family, and the outside world remained calm. Logically, with the Jun family producing a peerless genius of monstrous talent, not to mention other families, even the demonic sect should have been excited. But the situation was strangely calm. Everything seemed unpredictable. That day, Jun Xiyu finally received a message from her master, Venerable Xuanqing. As someone who hadn't returned to the sect for over a year, and was the sect leader's personal disciple, receiving a message from her master wasn't surprising. However, after reading the content of the message, Jun Ziyu's expression subtly changed. She glanced at Jun Muxue, then looked at Yi Jingyao, sister-in-law, could you please look after Muxue and Wangyou? I have to go out for a bit. Seeing her expression, Yi Jingyao quickly nodded, all right, go ahead and do your thing. I'll keep an eye on them for you. Jun Xiyu nodded and quickly left the courtyard. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou looked at Jun Muxue, who was cultivating nearby. Seeing that she seemed unmoved, he couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. His mother, Jun Xiyu, looked strange, and even unconsciously glanced at this brat of a sister. She should have noticed something, so why was she so indifferent? Wangyou, mother must have received something about me and went to see grandpa and the others. A voice sounded in his ear. Jun Wangyou looked at Jun Muxue, who was still cultivating with her eyes closed, and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This brat of a sister used telepathy again. He wants to try it too. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it for the time being. Thinking of the answer Jun Muxue had given him when he asked her before, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Even the simplest sound transmission technique requires at least a foundation establishment realm cultivator to learn, and the reason Jun Muxue knows it now is because of her powerful soul force, using a soul-based sound transmission technique. Although Jun Wangyou has now learned the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique through the system, he can't use it. The 1,000-mile sound transmission technique requires yuan power or soul power to activate, and although he has entered the foundation establishment realm today and possesses yuan power, he doesn't want to use it. After all, once he uses it, it will be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Jun Wangyou shook his head and opened his attribute panel. Chapter 19 Explanation Open black lens bracket Name. Jun Wangyou close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Age. 6 months close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Race. Human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Realm. Early stage of Qi cultivation close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Talent. Dao grade close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Physique. Myriad transformations Dao body traits. Absorption and assimilation. Yin-Yang Immortal Demon close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Cultivation technique. Origin technique special yellow grade close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Skills. Dao concealment. 1,000-mile transmission technique close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Secondary professions. Quasi first tier array master, quasi first tier alchemist, quasi first tier talisman master close black lens bracket open black lens bracket items. Creation spirit pill * 9, imperial weapon. 7 kill sword, 5th tier array diagram. 5 elements demon suppression array, top grade spirit stones * 200. Body nourishing liquid 1 bottle. Classics array Dao basics, alchemy Dao basics, talisman Dao basics mother child teleportation jade. Body tempering pills 2 bottles close black lens bracket. Looking at the attribute panel, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but shake his head. In the past 5 months, his monthly sign-in rewards included spirit stones, basic alchemy, basic talisman Dao, mother-child teleportation jade, and body tempering pills. I really don't understand the system. Is it appropriate to give away these basic secondary profession manuals as rewards like this? Also, he's already at the foundation establishment realm, isn't it a bit much to only give him body tempering pills now? Jun Wangyou was speechless, but there was nothing she could say. After all, every time she complained, the system always said the sign-in rewards were random, and she couldn't interfere with such misleading talk. Jun Wangyou was helpless. Fine, my older sister and little cousin also need body tempering pills, I'll give them to them later. Jun Wangyou sighed. He seriously suspected that these body tempering pills were originally prepared for the 2 of them, and there was no chance for him at all. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the system rewarded him with body tempering pills right after he advanced to the foundation establishment realm? Then, looking at his strength after finally advancing to the foundation establishment realm, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Bound to the limit of body tempering is really difficult, it actually took me half a year. He gets a year's worth of cultivation rewards every day he signs in, which is equivalent to him cultivating for a year with Dao grade talent and yellow grade techniques. Even so, it took him half a year to advance from the 51st level of body tempering to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Roughly calculated, it took him a staggering 245 years to reach the entire body-tempering realm. According to the system, the maximum lifespan of a body-tempering realm cultivator is only 150 years. It seems that only those with exceptional or special grade talents can achieve the ultimate perfection of body tempering. Jun Wangyou sighed inwardly, which drew a response from the system. Host, you are actually correct, but somewhat biased. While the body-tempering realm involves drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, suitable body-tempering elixirs or demonic beast blood can also be used in conjunction with tempering, potentially increasing the tempering effect by up to 10 times. In other words, even a saint-grade talent, consistently using the most suitable body-tempering elixirs, can achieve the ultimate body tempering around the age of 50. However, the difficulty increases significantly as one progresses through the body-tempering stages. Maintaining the tempering potion's effect at a 10x multiplier requires resources comparable to cultivating 100 cultivators at the returning immortal realm. Furthermore, it's extremely time-consuming, even those without superior talent would need 10 years, making it a poor investment. Moreover, each time a minor body tempering limit is reached, the difficulty and resource consumption double. Under these circumstances, naturally, no one and no force is willing to do it, and therefore, no one knows that the body tempering limit is at the 81st level. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was stunned. System, you've tricked me. Jun Wangyou's expression was extremely ugly. According to the system, wouldn't the difficulty of his future cultivation and the resources required be terrifying? The system didn't say anything before, but only after Jun Wangyou reached the pinnacle of body tempering. What else could it be but a trap? The system clearly understood Jun Wangyou's meaning and leisurely transmitted a sentence. Host, are you stupid? You have the system's sign in rewards. 1 day is equivalent to a year of cultivation. It's only 9 times the difficulty. What are you worried about? And with your body tempering at its pinnacle, even if you don't break through the limit again in the next realm below Immortal, you will be invincible within your realm, and even invincible across 2 or 3 realms. Have you lost out? If you continue to break through the limit in every realm, even after reaching the returning immortal realm, you won't just be invincible within your realm, you'll be invincible across 1 or 2 realms. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's expression softened slightly. What the system said wasn't without reason. System, tell me honestly, does the 1-year cultivation reward from the sign-in bonus include the amount I cultivate diligently for a year, excluding the use of other cultivation resources? Judging from the current situation, Jun Wangyou's guess was likely correct. Sure enough, the system's answer was exactly what he expected. Open black lens bracket. Of course, that's how the system rules are. The system can't do anything about it. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this answer, Jun Wangyou pursed his lips speechlessly. This system always used the rules to fool him. However, upon hearing the system's next words, he also revealed a slight smile. Open black lens bracket. Host, a friendly reminder. When the system calculates cultivation rewards, it's based on the host's cultivation in the holy domain of the Holy Spirit continent, the upper realm of the Tianyuan continent, and according to the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the holy domain. 1 year is roughly equivalent to the host cultivating for 100 years on the Tianyuan continent. The system is being quite accommodating, isn't it? Close black lens bracket. 100-fold increase in cultivation effect, that's a good standard. Jun Wangyou smiled, feeling somewhat comforted. However, the system seemed to inadvertently reveal information about the upper realm. System, what is this sacred domain? The sacred domain is the most special place on the Holy Spirit continent. Only supreme beings of the unrivaled level can enter, and it opens once every 10,000 years. Those who enter can only stay for 10 years before they must leave and wait for the next opening of the sacred domain. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this equivalent to a top-tier dungeon on the Holy Spirit continent? System, what's inside the sacred domain? And can't you tell me about the realms above the returning immortal realm? Host, don't ask. What use would knowing these things be? Once you reach that realm, the system will definitely tell you. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was speechless, but too lazy to ask any more questions, so she simply closed her eyes for a nap. Jun family main hall. Father, your daughter has important matters to report. Please take me to see Ancestor Morning Star. Seeing Jun Zantian talking with two elders, Jun Xiu directly interrupted their conversation. This displeased the two elders. Xiu, Ancestor Chengxing is busy cultivating every day, how can you expect to see him whenever you want? Don't be unreasonable. Leave immediately. Hearing the two elders' words, Jun Xiu was about to say something when a figure suddenly appeared. Greetings, Ancestor. Upon seeing the newcomer, the four bowed in unison, while the two elders were somewhat astonished. Speak of the devil and he appears. But to their surprise, Jun Chengxing merely glanced at them and said, you two may leave now. Yes, Ancestor. The two nodded hastily, but both saw suspicion and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Could this ancestor have come for Jun Xiu? Chapter 20 The Jun family's decision. Ignoring the surprise and suspicion of the two elders of the Jun family, Jun Chengxing looked at Jun Xiu. Xiu, what's making you so anxious? Jun Chengxing had only noticed her after seeing her rush to leave and glancing intentionally or unintentionally into the void. Upon hearing her words, he appeared to see her. Jun Ziyu's visit was most likely about Jun Muxue, so he naturally had to come and see. Hearing Jun Chengxing's question, Jun Xiu didn't beat around the bush. Ancestor, I just received a message from Master saying that the spies planted in the demonic sect have received information. The three major demonic sects have been working together recently, seemingly planning to join forces against the Jun family. Furthermore, there seems to be a mysterious figure involved, and the possibility of other families being involved cannot be ruled out. Hearing this, Jun Zantian's expression changed slightly. This news was likely true. After so much calm, these hidden figures finally couldn't hold back anymore. Jun Chengxing's expression remained calm, but he had fallen silent. Ancestor, this information is very likely true. What should we do next? Jun Zantian asked. Although he was the current head of the Jun family, matters concerning Jun Muxue naturally required his consultation with Jun Chengxing and the others. Moreover, this matter might involve a void-breaking realm expert, and it was difficult for him, a mere entering the law realm, to make a decision. Jun Chengxing pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, it's time to get those old fogies of the Jun family involved. The three discussed for a few moments and then left. Meanwhile, Jun Wangyou had already learned of Jun Chengxing and the other two's plans through the system, and his feelings were complicated. After spending these past few months together, his relationship with his older sister, while good, hadn't been particularly close. Was they really going to separate now? Fine, then I'll give my older sister another gift. Jun Wangyou looked at the body tempering pill in his system space and smiled. Body tempering pills. Contains 10 grade 2 body tempering pills and 72 grade Emperor body tempering pills. Grade Emperor body tempering pills are used to break through the limits of body tempering. Note: it is recommended to take 2 body tempering pills at least 2 days apart. As expected, this is for my stinky older sister. The system is really something. Jun Wangyou gritted his teeth, but was too lazy to say anything more. However, just as he was thinking about how to give the pills to his stinky older sister, he noticed a problem. System, how effective are these body tempering pills? Taking one pill can basically help one complete one level of body tempering, with a maximum effect time of 3 days. Hearing this answer, Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. You said before that body tempering required the use of body tempering elixirs, and even then, it only resulted in a tenfold increase. So what's going on with this? According to the system, wouldn't this bottle of body tempering pills allow someone to reach the peak of limit body tempering in a year? In that case, it's enough for those alchemists to refine just one bottle of pills. Why bother with arduous cultivation using body tempering elixir? Are they crazy? As if guessing Jun Wangyou's thoughts, the system's voice rang out. Host, the system knows your thoughts, but even on the Holy Spirit continent, alchemists wouldn't research how to refine 3rd or 4th grade body tempering pills. In their view, body tempering pills are too low level and not worth researching. Even if research has been conducted, it has been found that while 3rd and 4th grade body tempering pills are much better than 2nd grade ones, they are ineffective for breaking through to the 9th level of body tempering, so further research has ceased. Moreover, even body tempering pills, once they reach the Emperor grade level, require extremely rare spiritual herbs. These herbs are more than enough to refine even pills for breaking through to the returning immortal realm, who would use them to refine body tempering pills. Hearing this explanation, Jun Wangyou nodded, understanding the preciousness of this bottle of body-tempering pills. Thinking of this, Jun Wangyou glanced at Jun Muxue, got up, and went into the house. Of the 3 babies in this courtyard, he and Jun Muxue are special. They can both walk, while Jun Siying can't speak yet, only uttering simple words like, Daddy, and, Mother. As for walking, that's just crawling. Seeing him enter the house, Yi Jingyao didn't interfere. After Jun Wangyou entered the house, a bottle of body-tempering pills appeared in his hand with a slight thought, and the space around him rippled slightly under the system's control. Outside in the courtyard, Jun Muxue suddenly glanced in Jun Wangyou's direction, her eyes narrowing slightly. What's this? Recalling the spatial fluctuations earlier, she vaguely guessed what was going on. However, she didn't go over, but continued to close her eyes and draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper her body. She was already at the 9th level of body tempering and was striving to break through her limits. She really didn't want to interfere with her brat's opportunities. Soon after, Jun Xiu returned. Seeing that Jun Wangyou wasn't there, Jun Xiu couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, where's Wangyou? Yi Jingyao smiled, holding Jun Siying. He went inside earlier and hasn't come out yet. Jun Xiu went over to check and saw that Jun Wangyou seemed to be asleep, so she didn't wake him. Back in the courtyard, Jun Xiu glanced at Jun Muxue, who always kept her eyes closed, seemingly doing nothing, and a bitter smile crept onto her lips. Little sister, what's wrong? Seeing her expression, Yi Jingyao couldn't help but ask. Hearing Yi Jingyao's question, Jun Xiu hesitated for a moment, then said, Master sent word that I should return as soon as possible. Muxue will be taken away by Ancestor Chengxing to travel the world in the next 2 days. Wangyou might need to. At this point, tears streamed down her face, and she couldn't continue. Hearing her words, Yi Jingyao's expression changed slightly. As a mother, she naturally understood Jun Ziyu's current emotions. If it were her, she wouldn't want to be separated from Jun Siying either. The separation of flesh and blood is the hardest thing to accept. Besides, how old are the 2 children? Little sister, is it really necessary to do this? Yi Jingyao looked at Jun Xiu with heartache. Jun Xiu nodded. The outside world may seem calm on the surface, but undercurrents are surging. Muxue must leave with the ancestor as soon as possible. As she said this, she couldn't help but look at Jun Muxue with heartache. How could her daughter, so young, adapt to such a life of wandering? Hearing this, Jun Muxue finally opened her eyes. Mother, don't worry, Muxue can take care of herself. Although Jun Muxue was the supreme demon lord in her past life, she would never forget the kindness Jun Xiu showed her in giving birth to her. This bond of kinship was not so easily severed. Seeing her mother's heartbroken state, Jun Xiu felt a pang of sadness herself. Seeing Jun Muxue's understanding nature, Jun Xiu couldn't help but hug her and burst into tears. Seeing this, Yi Jingyao also looked sorrowful, picked up Jun Siying, and turned to leave. In the courtyard, Jun Ziyu's emotions were very unstable, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. In contrast, although Jun Muxue was downcast, she didn't cry. For a moment, the mother and daughter remained silent until Jun Wangyou suddenly appeared. Chapter 21 Gift of Elixir. Sister, I feel a strange sensation inside me. Jun Wangyou rushed out, clutching a bottle, exclaiming in surprise. Hearing him appear, Jun Xiu and Jun Xiu calmed down slightly and turned around together. Mother, why are you crying? Seeing the tear tracks on Jun Ziyu's face, Jun Wangyou knew what had happened, but he still felt uncomfortable. For the past 6 months, he had cherished this hard-won family affection, and now seeing his mother, who usually doted on him, in distress, he felt terrible too. Mother, please don't cry. Okay. If you cry, Wangyou wants to cry too. Jun Wangyou's expression changed slightly, and tears instantly filled his eyes. He was about to burst into tears. Seeing this, Jun Xiu quickly reached out and hugged him, comforting him. Wangyou, don't cry. Mother isn't crying, and you're not allowed to cry either. Okay. Seeing Jun Xiu force a smile, Jun Wangyou also held back his tears and leaned against Jun Ziyu's chest. At this moment, Jun Muxue's eyes suddenly narrowed, and she grabbed Jun Wangyou's hand, asking, Wangyou, what did you just do? In her perception, Jun Wangyou had already reached the early stage of the qi cultivation realm, but how could this be? He directly skipped the body tempering realm. And at only 6 months old, he was at the Qi cultivation realm. What a joke. Seeing Jun Muxue's expression, Jun Xiu couldn't help but ask, Muxue, what's wrong with your brother? She thought Jun Muxue had noticed something was wrong with Jun Wangyou and was looking at him with some concern. Jun Muxue looked at her worried mother, somewhat speechless. Mother, you've examined him for so long, didn't you find anything wrong with Wangyou? He's already cultivated his essence. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiu, holding Jun Wangyou's hand, stiffened. Cultivated essence. Jun Xiu was momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed Jun Wangyou's hand and began to examine it. A moment later, she asked the same question, Wangyou, what were you doing in the room just now? Seeing that she had diverted their attention, Jun Wangyou quickly held up the bottle. It's this. I got hit by it, and the candies inside looked delicious, so I ate one. Then I felt itchy all over, so I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found a wisp of energy inside my body. Hearing this, Jun Muxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Wangyou, can I see it? Jun Wangyou obediently handed over the bottle. Sister, here you go, there are still lots of candies inside. Jun Muxue took the bottle, opened it, and glanced inside, her eyes narrowing. Body tempering pills. No wonder, wait, this is. Seeing the pills inside, Jun Muxue's pupils contracted slightly. She had actually seen Emperor-grade pills. This was the lower realm. She checked them over and found they were all body tempering pills. Except for the ordinary second-grade body tempering pills, all the others were Emperor-grade. Mo Shui, what's wrong? Seeing her remain silent for a long time, Jun Xiu couldn't help but ask. Jun Mo Shui shook her head, pulled the two of them into the house, and then took out a great Emperor pill. Wangyou, have you ever taken this kind of pill? Jun Wangyou looked at the great Emperor pill and nodded quickly, but her brows furrowed slightly. Yes, I took it. It's not sweet at all. Hearing this, Jun Muxue looked at her mother, Jun Xiu, Mother, this is a great Emperor body tempering pill. Perhaps it's what helped Wangyou cultivate her energy for half a day. Unfortunately, it probably didn't break through her limit, Jun Muxue thought to herself. To break through the limit, one needs to deliberately suppress it, but Jun Wangyou only slept for a while. She should have reached the 9th level of body tempering, and the effects of the medicine hadn't fully taken hold. She coincidentally broke through to the Qi cultivation realm using this effect. A great Emperor body tempering pill. Jun Xiu couldn't help but look puzzled. The Tianyuan continent only has grade 2 body tempering pills. Could there be even higher grade body tempering pills? Jun Muxue shook her head. I don't know, but that's the fact. Since Muxue is sure, then try it. Wangyou could cultivate her energy for half a day, I believe you can too. Jun Ziyu's eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at Jun Muxue and said. However, thinking of something, she couldn't help but add, of course, Mother hopes you can suppress it and find a way to break through the body tempering limit. Hearing this, Jun Muxue looked at Jun Wangyou. After all, this was his stuff. Besides, she was already at the 9th level of body tempering, so the body tempering pill probably wouldn't be effective anymore, right? At this moment, Jun Wangyou seemed to have thought of something and ran to the bed to find a piece of paper. Sister, Mother, this came with the bottle. There seemed to be words on it, but unfortunately I don't recognize them. This was specially prepared by the system, and now it came in handy. Jun Muxue quickly took the paper, and saw that it clearly stated, take one pill every 3 days. Below Emperor rank, one can temper their body, Emperor rank can break through the body tempering limit. Seeing this information, Jun Muxue's pupils shrank. Break through the limit. This was a concept never before seen on the Holy Spirit continent. So, body tempering pills above Emperor rank can break through the body tempering limit. Seeing her stunned expression, Jun Xiu looked over as well. Then, she too was slightly taken aback. The information from the upper realm says that every realm has a limit. Mother's limit is the 10th level of body tempering, but it took me 2 years to reach that limit. I never expected to break through using Emperor-grade pills. Upon hearing this, Jun Muxue glanced at the pill bottle and slowly said, Mother, the limit of body tempering isn't just 10 levels. The highest currently is 49 levels, but whether there are higher levels is unknown. She discovered there were 10 grade 2 body tempering pills, and a whopping 72 Emperor grade 1s. The limit of body tempering was likely 80 levels or higher. It might even be the perfect 99. This was her conclusion after considering the 10 grade 2 body tempering pills. The extra one was probably for emergencies. Then, she glanced at Jun Wangyou. This bottle of pills was probably intended for him to break through his body tempering limit, but unexpectedly, it led him directly to the Foundation establishment realm without him even realizing it. This younger brother, at this moment, Jun Wangyou also spoke up. After hearing what mother and sister said, Wangyou understands a bit, but I should have already passed the body tempering stage and don't need it anymore. So, this pill is for you, sister. Hearing this, Jun Xiu nodded. Yes, Muxue, Wangyou is right. You can keep this bottle of pills. After saying that, she couldn't help but show regret. It's just a pity that little Wangyou didn't break through the body tempering limit. But it's for the best. With Wangyou breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm early, he'll have more time to cultivate, and at least he'll be able to. She trailed off, but Jun Muxue saw a pang of heartache in her eyes. After all, Jun Wangyou's innate abilities were lacking, his talent poor. What good was more cultivation time? Thinking of this, Jun Muxue glanced apologetically at her bratty younger brother. If she had known she would owe him so much, she should have been more restrained. She understood the difference between taking and being given. The latter was a favor, something that needed to be repaid. However, since she had done it, she shouldn't regret it. She could just protect him more in the future. Besides, it wasn't like they didn't have spiritual herbs to replenish his innate abilities. She would definitely find some for him later. Thinking of all this, Jun Muxue silently accepted the pill from her heart. Thank you, Wangyou. Sister really needs it, so I'll accept it. Hee, what's mine is mine, sisters. Use it as you please. Seeing Jun Muxue accept it, Jun Wangyou smiled happily. How could he not be happy seeing his older sister's attitude towards him improve day by day? Although if things remained the same, Jun Muxue probably wouldn't touch him. One day he would reach the pinnacle, fearing no one. But, the situation was special. Chapter 22 Farewell. Jun Wangyou's thoughts were simple. Having been reborn, he needed to strive to live and protect those he cared about. To achieve this, he needed unparalleled strength and a daily sign-in system. He would eventually achieve that, but it would take time. During his weaker phase, all he could do was try to survive. At this time, he needed an extremely dazzling presence to stand in front of him and attract everyone's attention, and his sister was perfect for that. Moreover, if his sister could help him handle some minor troubles, that would be even better. Therefore, the better his relationship with his sister, the more at ease he felt. Of course, the psychological factor of wanting a sister's love couldn't be ruled out. Unsurprisingly, perhaps due to blood ties, or perhaps due to other factors, even Jun Muxue, the supreme demon lord who had lived for countless years, couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart upon seeing his sincere smile. After Jun Muxue accepted the pills, the three of them returned to the courtyard to rest. A moment later, Qin Xingyu arrived with servants, bringing the meal. Jun Xiu, as a nascent soul cultivator, could go without food for over 10 days without any problems, but the two little babies, Jun Muxue, couldn't. After 6 months of growth, the two could now eat easily digestible food. Of course, they were still receiving spiritual milk. However, Jun Wangyou's breast milk had been stopped 2 months ago. Helpless, the obedient and sensible boy had no choice but to drink spiritual milk instead. After dinner, everyone rested for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. No one mentioned parting, and everyone's mood was low, but what was bound to happen would happen. The night was deep and quiet. Suddenly, two figures appeared in Jun Muxue's room, and Jun Muxue instantly opened her eyes. Seeing who it was, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, after a moment's thought, she placed a soul mark on Jun Wangyou and jumped into Jun Chengxing's arms. Following this, the three of them vanished silently. They came without a trace, and left without a trace. As the three disappeared, Jun Wangyou quietly opened his eyes. System, my brat sister is gone. She's gone, but she placed a unique soul mark on you. It's not very useful, it can only monitor your movements, acting like a locator. Besides, if your life is in danger, she'll know. Will it affect me? Jun Wangyou frowned, clearly not expecting his brat sister to pull this stunt. It's not a big problem. This mark can only spy on your condition and locate your position. Dao Yin can solve all spying. Whether Jun Muxue's mark is useful or not depends entirely on your decision. Hearing this answer, Jun Wangyou nodded. Since the system has said so, then let's keep this mark. But just then, the system's voice sounded again. Host, it seems the plan has changed. Your mother should be leaving tonight too. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou's expression changed slightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system had previously said that Jun Muxue would leave the day after tomorrow, but she left tonight. It seemed that Jun Chengxing and the others wanted to mislead him and had taken Jun Muxue away ahead of time. This had already caught him off guard, especially since he still had things to deliver. And now, what's going on with Jun Xiu? Didn't the system say she'd stay for another month? Open black lens bracket. Host, don't be angry. Your mother thought it over and decided that since she didn't want you to be sad twice, she'd leave at the same time as your sister. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's lips twitched. He gave this reason full marks. Jun Wangyou sighed helplessly, took out a jade pendant and wore it around his neck, placing 2 jade pendants on his person. At the same time, a slip of paper floated down onto him, on which was written, Mother-Child Teleportation Jade, a special immortal artifact, consisting of a mother jade and a child jade, which can be bound to its owner by blood. The holder of the mother-child jade can input yuan energy to activate the pendants, leaving a coordinate at the original location, and then teleporting to the other party's side. They can choose whether to teleport back as needed, but the child jades cannot teleport to each other. The mother-child teleportation jade can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to recharge itself. Each jade can be used once a month for round trips. He had originally planned to find a way to send another piece of jade to Jun Muxue the next day, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Now, he could only hope that his mother would take one with her. The mother-child teleportation jade consisted of 1 mother jade and 9 child jades. He wore the mother jade, and the 2 on his person were child jades. After doing this, he waited quietly. A moment later, Jun Xiu indeed quietly entered. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was streaked with them. She had clearly just been crying. Jun Xiu looked at Jun Wangyou lying in the crib, and felt an overwhelming sadness. But then, she also noticed the note and the 3 jade pendants. Upon reading the contents of the note, her expression changed slightly. This jade, my 2 children are becoming more and more mysterious. Then, remembering something, she quickly took 2 child jades and hurriedly left the room. A moment later, Jun Xiu returned. Jun Wangyou had already bound his blood to the mother jade, so he naturally sensed the offspring jade on her, but she still had another piece of jade in her hand. Clearly, she had gone out to give this piece of jade to Jun Muxue, but it was too late. At this moment, Jun Xiu placed the jade in Jun Wangyou's arms, then sat beside him, gazing intently at him, as if trying to etch him into her heart. After a long while, Jun Xiu left a letter, then gently kissed Jun Wangyou's forehead, and resolutely turned and left. Noticing her departure, Jun Wangyou's eyes showed a slight sadness. He hadn't enjoyed this familial love for long before losing 2 of his closest relatives in succession. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. Outside the Jun family home, Jun Xiu looked at Jun Zantian and his wife, who had come to see him off, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mother, I'm entrusting Wangyou to you. Please don't let him suffer. I know. Qin Xingyu nodded, also deeply distressed for her daughter. Having to be separated from her child so soon after giving birth only 6 months prior was a grief no one could bear. Hearing her mother's words, Jun Xiu turned to Jun Zantian. Father, if you can contact the ancestor, please ask him to bring Muxue to see Wangyou, provided it's safe to do so. She thought of the jade pendant and naturally hoped Jun Muxue could return and take one with her. The Tianyuan continent is vast. Although the Xuantian sect and the Jun family are both located in the central continent, near the eastern wilderness, even by the fastest flying boat, it would take 3 days to reach them. Teleportation arrays, being top-tier entities, exist in only a handful across the entire continent. They are located in the central part of the central continent, the imperial cities of the 3 major dynasties, the eastern wilderness, the southern Li, and the western regions, and along the borders of the central continent, the eastern wilderness, the western regions, and the northern wilderness, a total of 7 locations. Teleportation arrays are only used for inter-domain travel or when demons invade. While the mother-child teleportation jade's range isn't specified, Given its superior power compared to Imperial artifacts, it's likely capable of inter-domain travel. Returning once a month isn't impossible, is it? For herself, a mission could bring her back for several days. Thinking about it, it's not entirely unacceptable. But Muxue, thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. It's all her fault for being too weak, otherwise, why would Muxue be forced into such a perilous situation? Although Jun Wangyou didn't understand his daughter's words, he still agreed. All right. Watching Jun Xiu depart on the flying boat, both of them felt a slight tightness in their chests. But at that moment, a voice rang out, causing their expressions to stiffen. Chapter 23 First visit to the Sutra repository. Grandpa, Grandma, Mommy's gone. A childish voice rang out, and Jun Wangyou and his companion turned to look. They saw Jun Wangyou, his eyes red-rimmed, already standing by the gate. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly ran to hug him. Little Wangyou, why are you here? Jun Wangyou nestled in her arms, softly saying, I woke up and found my sister was gone. I went to look for mommy, but she was gone too, so I guessed something. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu's expression changed again. Little Wangyou, how long have you been here? Jun Wangyou lowered his head, timidly replying, I've been here for a while. I saw mommy crying, but I was afraid she'd be even more upset if she saw me, so I didn't come out. Hearing this, not only Qin Xingyu's expression changed, but even Jun Wangyou's changed. Qin Xingyu thought of Jun Wangyou's heartbreakingly sensible nature, but Jun Wangyou clearly thought of something else. As a cultivator at the entry-level realm, why hadn't he noticed Jun Wangyou's arrival at all? However, despite his many doubts, he didn't delve into it. He simply thought that seeing his daughter's distress had eased his mind somewhat. Qin Xingyu picked up Jun Wangyou and comforted her, Don't be sad, Wangyou. Mother will be back to see you soon. Grandma will take care of you during this time, okay? Jun Wangyou nodded obediently, not at all like a 6-month-old child. But both of them were somewhat used to these two siblings. They were far too clever. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Jun Wangyou looked at Qin Xingyu, who was getting up, and suddenly asked in a clear voice, Grandma, can I cultivate? Qin Xingyu had worried that Jun Wangyou wouldn't sleep well the night before, so she had slept with him to lull him to sleep. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. She crouched down, looking at Jun Wangyou with loving eyes. Little Wangyou, why did you suddenly decide to cultivate? Jun Wangyou tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then said, My sister said that cultivation can strengthen the body, and she wants me to try it. I want to cultivate so I can be healthy and wait for mother to come back to see me, but I don't know how to cultivate. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu nodded. All right, then Grandma will take little Wangyou to choose a cultivation method later. We'll start with body tempering. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, Jun Wangyou suddenly smiled. Grandma, yesterday I found a bottle of candy. After I ate one, I felt a surge of energy flowing through my body. Mother and the others said I've already cultivated my vital energy. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly grabbed Jun Wangyou's hand to sense it. Immediately, confirming Jun Wangyou's words, she looked at her. Incredulously, Little Wangyou, where's that bottle of candy? Jun Wangyou smiled. Mother and the others said it wasn't candy, but something called an emperor-grade body tempering pill. It's useless to me now, so I gave it to my sister. She said it's still useful to her. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu nodded, not thinking further. Since Jun Muxue took it, there was no need to worry about it. With Ancestor Chengxing by Jun Muxue's side, he would definitely notice if there was a problem with the pill. Thinking of this, Qin Xingyu looked at Jun Wangyou and smiled, alright, in that case, let's go choose a cultivation technique later. Okay. Jun Wangyou's face beamed with a smile. He possessed the origin technique, but it was only at the yellow rank. He needed to cultivate other techniques to advance the origin technique's level through the myriad transformations Dao body. Only with a higher level technique would he gain more cultivation points from daily check-ins. Even if the technique's bonus wasn't as terrifying as his talent, every little bit counted. A moment later, the two finished tidying up, ate something, and then found Jun Wangyou. Upon learning that his grandson had unexpectedly advanced to the Foundation establishment realm, Jun Wangyou was also very pleased. Then, the two led Jun Wangyou to the scripture pavilion. the scripture pavilion was guarded by the two patriarchs of the Jun family. Seeing Jun Zantian bringing Jun Wangyou, they made no attempt to stop them. Immediately, Jun Zantian retrieved a king-level cultivation manual and smiled. Wangyou, this is one of the 3 king-level cultivation manuals of the Jun family, Star Moon Thousand Autumns. Only direct descendants of the Jun family can cultivate it. For now, Grandpa will teach you to recognize all the characters, and then explain some basic cultivation knowledge. You can then try it and see if it suits you. How about that? He was so excited that he forgot Jun Wangyou was illiterate and didn't understand cultivation basics. But since they were already here, he didn't want to dampen Jun Wangyou's enthusiasm, so he simply took out a cultivation manual. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded in realization. Yes, Wangyou can't read yet, but won't this take up Grandpa's time? Jun Zantian smiled slightly and said softly, no, Grandpa will teach you for a day first. After that, you can ask your uncle if you don't understand anything. He learned this. Okay. Jun Wangyou nodded. Then, the two of them taught Jun Wangyou to read in the scripture pavilion. While the two were teaching, Jun Wangyou activated the system. System, do you have a scanning function? Help me memorize this cultivation technique first. He had already asked the system to prepare the slips of paper, so this shouldn't be difficult, and the system didn't disappoint, it actually did. No scanning function, but the system can help the host copy it in the system space using the body tempering elixir as the text. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was speechless. You had no problem preparing the slips of paper before, so why can't I copy the cultivation technique with paper? But the system's answer made him even more speechless. The system space can only store system reward items. Those 2 slips of paper are not system rewards and are not stored in the system space. If the host insists on a paper copy, it cannot be stored and will appear in front of the host. Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou was utterly speechless, but could only say, then I'll copy it with the body tempering elixir first. Received. However, it is recommended that the host first cultivate a yellow level technique. Once the origin technique reaches its limit, then cultivate a profound level technique to advance to the profound level, gradually progressing upwards. Only in this way can one perfectly advance to the origin technique. Understood. Jun Wangyou responded and then focused on learning to read. Speaking of which, he was literate. After all, the system had packaged up all the written languages of the Tianyuan continent and given them to him to help him learn the basics of array formation. Furthermore, cultivation common sense was also packaged up and given to him by the system to help him learn the origin technique, but he still had to play dumb. Thus, Jun Wangyou spent the whole morning learning with the two of them. Seeing that they had been studying for a long time, Qin Xingyu felt sorry for Jun Wangyou and stopped them. Zantian, little Wangyou has been studying all morning. Why don't you rest for a while before continuing? Or perhaps I can teach him to recognize more characters and then bring him to learn some martial arts techniques. Hearing this, Jun Zantian nodded, all right. Just as the two were about to lead Jun Wangyou out of the scripture pavilion, they were stopped by an elder guarding the pavilion. Chapter 24 Spirit Building. Zantian, wait a moment. A hoarse voice rang out, and Jun Zantian turned to look at the white-haired old woman. He bowed slightly and respectfully asked, Ancestor Zanyu, may I ask why you have stopped me? It should be known that Ancestor Zanyu and Ancestor Feng Tian resided in the scripture pavilion, almost completely detached from worldly affairs. Apart from the Jun family head and the ancestors, anyone else wishing to enter the scripture pavilion needed a token bestowed by the family head. As long as there was a token or the family head leading the way, the two wouldn't ask any questions. Why today? Jun Zanyu seemed to see his confusion and chuckled softly. Don't worry, we just find this little guy endearing, and Chen Xing also told us to take good care of him. So, I called you here to let you know that this little guy can come here freely from now on. Of course, he can't go to the 7th floor. You have to personally lead him. Jun Feng Tian added that the 7th floor contained the family's foundational array diagram, 3 main family cultivation techniques, and 5 king-level techniques. It also contained family secrets, so naturally, one couldn't go without the family head's guidance. Upon hearing this, Jun Zantian immediately nodded, then I thanked the 2 patriarchs on behalf of Wangyou. Jun Wangyou also nodded quickly, saying crisply, Wangyou thanks the 2 patriarchs. Jun Wangyou smiled. All right, little Wangyou, you must come to play often in the future. Yes, yes. Jun Wangyou nodded in agreement. Since she had received special permission, she would come often in a while. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 months, the outside world had been abuzz with the news of Jun Chengxing taking Jun Muxue away from the Jun family. For a time, the 3 major demonic sects and the other 3 major families were all making moves, and even the 7 major immortal sects were no exception. Each family had its own thoughts and their own little schemes. Some wanted to intercept and kill her, some wanted to forge goodwill, and some wanted to take her as a disciple, but regardless of their motives, they were all openly and secretly searching for Jun Muxue's whereabouts. Of course, there are also diviners in the cultivation world who can predict good and bad fortune, and information about others. But it's not that they don't use divination to determine Jun Muxue's location, it's that they dare not. Because Jun Chengxing is a top-tier void-breaking realm expert, even those at the same void-breaking realm dare not divine for him. Divining within the same realm carries too great a karmic burden, easily leading to backlash. Moreover, Jun Chengxing possesses special tools, and given his strength, no one can divine his location. Furthermore, it's not that no one has tried to divine for Jun Muxue, but whoever does is instantly killed. The final conclusion is that Jun Muxue is a person of great fortune, protected by heaven and earth, and cannot be divined. Thus, the various powerful forces can only honestly search for someone else. Meanwhile, for these 3 months, Jun Wangyou has been learning writing and cultivation basics from Qin Xingyu. Even Jun Xiying has suffered as a result. Before she can even speak properly, she's been listening to the lessons. Of course, Jun Xiyu had visited 3 times in those 3 months, each time staying for 3 or 4 days before leaving. But at least she was able to spend some happy times with Jun Wangyou, and both mother and son were very happy. Furthermore, although to outsiders Jun Wangyou's eyes his strength was still at the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm, his true realm had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Foundation establishment realm. The Qi cultivation realm involves drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the body, transforming it into one's own yuan power through cultivation. Once this yuan power fills the entire dantian, one can use it as a foundation to forge a spiritual platform within the dantian. This is known as spirit building. Of course, with systematic guidance, Jun Wangyou also reached the limit in the Qi cultivation realm. The limit of the Qi cultivation realm allows the dantian to expand, and the yuan power to become purer and more condensed, laying a solid foundation for spirit building. As for the extent of the improvement gained, it depends entirely on the degree to which the body tempering limit is reached. Jun Wangyou's limit in the Qi cultivation realm was a tenfold expansion of the dantian and a tenfold increase in the purity and condensation of the yuan power. Thus, Jun Wangyou's invincible journey began. The spirit building realm involves continuously drawing yuan power to forge the spiritual platform, making it increasingly perfect and solid. Spiritual platforms also have qualities, divided into 9 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, supreme grade, emperor grade, immortal grade, saint grade, Tao grade, and supreme grade. The quality of one's spiritual platform largely determines the difference in strength between those at the Spirit Foundation stage. It's not an exaggeration to say that each grade represents a different level. The more impure the yuan energy used during a Spirit Foundation breakthrough, the better the quality of the forged spiritual platform will be. In other words, the quality of the spiritual platform is largely determined at the time of the breakthrough, unless one consumes elixirs specifically designed to enhance its quality or encounters other fortuitous events. Otherwise, the only way to improve the spiritual platform's quality is to break through the Spirit Foundation limit. However, what's frustrating is that the improvement gained at the Spirit Foundation limit is also affected by the level of body tempering. This highlights the importance of body tempering. Although Jun Wangyou is only in the mid-stage of the Spirit Foundation stage, according to the system, his spiritual platform is already at least Tao grade, or even supreme grade. I wonder what quality his spiritual platform will become when he reaches the Spirit Foundation limit. In the courtyard, Jun Wangyou closed his eyes for a short rest, but his consciousness had already probed into the system space. Looking at the items he had signed in for today, he couldn't help but feel speechless. In these 3 months, he hadn't acquired a single good item. Basic weaponry. Basic swordsmanship. Basic movement techniques. He'd signed in with 3 basic skills in a row, plus the previous ones in array formation, pill refining, and talismanry, making him feel like he was constantly battling with the basics. Basic weaponry was self-explanatory, it was a must-have for weapon refiners, and he was now considered a quasi-mystic weapon master. Basic swordsmanship and movement techniques could be considered techniques, but not entirely, since he had no rank, not even yellow rank. However, the system said they would be very useful for later sword-related techniques, so Jun Wangyou learned them and practiced for half an hour every day. Qin Xingyu and the others watched him do this without saying anything. Although they could tell at first glance that Jun Wangyou's practice was just an ordinary sword technique, only good for physical exercise, they didn't stop him. After all, they knew Jun Wangyou had congenital deficiencies. If they didn't let him practice something to strengthen his body, what else would they expect him to practice? Now, another basic movement technique has appeared, leaving Jun Wangyou slightly speechless. Is this some kind of attempt to give him a complete mastery of basic techniques? But Jun Wangyou was helpless against it and simply stopped arguing with the system. System, learn some basic movement techniques. The system rewards him with cultivation methods and techniques, which he can learn quickly with the system's assistance. And the system can also help him memorize and understand classical texts. This movement technique's foundation lies somewhere between the two, but the system will assist him in learning and mastering it. He only needs to practice continuously to achieve proficiency. As Jun Wangyou finished speaking, a stream of information entered his mind. Immediately, Jun Wangyou's consciousness arrived in a starry sky, wandering freely within it. Graceful as a dragon in flight, swift as a startled swan, his movements were exceptionally elegant. A moment later, Jun Wangyou's consciousness withdrew from the starry sky, having gained a profound understanding of the movement technique's foundation. Then, he opened his eyes, intending to try out the technique, but unexpectedly, a small head appeared before him, almost touching his face. Little sighing, what are you doing? Jun Wangyou looked at the little bundle of joy before him and couldn't help but rub her cheek. Jun sighing wasn't angry, instead, she looked at Jun Wangyou with a grin. Brother, play with the goose. Hearing her extremely poor pronunciation, Jun Wangyou had no intention of correcting her, it wasn't realistic. However, upon hearing her request, Jun Wangyou was somewhat speechless. Play with her. What to play? Hide and seek. Play in the mud. Thinking about what this little bundle of joy could play with, Jun Wangyou truly couldn't think of any good ideas. But then, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. Chapter 25 Making Toys. Jun Wangyou thought of a toy and decided to try making it. If he could, maybe he could let the little dumpling play with it, and he could finally relax. No sooner said than done, Jun Wangyou immediately got up to ask Shaolin to prepare the materials. Brother, wait for me. Play with me. Seeing him about to leave, Jun sighing quickly chased after him. Luckily, she had already learned to walk, otherwise Jun Wangyou would have been worried she would fall. Jun Wangyou turned around, took her hand, and went to Shaolin, who was watching over them. Sister Shaolin, please prepare some things for me. Young Master Wangyou, tell me what you need, and I'll have Shaochen prepare it. Shaolin squatted down and said softly. Since Jun Xiu left, Qin Xingyu had moved in, and the two maids, Shaolin and Shaochen, were naturally left behind. While Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao cultivated each day, they would have Shaolin teach Jun Wangyou and Yi Jingyao, and also look after them. Jun Wangyou pondered for a moment, then said, I need 2 logs as thick as you can hug, about your height. I also need a hammer, a machete, and a carving knife. The machete needs to be sharp. Hearing this, Shaolin couldn't help but ask curiously, Young Master Wangyou, what do you need these for? She hesitated to make the arrangements. If Jun Wangyou accidentally hurt himself with the knife, she would be responsible. Sister Shaolin, you go and prepare them. I thought of something fun, let's see if I can make it. Jun Wangyou understood her concerns. A 9-month-old baby wanting a knife, it would be terrifying. Looking at Jun Wangyou's eager eyes, Shaolin couldn't bear to refuse. Okay, I'll have Shaochen prepare them. She then went to Shaochen's side, gave her a few instructions, and Shaochen left. However, Shaochen didn't immediately prepare what Jun Wangyou needed. Instead, she went to Qin Xingyu's resting place. Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao wanted to personally care for the 2 little ones, So they each took turns, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. When they took turns, they could also find time to cultivate. Since it was still morning, Qin Xingyu was naturally in charge. However, she had previously personally taught Jun Wangyou and Yi Jingyao to read and write, as well as some basic cultivation knowledge. Now, while the two were playing, she came to rest and have some tea. Is there something you need? Seeing Xiao Chun approach, Qin Xingyu asked casually. Xiao Chun bowed respectfully. Madam, young Master Wangyou wants to. Xiao Chun stated Jun Wangyou's request, then added, Xiaolan is worried he might hurt himself, so she specifically asked me to come and ask Madam. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu smiled. Go and prepare. I also want to see what little Wangyou wants to do. Yes, Madam. Hearing her agreement, Xiao Chun quickly withdrew and went to prepare. A short while later, Xiao Chun brought the items into the yard, and Qin Xingyu also came to watch from a short distance away. She was both watching and ensuring the safety of the two little ones. Jun Wangyou, wielding a cleaver, instantly determined the type of wood needed with the eyesight and calculation skills of a quasi-mystic weapon master. Then, with a few swift strokes, he chopped the two pieces of wood into several pieces. He continued swinging his cleaver, and sawdust flew everywhere in the yard. A moment later, Jun Wangyou put down his machete and picked up a carving knife, wielding it rapidly to create piece after piece. Seeing this, Jun Sighing, pulled by Shaolin, stood at a distance to watch, repeatedly shouting, "Brother is so amazing." Shaolin and Jun Sighing, however, were somewhat stunned. What kind of freak were they witnessing? Dozens of kilograms of wood seemed like toys in Jun Wangyou's hands. What 9-month-old baby had such strength? Moreover, those cuts, setting aside the force, were incredibly precise. Was this really a 9-month-old baby? Although Qin Xingyu was surprised, considering that her grandson was a Qi cultivation realm cultivator and had been practicing swordsmanship recently, it didn't seem so unacceptable. For a while, the four of them watched Jun Wangyou busily working in the courtyard, quietly waiting, all curious about what he would create next. Soon afterward, Yi Jingyao, who had come to relieve Qin Xingyu, also stood aside, waiting. Around noon, Jun Wangyou glanced at the sun and struck the final blow with the hammer. Finally done. Jun Wangyou looked at his three masterpieces and couldn't help but smile. He casually picked up two of the smaller toys and walked aside, turning to Shaolin and saying, Shaolin, could you please tidy up? Take the big one to the pavilion so Grandma and Aunt can rest when they want. As he spoke, he placed Jun Sighing on the rocking horse. All right, your toy is finished. Play with it. Sure enough, Jun Sighing rode on the rocking horse, and as it swayed back and forth, she instantly beamed. Brother, this is fun. If it's fun, keep playing. Jun Wangyou said with a smile, then lay down on his little rocking chair. As the chair swayed, he comfortably closed his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu and the other woman exchanged a surprised glance. Mother, Xiao Wangyou's idea is quite good. How did he come up with it? Yi Jingyao looked at the things the two little ones were lying on, then at the reclining chair that Xiao Lan had carried to the pavilion. The same chair as Jun Wangyou's, but much larger, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu shook her head. I don't know how this little guy came up with it either. And his practical skills are quite impressive. Xiao Wangyou is as clever as his sister Mo Shui, if it weren't for. Yi Jingyao wanted to say something, but seeing Qin Xingyu's slightly darkened expression, she quickly stopped herself. Mother, Jingyao misspoke. Qin Xingyu shook her head. You didn't misspoke, it's the truth, but say those things less often in the future, preferably not at all, especially in front of Xiao Wangyou. Yi Jingyao nodded. I understand, mother. All right, it's time to feed the two little ones, they must be starving. Qin Xingyu said, smiling as she walked towards the two children. Xiao Wangyou, Xiao Sighing, it's time to eat. Seeing her approach, Jun Sighing couldn't help but smile happily. Grandma, this is fun. Guogo made it for the goose. Sighing likes her brother's gift, did you thank him? Qin Xingyu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jun Sighing shook her head thoughtfully for a moment, then looked at Jun Wangyou. Thank you, Guogo. You're welcome. Jun Wangyou opened his eyes, jumped off the recliner, and threw himself into Qin Xingyu's arms. Grandma, I prepared a gift for you and Auntie. But there's only one. I'll make another one this afternoon, then you can each have one. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu smiled happily. Thank you, little Wangyou, but no need. Grandma and your auntie can share the same one. How can that be? One isn't enough. Jun Wangyou frowned. Alright, let's go eat first. If little Wangyou wants to make one, auntie and you can make it together this afternoon, okay. Yi Jingyao smiled as she watched him frown like a little adult. Okay. Jun Wangyou nodded, not refusing. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. The one he made earlier would be for grandma, and the one he made with his auntie would be for his auntie. But the idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Just as they finished eating, several uninvited guests arrived at the Jun family's house, and to make matters worse, they came to Jun Wangyou and the others' place. Chapter 26. The Yi family's visit. Just as Qin Xingyu and her companion finished eating with the two children, several uninvited guests arrived at the villa. The newcomers were a well-dressed young man and woman, along with two children. The man was leading a boy of about 3 or 4 years old, who bore a resemblance to him. The woman was holding a girl of about 2 or 3 years old, whose face still bore traces of tears, as if she had just been crying. Big brother, second sister, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Jingyao exclaimed in surprise. They were none other than her eldest brother, Yi Kanghai, and second sister, Yi Jingxin. She looked at the two children. These two wouldn't happen to be my nephew, Yi Qinhu, and niece, Yi Qingmei, would they? Greetings, auntie. The boy immediately bowed as he finished speaking. The girl, however, hesitated for a moment before jumping down from the woman's arms and running to Yi Jingyao, hugging her leg. Auntie. Seeing her like this, Yi Jingxin immediately scolded, Mayor, don't be rude. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei involuntarily shrank her neck and hid behind Yi Jingyao. Second sister, you scared her. Yi Jingyao reached out and patted Yi Qingmei's head, then smiled slightly at Yi Jingxin. Little sister, don't spoil her. She's old enough to understand things. Yi Jingxin's expression was slightly serious, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. Yi Jingyao didn't dwell on this topic, instead asking, Big brother, are you coming again and leaving in just a few days? They didn't come when Jun Siying was born, and they only stayed for 2 days at the full moon celebration. I wonder what brings them here this time. Little sister, your second sister and I are also passing through here on our merchant journey. We came specifically to see you and Siying, we're leaving tomorrow. After Yi Qinhu finished speaking, he glanced around, then feigned regret, saying, It's just a pity Mo Shui isn't here, we couldn't see our niece. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She carried Jun Wangyou out, saying, Come in and sit down. Mo Shui is traveling the continent with the ancestor, we don't know when she'll return. Seeing Qin Xingyu, Yi Qinhu and Yi Jingxin were slightly taken aback, then quickly bowed, saying, We didn't know Madam Qin was here, we were very rude. No need for formalities. Come in and sit down, have a cup of tea. Qin Xingyu said, turning to look at Xiaolan, who quickly left. The group sat down, and for a moment, silence fell. At this moment, Yi Jingxin looked at Jun Wangyou, who was still in Qin Xingyu's arms, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Madam, I wonder who this child is. Hearing this, Yi Kanghai also looked over. He had wanted to ask earlier, but felt it was inappropriate, so he didn't. Qin Xingyu smiled slightly, stroked Jun Wangyou's head, and said softly, This is Wangyou, a member of the Jun family. I felt a connection with him, so I took him in as my grandson for a while. In just a few words, Qin Xingyu vaguely mentioned Jun Wangyou's identity while clearly stating that she would raise him as her grandson, highlighting the importance she placed on him. Jun Wangyou didn't seem inclined to get up and greet them. After all, he didn't know what to call them. Moreover, he had a feeling that the two of them had ulterior motives for coming here. Since his grandmother hadn't spoken, he didn't bother with them. However, the two pieces of information that had just flashed before his eyes did surprise him slightly. Open black lens bracket. Name: Yi Qingmei close black lens bracket. Age: 2. Race: human. Realm: none. Talent: emperor grade. Physique: wood spirit body. Name: Yi Jingxin. Age: 36. Race: human. Realm: mid-stage. Profound infant. Talent: supreme grade. Physique: none. The student surpasses the teacher, huh? How come the daughters of these two Yi sisters are both more talented than their mother? Jun Wangyou didn't think much of it. Since they couldn't bind them anyway, why bother? On the other side, Yi Kanghai and his companion exchanged a glance upon hearing Qin Xingyu's words, both harboring some doubts. That child is truly blessed to have won Madame's favor, Yi Jingxin said with a smile. However, her words were immediately and ruthlessly rejected by Qin Xingyu. Not at all, it's my honor to be able to raise him, Qin Xingyu said, her face slightly somber. This was her own grandson. Leaving aside his scumbag father, whom he'd never even met, his mother had to abandon him before he was even a year old. This child's life was so hard. Hearing this, Yi Jingxin felt slightly embarrassed, but sensing Qin Xingyu's unusual mood, she didn't dare say anything more. After a few more words, the group changed the subject, and Yi Kanghai looked at Yi Jingyao, little sister, where's Long Sheng? Yi Jingyao shook her head, I don't know either. He's been quite busy lately, and I haven't seen him at all. Did you need him for something, brother? Yi Kanghai smiled and said, nothing, I just wanted to chat with him for a bit. Since he's not here, that's fine. Then, he looked at Qin Xingyu, Madam, you all chat first. I'll take Qinhu to the yard for a walk. Hearing his words, Jun sighing tilted her head and ran to Jun Wangyou, brother, the geese too. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu put Jun Wangyou down and smiled, then let's go sit in the yard. It'll be good for the children to play by themselves. Okay. The group arrived in the yard, and Jun sighing was the first to take off, pulling Jun Wangyou along towards her toys. Brother, I want to play. Jun Wangyou nodded, lifted her onto the rocking horse, and then pulled over his own recliner to lie down. Seeing this, Yi Kanghai was somewhat surprised, these two objects are quite peculiar. I wonder which genius in the Jun family created them. Qin Xingyu smiled upon hearing this, just some insignificant little gadgets, Wangyou came up with them. Oh, these two little objects, though simple in construction, are quite ingenious. I didn't expect Wangyou to be so clever. Yi Kanghai was slightly surprised for a moment, I wonder how old Wangyou is. Qin Xingyu's eyes flashed, and she said, Wangyou is still young, just 1 year old. Hearing her mother's readily available lie, Yi Jingyao's lips curled slightly, but she also knew that her mother was indirectly protecting Jun Wangyou, so she didn't say anything more. Such ingenious ideas at 1 year old, this child is truly intelligent. Yi Jingxin also praised. The group settled into the pavilion, but Yi Kanghai led Yi Qinhu aside and instructed him to begin practicing. His fist technique was impressively powerful, it looked quite good. Seeing this, Yi Jingyao looked at her second sister, Qinhu should be practicing the yellow rank technique, fierce tiger fist, right? Isn't that something you only start practicing after reaching the 3rd level of body tempering? Yi Jingxin nodded, little sister, you don't know, Qinhu's talent was tested when he was 2.5 years old, which is a year ago. It was top-grade talent, and eldest brother has been nurturing him since then. Now he's already at the 5th level of body tempering. In that case, his talent is quite good. Yi Jingyao nodded, then looked at Yi Qingmei and said, our mayor will probably be able to have her talent tested soon too. Yi Qingmei nodded obediently, but her eyes couldn't help looking in the direction of Jun Wangyou and the other woman. Chapter 27. The topic of engagement. Yi Jingyao noticed Yi Qingmei's gaze and looked over. Then, she chuckled, Mayor, if you want to play with your younger brother and sister, go ahead. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei cautiously glanced at Yi Jingxin. Seeing Yi Jingxin nod, she ran over. Watching her leave, Yi Jingyao said, Mayor is still young, second sister shouldn't be too demanding of her. Yi Jingxin nodded, little sister is right, but Mayor will soon be of cultivation age, yet she's still so playful. We can't be too lenient without being strict. Hearing this, Yi Jingyao didn't try to persuade her further, she knew her second sister's personality. Yi Jingxin's husband's family, the Chen family, was just a small clan. When she was close to giving birth, her husband died unexpectedly. Because she gave birth to a girl, her husband's family didn't treat her very well. Although they were wary of the Yi family and didn't dare to give her a hard time, they were still very cold towards her. Therefore, Yi Jingxin simply took her child back to the Yi family, even changing the child's surname to Yi. Although the Chen family disliked this, they didn't dare say much. As the second daughter of the Yi family head, the Yi family treated her and her daughter fairly well. However, Yi Jingxin had a strong personality, and returning to the Yi family made her feel like she was living under someone else's roof. Therefore, She was strict not only with herself but also with her daughter. I saw Mayor seemed to have cried earlier. Did second sister scold her? Yi Jingyao asked casually, thinking of the tear stains on Yi Qingmei's face. Yi Jingxin shook her head. I was planning to arrange a marriage for her, but this girl absolutely refused and even cried. An arranged marriage. Yi Jingyao was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered. Interfamilial marriages were perfectly normal. I wonder which family it's arranged with. Yi Jingxin didn't hide anything, frankly saying, the second elder of the Jun family was interested in Mayor and planned to arrange a marriage for his grandson, but Mayor wasn't willing, and the child seemed somewhat unwilling as well. The second elder didn't force it. The second elder. He only has one 8-year-old grandson, right? That boy's talent is all right, but he's too much older than Mayor, isn't he? Yi Jingyao was slightly speechless. A 6-year age gap, how could they even think of that? But Yi Jingxin shook her head. Age isn't a problem in the cultivation world, especially since it's only a 6-year difference. Judging from your tone, second sister, you seem to be interested in that person. Yi Jingxin nodded. That child was already in the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm at 8 years old, and I heard his talent is top grade, which is quite good. Hearing this, Yi Jingyao nodded, but still advised, second sister, why not wait until Mayor's talent is tested before considering anything else? I think Mayor isn't bad either. Yi Jingxin nodded, but it was unclear whether she had taken it to heart. While the three chatted idly, Yi Qingmei had already run over to Jun Wangyou and Jun Xiying, looking at Jun Xiying with envy and longing in her eyes. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou naturally understood what she meant, but didn't say anything, continuing to pretend to sleep with her eyes closed. Yi Qingmei was silent for a while, then looked at Jun Xiying cautiously and said, "Cousin, can I play with you?" Jun Xiying seemed to understand her meaning, tilting her head and saying seriously, "This is for the goose, it's for the goose." Hearing this, Yi Qingmei looked somewhat dejected and didn't speak again, but her gaze never left the rocking horse. After a long pause, as if remembering something, she looked at Jun Wangyou expectantly and asked, Cousin, where did you get this toy for your cousin? Do you have any more?" Before Jun Wangyou could answer, Jun Xiying spoke up first. "No, it was made by Guogo." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei looked at Jun Wangyou in surprise. She had heard that this toy was related to Jun Wangyou, but she hadn't expected that he had made it. Then, without questioning, she looked at Jun Wangyou expectantly. "Cousin, can you make one for me?" "Too tiring, I can't." Jun Wangyou ignored the little brat's idea. He was making one for Jun Xiying to avoid bothering her. If he agreed to make one for Yi Qingmei now, wouldn't that go against his original intention of being lazy? Hearing Jun Wangyou's answer, Yi Qingmei's eyes dimmed slightly, and tears seemed to glisten in them. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou frowned slightly. He didn't like children crying. Just then, he noticed that although Yi Qinhu was practicing his punches, his gaze kept glancing over here every now and then, which made him even more speechless. Neither of these two children was behaving normally. Immediately, he got up from the recliner, glanced at Yi Qingmei, and said, "There's no rocking horse. If you want to rest, I can give it to you." After saying that, he returned to the pavilion. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu picked him up. Little Wangyou is so sensible, he even knows how to share. Clearly, although they were chatting, they had also been paying attention to the three children and had naturally heard their conversation. Yi Jingxin glanced at Jun Wangyou and couldn't help but smile. This child is so sensible. But, Xiying said that this item was made by Wangyou. Is that true? She was somewhat skeptical. Could a 1-year-old child, who hadn't even started cultivating, lift a carving knife? Seeing her expression, Qin Xingyu knew what she was thinking, but didn't explain. Jun Wangyou blinked at Qin Xingyu, looking puzzled. "Grandma, I heard you say you arranged a marriage for that young lady. Does she need to be engaged at such a young age?" Hearing this, the three chuckled softly. "Little Wangyou, you heard that? It wasn't far, I could hear a little, but compared to that brother's shouting, your voices were a bit quieter." Jun Wangyou frowned slightly as she spoke. Clearly, Yi Qinhu was deliberately shouting loudly, disturbing him. Hearing this, the three looked towards Yi Kanghai and shook their heads. They could all see that Yi Qinhu was deliberately trying to attract their attention. Qin Xingyu shook her head, seemingly understanding Yi Kanghai's intentions, but she didn't say anything. She glanced at Yi Jingyao. This matter should be left to Long Sheng and the others. It was only Yi Kanghai who came. It wasn't her and Jun Zontian's place to intervene. Then, she looked at Jun Wangyou and smiled. Little Wangyou, how about grandma arranges a marriage for you? The Yi Jingxin and her sister looked over, amused, but Jun Wangyou shook her head. Grandma, no thanks. There are too many variables in childhood engagements. If we grow up and our personalities clash, and we don't like each other, it will only ruin our happiness. Upon hearing this, the three were immediately stunned. How could such words come from the mouth of a 1-year-old child? Little Wangyou, who taught you that? Hearing Yi Jingyao's question, Jun Wangyou scratched his head. I saw it in a storybook. It said that 9 out of 10 couples who are betrothed as children are unhappy, and that such a marriage is a grave for both of them. Seeing Jun Wangyou's explanation, Qin Xingyu nodded. Jun Wangyou had been going to the scripture pavilion on his own these past 2 days, so it wasn't surprising that he had seen these things. However, what he said seemed to make some sense, and Qin Xingyu couldn't help but smile. Then grandma won't betroth you. Let Wangyou decide for himself when he grows up, okay? Okay. Jun Wangyou nodded. But while Qin Xingyu agreed with this view, some people disagreed. Chapter 28. An unpleasant parting. Just then, Yi Kanghai approached. Wangyou, what you say is rare. Engagements between families are usually between equals, and husbands and wives treat each other with respect. Why talk about graveyards? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. This man's intentions were not pure. He glanced at Yi Qinhu in the distance, seemingly understanding something. Then, Jun Wangyou took Qin Xingyu's hand and looked at Yi Kanghai. Uncle Yi, you are mistaken. The most taboo thing between husband and wife is precisely treating each other with the utmost respect. A guest is a person who is treated as a guest. Once husband and wife are married, they are family. If they treat each other like guests, how can they be considered family? Family and guests are two completely different concepts. How can they be confused? Two guests who are merely acquaintances but have no affection for each other, where is the happiness? Their happiness has probably long been lost, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, everyone present subtly changed color. Childish words. But often, children's words can express what countless adults dare not utter. Yi Kanghai frowned slightly, about to say something more, when he saw Qin Xingyu smile and pick up Jun Wangyou. My little Wangyou is so clever, she understands this so clearly. Qin Xingyu's words instantly silenced Yi Kanghai. Since Qin Xingyu had said so, how could he dare to contradict Jun Wangyou? Did he really not want to stay in the Jun family anymore? However, with Jun Wangyou's words circulating today, his purpose for coming here would likely become even more difficult. At this moment, Qin Xingyu suddenly looked at Jun Wangyou and said, Wangyou should rest too. Let's rest for a bit, then go play, okay? Okay. Jun Wangyou nodded. Immediately, Qin Xingyu turned to Yi Jingyao. Jingyao, it's getting late. Since they're your family, you should arrange accommodations for them. Yes, mother. Yi Jingyao nodded, naturally understanding Qin Xingyu's intention to see them out. Yes, arrange the best rooms. Don't neglect your elder brother and the others. After saying this, Qin Xingyu gave Shaolin a wink, then carried Jun Wangyou away. Shaolin immediately understood, carrying Jun sighing and following after her. Little sister, Yi Kanghai was about to say something when Yi Jingyao interrupted him. If you're talking about engagements, I can help you find someone else, but sighing is out of the question. Long Sheng can't make that decision, and neither can I. Having said that, Yi Jingyao seemed to realize her lapse in composure and quickly smiled. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was a bit overwhelmed by what Wangyou said earlier. What were you trying to say? Yi Kanghai opened his mouth but shook his head. Nothing. Please take us to rest, little sister. His original idea was to arrange a marriage between Yi Qinhu and Jun Longsheng's 2 daughters. The exceptionally talented Jun Muxue was out of the question, but her twin sister's talent was likely considerable, so that was also an option. But now, before he could even speak, he was silenced. What could he say? Okay. Evening. To Jun Wangyou's surprise, Yi Qingmei came again. You came alone. Jun Wangyou was taken aback when she saw her approaching. Yi Qingmei nodded. Cousin, my mother and the others are in the next courtyard, so I came to find you. As she spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted to the rocking horse on the ground. Now that Jun Sighing had been taken away by Yi Jingyao, the rocking horse hadn't, so it was no surprise that it caught her attention. "What do you want from me?" Jun Wangyou asked knowingly, looking at the girl who was a year older than him. I. Yi Qingmei felt a little nervous for some reason under Jun Wangyou's gaze. "You want a rocking horse?" Jun Wangyou saw her flushed face and didn't continue to laugh at her. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei nodded quickly, asking expectantly, "Is that okay?" "Sure, you can come and get it tomorrow, but don't touch Science, I'm afraid she'll get angry with you." Hearing this, Yi Qingmei's face turned slightly red, and she nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, looking rather cute. "Thank you, cousin. Yes, go on ahead, don't let your mother worry." Jun Wangyou nodded, glancing at the neighbor next door. "Okay." Yi Qingmei nodded, looking back several times as she left, glancing at the wooden horse on the ground. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou chuckled, then walked towards the wooden knives that Xiao Lan and the others had temporarily placed there. The next morning, Yi Kanghai arrived with his men to say goodbye. "Brother, why not stay a couple more days?" Hearing that they planned to leave, Yi Jingyao was slightly taken aback. "No need, little sister, you know the rules of our Yi family's business dealings, we can't stay in one place for too long." Yi Kanghai smiled. Now that their purpose for coming had failed, there was naturally no need to stay any longer. Yi Jingyao was speechless, unsure what to say. Afterwards, the group chatted for a few moments before preparing to leave. Just then, Jun Wangyou walked in from outside, carrying a wooden horse. "Greetings, Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi." Jun Wangyou bowed to Yi Kanghai and the other man, then looked at Yi Jingyao and said, "Aunt, I've come to deliver something." "Here," he handed the wooden horse to Yi Qingmei, "here, the thing I promised you is ready." Yi Qingmei immediately perked up, "Thank you, cousin." At this, Jun sighing popped out from behind Yi Jingyao, her eyes slightly red, and said pitifully, "Brother, my wooden horse." Jun Wangyou smiled and quickly took her hand, saying, "Don't worry, I didn't touch yours. Your wooden horse is in the yard, I'll take you to see it." He then looked up at Yi Jingyao, "Aunt, I'll take sighing out first." "Okay." Yi Jingyao nodded with a smile. Jun Wangyou pulled Jun sighing away, but felt a chill run down her spine and turned to look. Upon seeing the hatred in Yi Qinhu's eyes, her own eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that? I promised to give it to sister. You didn't come to see me yesterday, how was I supposed to know you wanted a rocking horse?" Hearing his words, everyone glanced at Yi Qinhu, their expressions changing. Children will be children, they can't hide their emotions. Qin Xingyu's eyes turned cold. Children need more discipline. Don't wait until they do something wrong to regret it. Having said that, Qin Xingyu left directly with Jun Wangyou and the other two children, showing them no respect whatsoever. Or rather, she felt that Yi Kanghai, a junior, wasn't worthy of her respect. Seeing this, Yi Kanghai glared angrily at Yi Qinhu, then looked at Yi Jingyao, "Little sister, please apologize to Madam Qin, we'll be leaving now." Yi Jingyao nodded, but said something that surprised Yi Kanghai. Chapter 29 Guardian Puppet. "Brother, merchants need harmony to make money." Although Wangyou has congenital deficiencies, the Jun family probably values him no less than sighing. Upon hearing Yi Jingyao's words, Yi Kanghai's expression subtly changed. Was Yi Jingyao warning him? Yi Kanghai glanced in the direction of the courtyard, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Just who was this Jun Wangyou? "Little sister, I understand." Yi Kanghai left with his men, his face grim. He hadn't expected his son to be so disappointing. It seemed he couldn't say too much to him in the future. "Little sister, take care." Yi Jingxin bid farewell to Yi Jingyao, waved to help Yi Qingmei put away the wooden horse, and then left with her. This incident didn't bother Jun Wangyou. He continued his studies, rest, and visits to the scripture pavilion as usual. 3 months passed in a flash, and Jun Wangyou turned 1 year old. He frequently visited the scripture pavilion, utilizing the cultivation techniques collected by the Jun family, and finally advanced the origin technique to the spirit level. However, the Jun family only possessed a dozen or so spirit-level cultivation techniques, making further advancement of his origin technique impossible. Jun Wangyou, though helpless, didn't dwell on it too much. 3 months passed, and Jun Wangyou's cultivation broke through to the early stage of the core formation realm. This was the result of others' decades of arduous cultivation, but wasn't Jun Wangyou's as well. In 3 months, his cultivation increased by over 90 years, equivalent to over 90 years of arduous cultivation. And the quality of his spirit platform, which he had improved to the limit of spirit building, was as he expected. Its grade was completely unknown. Unknown grade. Once the spirit platform was completed, it needed to continue drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform into yuan power, refilling the entire dantian until the yuan power liquefied, and then condensing into a core on the spirit platform. This was the core formation. Now, within Jun Wangyou's dantian, a nascent core continuously rotated on the spirit platform, absorbing yuan power and proclaiming its existence. The cultivation of the core formation realm involves drawing upon yuan energy to temper the core, transforming the ethereal core into a tangible form, and ultimately, a golden core. This is divided into the initial ethereal core, the middle tangible core, and the later golden core. Golden cores in the core formation realm also have quality levels, ranging from 1 to 9 patterns, with further distinctions including Emperor pattern, Immortal pattern, Tao pattern, and Ethereal pattern. Golden cores. A perfectly round golden core with clear and distinct patterns is ready to break through to form an infant spirit, known as a profound infant. Jun Wangyou looked at the ethereal core within his body and couldn't help but smile. He was very curious about how far his core patterns would progress. However, thinking about the item check in rewards over the past 3 months, a slight ripple of emotion stirred within him. System, you're really thoughtful. Body nourishing elixir, that goes without saying. Immortal grade marrow cleansing pill, effective for those with talent below immortal grade, can raise their talent by 1 grade. Returning immortal realm guardian puppet, possessing returning immortal realm strength, can protect a designated cultivator, only appearing in life or death situations. Just tell me, besides the guardian puppet, which one can I use? Jun Wangyou complained a few times, but seeing the system remain silent, he had no choice. Then, he took out the guardian puppet, making it his protector. This provided him with a layer of protection, at least he shouldn't die. Afterwards, Jun Wangyou looked at the other 2 items, momentarily lost in thought. Mother hasn't come to see me for over a month, has she? What is she doing? Jun Wangyou murmured to himself, his gaze drifting towards the Zantian sect. Brother, do you miss your aunt? Hearing this voice, Jun Wangyou rolled his eyes, speechless. Little sighing, I didn't say anything when you called me that before, but a few days ago I clearly heard your pronunciation was extremely accurate. Why are you still calling me that now? What are you trying to do? Hee, brother, sighing only calls you that. Jun sighing said with a grin. Jun Wangyou was speechless. Then it's my honor. Jun sighing continued to laugh. Hee, it's brother's exclusive. Jun Wangyou smiled, not continuing his teasing. He took out the bottle of body-nourishing elixir and looked at Jun sighing with a serious expression. Sighing, do you believe your brother? Jun sighing was slightly taken aback. She had never seen Jun Wangyou so serious before. However, she quickly replied, of course sighing trusts brother. Jun Wangyou nodded and placed the bottle in her hand. Take this. Drink a sip every morning and evening, and whenever you feel unwell. But try not to let anyone else find out, and don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Can you do that? Yes. Although she didn't know why Jun Wangyou said this, out of trust for her brother, Jun sighing nodded in agreement. Jun Wangyou smiled slightly upon seeing her nod. The body-nourishing elixir he had prepared for Jun sighing in the system space was almost gone. Originally, Jun Wangyou planned to continue supplying Jun sighing with the body-nourishing elixir in this way, but the system objected, so he had no choice but to give it directly to Jun sighing. Now, with the guardian puppet present, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, even if someone discovered his abnormality, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, if he couldn't win, couldn't he just run away? He ran straight to his mother's side, handed her the 7-kill sword, maximizing his damage and making him invincible in defense. Who would dare provoke his mother? But why hadn't his mother come to see him yet? A faint sadness appeared in Jun Wangyou's eyes, and his mood suddenly dipped. Don't be sad, Guogo, sighing is here with you. Jun sighing tucked the bottle into her bosom and sat down beside Jun Wangyou. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. You should hurry up and finish the task your aunt gave you, otherwise when your aunt comes back. Upon hearing this, Jun sighing's expression instantly changed. She pushed Jun Wangyou away and ran towards the pavilion. Before leaving, she turned back and said, Guguo's naughty. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou instantly smiled, lay down on the recliner, and closed his eyes contentedly. Over the past 6 months, Jun Wangyou has gradually demonstrated an exceptional talent for literacy. In the eyes of others, he can already recognize almost all characters. Even his literary and cultivation knowledge has gained initial recognition from Qin Xingyu and others, who believe he is more advanced than ordinary 7 or 8-year-old children. Therefore, Jun Wangyou naturally no longer needs to learn to read or write, or learn those general knowledge lessons, but Jun Xiying is different, she still has to learn. And because of Jun Wangyou's comparison, she's been forced to learn by Yi Jingyao. A moment later, Jun Wangyou got up and walked outside. Jun Xiying noticed this and quickly called out, "Brother, where are you going?" But as soon as she finished speaking, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out, causing her to freeze involuntarily. Chapter the 30th of Jun Wangyou's abnormality. Don't worry about where your brother went, just finish your task for today. As the voice fell, a graceful figure entered, none other than Yi Jingyao. Aunt, you're back. Upon seeing her, Jun Wangyou quickly greeted her with a smile. Yes, I'm back. Yi Jingyao smiled and replied, then asked curiously, Wangyou, where are you going? Jun Wangyou's expression was slightly bitter. I've learned the Star Moon Thousand Autumns technique that Grandpa taught me, but 3 months have passed, and my internal energy hasn't improved at all. So I want to go to the scripture pavilion to study formations and pass the time. Hearing this, Yi Jingyao looked at Jun Wangyou with a hint of heartache. How could she not know Jun Wangyou's situation? Innate deficiencies, poor talent. Being able to learn a king-level technique like Star Moon Thousand Autumns shows his exceptional learning and comprehension abilities, but he can't cultivate it normally. This must be a considerable psychological burden for him, but Yi Jingyao didn't know how to comfort him. She couldn't very well tell him not to worry, could she? After all, being in the cultivation world and unable to cultivate normally, who wouldn't worry? Wangyou, remember to come back early. Your aunt will cook you something delicious. Okay. Jun Wangyou smiled and agreed, heading straight for the scripture pavilion. However, when he arrived at the scripture pavilion, he found it unusually lively today. At this moment, 2 long queues had formed outside the scripture pavilion, with at least 100 or so people. These people were almost all teenagers, both young men and women, and each held an ancient-looking token. It was likely the token Jun Zontian had told him about. Only those with this token, or those led by the family head, could enter the scripture pavilion. However, Jun Wangyou didn't seem to need one. Jun Wangyou frowned slightly as he looked at the long, unmoving queues. Just then, the people in line noticed him. Kid, what are you doing here? Are you going into the scripture pavilion too? Jun Wangyou nodded upon hearing this. Yes, but this line is so long. Do I have to wait in line? Oh, you really want to go in? Who brought you here? Do you have a token? A young man in blue robes asked, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Today is the day the collateral branches of the Jun family select outstanding members to enter the scripture pavilion to choose techniques. Generally, direct descendants of the Jun family wouldn't come at this time. Those who would be here at this time should all be from the collateral branches of the Jun family. Why would a child be here? Jun Wangyou shook his head. No one brought me. I came by myself. I've never seen this token before. Can't I go in without a token? Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, the young man's expression changed slightly. He came by himself. Then he must live nearby, at least in the Jun family's main residence. Could this be a direct descendant of the Jun family? But according to his understanding, the Jun family currently only seems to have 2 direct descendants of this age, right? Jun Muxue left with the ancestor. Could this child be Jun Xiying? What this young man could think of, others could naturally think of as well. One of the girls immediately squatted down and asked, Little brother, what's your name? Jun Wangyou looked at the pretty girl in front of him, and felt that her gaze was somewhat unsettling. Jun Wangyou, is there something you need, sister? Jun Wangyou asked, taking a slight step back. Hearing her words, everyone was puzzled. Jun Wangyou, is there such a person in the direct line of the Jun family? Never heard of her. For a moment, everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a young man asked, Little brother, whose child are you? Jun Wangyou remained silent. I just want to get in here. Do I need to give my parents' names? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads again. The girl from before also stood up. Little brother, since you don't have a token, you can't get in. As she spoke, she shook the token in her hand. It's this one. As far as I know, even direct descendants of the Jun family need this token to enter the scripture pavilion. Jun Wangyou nodded. Jun Zontian had told him about this, but he seemed to be an exception. Without a token, do I still need to queue? Jun Wangyou ignored the gazes of the crowd and asked crisply. Of course not. You can go back without a token, you can't get in. The girl spoke, weighing the token in her hand, looking at Jun Wangyou with amusement. Jun Wangyou shook his head. I want to try. With that, he ignored the crowd and walked straight between the two groups. Seeing this, everyone looked at him with amusement, but didn't stop him, their eyes seemingly filled with anticipation. Some wanted to step forward to warn him, but hesitated and stopped. At this moment, a boy stopped Jun Wangyou and said, "Kid, go back. Venturing into the scripture pavilion without a token will get you thrown out, and in serious cases, you might be killed on the spot." Hearing this, Jun Wangyou paused. Just as the boy thought Jun Wangyou had been turned away, Jun Wangyou looked at him. Why are you telling me when they won't? The boy shook his head. I just don't want you to be thrown out and embarrassed. Jun Wangyou nodded but continued walking forward. Seeing this, the boy was taken aback and quickly grabbed him. Why won't you listen to advice? Jun Wangyou glanced at him. Isn't your reluctance a bit too strong? A word of advice wasn't enough, you even resorted to physical force. Faced with the calm Jun Wangyou, the boy was momentarily surprised. You don't seem afraid. Jun Wangyou nodded. I want to see just how strong your reluctance is. If I insist on going in, will you give me your token? Hearing this, the boy shook his head. You're young, going in without a token will at most get you thrown out. Without my token, I can't choose techniques. This token is very important to me, I can't give it to you. Jun Wangyou nodded, smiling slightly. Then your reluctance isn't strong enough. Having said that, he continued walking forward, and the boy, seeing this, didn't stop him anymore. As Jun Wangyou got closer and closer to the entrance of the scripture pavilion, everyone's expressions varied, but no one stopped him anymore. But at this moment, Jun Wangyou suddenly stopped in front of a young girl. Chapter 31 The Ancestors' Cooperation. Seeing Jun Wangyou stop in front of her, the girl, who had initially hesitated, was taken aback. Jun Wangyou looked at her, his gaze somewhat enigmatic. Miss, you're so beautiful, why didn't you stop me? Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in surprise, then she said, you said you needed a token to stop me. I don't want to give up the token. Then why were you hesitating? Jun Wangyou continued to ask. The girl seemed somewhat surprised. How did you know I hesitated? I could tell. Jun Wangyou said casually, but in reality, the system interface popped up. Name: Jun Yue. Age: 12. Race: Human. Realm: Early Spirit Building Stage. Talent: Emperor Grade. Physique: Water Spirit Body. Clearly, Jun Yue met the binding conditions for the dual cultivation function, which was why he stopped to ask. As for the hesitation on Jun Yue's face earlier, he had naturally seen it. That was indeed true. Jun Yue was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say. Just then, two young men emerged from the scripture pavilion. The boy in front of Jun Yue and another group of girls quickly went inside. The instant they entered, their tokens were pulled away by a force. At the same time, a hoarse voice rang out, you know the rules, right? I'll reiterate. Each person can only choose one Zon level technique and two Huang level techniques. You are only allowed to look at the first page. After you've chosen, come to the front to make a copy. Yes. The two nodded and headed upstairs. Jun Wangyou was somewhat used to this. After all, he had witnessed this scene several times in the past 3 months. He then looked at Jun Yue. Miss, could you give me your token? I want to go in and take a look. Hearing this, Jun Yue shook her head. What do you want to do inside? I need to choose a cultivation technique. Jun Wangyou pretended to understand. Then how about this, you give me your token, and I'll go in and take a look, then help you choose a technique, okay? However, Jun Yue still shook her head. No, the technique you choose inside can't be shared, otherwise the family will hold you accountable. Jun Wangyou looked at Jun Yue's troubled expression, his face falling. Miss, I absolutely have to go in. Are you really going to watch me go in and get thrown out? Besides, our ancestor must have noticed our situation. If I knowingly force my way in, I might get killed. Hearing this, Jun Yue was stunned and looked towards the scripture pavilion. Really? Of course it's true. Jun Wangyou nodded. He had only been there a short time when Ancestor Xuanyu had sent him a telepathic message urging him to go in quickly. His every move was now under the watchful eyes of Ancestor Xuanyu and the other woman. How could he not be noticed? Seeing Jun Yue still hesitating, Jun Wangyou shook his head and walked straight towards the entrance of the scripture pavilion. He was about to step over the threshold, yet no one stopped him. Jun Wangyou was speechless. Was his acting bad? Jun Wangyou shook his head, and finally, his short leg crossed the threshold. Just then, a powerful aura emanated from within the scripture pavilion. Jun Wangyou felt a gentle breeze on his face, but everyone behind him instantly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, a thought flashed through Jun Wangyou's mind, and he quickly prostrated himself on the ground. At this moment, a hoarse voice drifted over, trespassing the scripture pavilion, death. Hearing this voice, everyone was startled. But then, two more voices rang out simultaneously from the crowd. Wait, Ancestor, his token is with me. Please, Ancestor, have mercy. I'm willing to give up this opportunity and give him the token. Jun Wangyou recognized both voices and turned to look outside, only to find Jun Yue and the young man who had stopped him earlier. Jun Wangyou stood up, smiled at the young man, and said, Big brother, I admit, your desire is actually quite strong. Seeing Jun Wangyou actually stand up, everyone was slightly taken aback. Jun Yue quickly threw her token into Jun Wangyou's arms, kneeled down and begged for the ancestors' forgiveness. Although the young man was surprised, he also accurately threw his token into Jun Wangyou's arms and said, Ancestor, he's just a child, please spare his life. As his words fell, the oppressive aura instantly dissipated. The hoarse voice then drifted out, all right, he gets the chance to enter. You two are to my liking, your tokens remain valid. As the hoarse voice faded, the tokens in Jun Wangyou's arms flew back into the two of them. This scene stunned everyone, then they all reacted, their expressions changing slightly. At this moment, Jun Wangyou looked at the two people. Thank you, big brother and big sister. May I ask your names? Jun Wuking, Jun Yue. The two spoke simultaneously, making Jun Wangyou smile. Wuking. That name doesn't sound like Big Brother's personality at all. Yue is a nice name. I'll wait for you inside. With that, Jun Wangyou turned and entered the scripture pavilion. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before Jun Wangyou, and he was instantly led to a rest room. Wangyou thanks both of you, venerable ancestors. Looking at the two smiling old men before him, Jun Wangyou smiled. Little Wangyou, I was wondering what you were up to by taking so long to come in. Turns out you can read people's minds. Jun Xuanyu held Jun Wangyou's small hand and smiled, clearly surprised by Jun Wangyou's behavior earlier. This little one is increasingly surprising me. Jun Fengxian also laughed. Jun Wangyou scratched his head and chuckled. Two venerable ancestors, kind-hearted people often have good luck. Little Wangyou's words make some sense. Will little Wangyou be as kind as those two just now? Jun Fengxian asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou shook his head. Wangyou only wants to be kind to those who are kind to Wangyou. I can't care about others. Hearing this, the two were somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting Jun Wangyou to say such a thing. That's right, it's good to be grateful, but kindness should be directed towards others, otherwise kindness will only harm yourself. Jun Fengxian patted Jun Wangyou's head, somewhat gratified. Clearly, Jun Wangyou's words resonated with him. Jun Xuanyu nodded. If little Wangyou understands this principle, then she'll be less dangerous venturing into the outside world in the future. Jun Wangyou smiled. Ancestor, may I read some books for a while? Hearing this, Jun Fengxian frowned. Little Wangyou, why have you been studying cultivation techniques all this time? Have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Hearing Jun Fengxian's question, Jun Wangyou nodded. Ancestor, I actually learned the Star Moon Thousand Autumns technique 4 months ago, but after more than a month of cultivation, my yuan power hasn't improved at all. So, I've been reading those low-level cultivation technique books, hoping to learn from them and see if I can find out where my problem lies. The two ancestors fell silent. They naturally knew where Jun Wangyou's problem lay. Seeing their silence, Jun Wangyou smiled and said, Ancestor, I asked my aunt before, but she didn't tell me. Actually, I've already guessed. Hearing this, the two were taken aback. Jun Wangyou narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Jun Wangyou curiously. You know. Tell me. Chapter 32 Amazing Comprehension, Talent is lacking. Jun Wangyou shook her head. Talent is paramount for cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Without talent, even the best cultivation techniques are useless. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou and Jun Wangyou's expressions changed slightly. Jun Wangyou had clearly hit the nail on the head. Child. Jun Wangyou was about to say something when Jun Wangyou smiled. Ancestor, you don't need to comfort me. I'm actually quite indifferent. My current cultivation level is already quite good. With your care, mother, sister, grandparents, and the two ancestors, I'm already very happy. Jun Wangyou's eyes welled up slightly. Good child, remember to come to ancestor if you need anything. This child is too intelligent, yet lacks innate talent. What a pity. Jun Wangyou nodded. Ancestor, I came here this time to find some techniques or array diagrams to pass the time. I don't need to use them, I just want to study them. Alright, go. Jun Wangyou nodded and turned to leave. Watching Jun Wangyou turn and leave, the two old men shook their heads. Jun Wangyou went up to the second floor and found that the two who had come in earlier were still choosing cultivation techniques, and he didn't know how long they would take. Seeing him arrive, the two were somewhat surprised, but remembering what the guardian ancestor had said, they didn't say much. Jun Wangyou looked at the yellow level technique section and secretly called out to the system, "System, can you help Jun Yue and Jun Wuking each choose two suitable techniques?" Sure. Jun Wuking is suited to using a sword. The third shelf on the left of the second bookshelf has a winter blade technique that would suit him well. Also, choose a body technique. The second shelf on the right of the fourth bookshelf has a dragon soaring step, which is also acceptable. Jun Yue is suited to swordsmanship. The spring rain sword technique on the fourth shelf on the right side of the first bookshelf would be perfect for her. Similarly, choose a movement technique. The butterfly dance movement technique on the third shelf in the middle of the fourth bookshelf is quite good. Furthermore, if the host wishes to cultivate techniques, it is recommended to focus on sword and movement techniques first. Other techniques can wait. Thank you. Jun Wangyou listened to the system's words but didn't take the four techniques. Instead, he went to the fourth bookshelf. This bookshelf was filled with over 100 yellow-level movement techniques, demonstrating the Jun family's wealth. He casually picked one up, quickly read through the pages, and immediately closed his eyes to practice it in his mind. Seeing that he had violated the rules of the scripture pavilion, the two collateral disciples immediately took a few steps back, looking around worriedly. Seeing that the ancestors' punishment hadn't arrived yet, the two were taken aback. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out, "Choose. Yours, don't disturb him." Hearing this voice, the two were startled and quickly bowed and nodded. Beside them, Jun Wangyou grasped the movement technique in an instant. Immediately, he stood up and took a step forward, his figure flashing rapidly. It was the very technique he had just learned. Seeing this, the two elders, Zanyu and the other, who had been watching closely, were astonished. He's learned it. To use movement techniques with the strength of a Qi cultivation realm cultivator to this extent, he has at least mastered it proficiently. Indeed, the level of mastery of techniques is divided into initial mastery, proficient mastery, and perfect mastery. This is indeed proficient mastery. Even the simplest yellow rank technique took us several hours back then. I never expected this. The two were amazed, yet couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With Jun Wangyou's comprehension, if he possessed extraordinary talent, ascension to the upper realm would be just around the corner. What a pity. On the other side, Jun Wangyou had just learned the technique when he felt a slight disturbance in his myriad transformations Dao body, and he completely forgot the movement technique he had just used. This feeling was similar to when he learned cultivation techniques before, but cultivation techniques extracted the essence and incorporated the origin technique. What about this technique? At this moment, he remembered the system's reminder and seemed to understand something. Immediately, he picked up another cultivation technique, studied it, comprehended it, and practiced it. He repeated this process over and over, completely dumbfounded the two beside him. What kind of monster is this? In less than an incense stick's time, Jun Wangyou had already changed 5 techniques. Meanwhile, in the rest room, Ancestor Wangyou and the other were also somewhat confused about what Jun Wangyou was doing. I'll go take a look, Jun Wangyou said, then went to Jun Wangyou's side. She glanced at the two collateral descendants and said coldly, choose your techniques and leave as soon as possible. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or you'll be treated as a traitor. Yes, Ancestor. The two agreed and quickly picked up the 3 techniques they had chosen and headed outside. At this moment, Jun Wangyou opened his eyes. Ancestor, why did you come here? Jun Wangyou looked at Jun Wangyou. Little Wangyou, why are you learning so many yellow-level movement techniques? One is enough, and with your strength, one profound level movement technique is sufficient. Jun Wangyou smiled. Ancestor, I was just bored. I wanted to learn a few more to study their similarities and differences, and see if I could combine them to form a completely new technique. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly, secretly speechless for Jun Wangyou. This is truly boring. Alright, but there are too many outsiders today, it's not suitable for your research. You can come back another day. You can go play around in the array diagram area today. Seeing Jun Wangyou say this, Jun Wangyou realized his mistake and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Just then, Jun Wangyou suddenly disappeared, leaving Jun Wangyou slightly puzzled. However, when Jun Yue and Jun Wuqing came up, Jun Wangyou understood. Hey, brother Wuqing, weren't you in line at the back? How come you came in with sister Yue? Seeing the two of them come in together, Jun Wangyou asked with some confusion. Jun Wuqing shook his head, I don't understand either. Why are you still here? Jun Wangyou shook his head, it's alright, you two can choose your techniques first. I just looked at some movement techniques and found 2 that seem quite suitable for you. As he spoke, Jun Wangyou took down the dragon, soaring step and butterfly dance movement techniques and handed them to the 2 of them respectively. The 2 were somewhat surprised, but didn't say much, and each opened them to take a look. A moment later, both of them looked at Jun Wangyou in surprise, realizing that this movement technique was indeed quite suitable for them. At this moment, Jun Wangyou spoke again, yellow-level movement techniques are all pretty much the same, but these 2 are more suitable for you two compared to the others. You can look through the others if you don't believe me. No need, I'll take this one. Jun Wuqing shook his head. Me too. Jun Yue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Jun Wangyou nodded. Thank you for your trust. I see that brother Wuqing is decisive in his actions. You could try his sword techniques, like the cold and ruthless style of winter. As for sister Yue, she is gentle and melancholic. You could try her sword techniques, like the gentle and lingering style of spring rain. Having said that, Jun Wangyou ignored their questions and turned to walk towards the array area. The 2 were stunned for a moment, only to see Jun Wangyou disappear before their eyes. But at that moment, a voice entered their ears. Chapter 33 Yuanling Sect, I think you can trust him. There's a Winter's Edge Blade technique on the 3rd shelf of the 2nd bookshelf, and a Spring Rain Sword technique on the 4th shelf of the 1st bookshelf. They seemed to match his description. Hearing this hoarse voice, the 2 were startled and quickly bowed, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. The 2 stood up and exchanged a glance, quickly finding the 2 techniques. Although they didn't find them particularly impressive, they still resolutely chose them. Then, the 2 went up to the 3rd floor. On the other side, studying the array diagrams and observing the array formations didn't require practice like learning the techniques, so Jun Wangyou remained quiet. Time passed leisurely, and seeing that it was getting late, Jun Wangyou bid farewell to the 2 ancestors and left. But upon exiting the scripture pavilion, he found that there was still quite a long queue. Seeing Jun Wangyou emerge, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. They seemed somewhat surprised that he had been able to stay inside for so long without being driven away by the guardian ancestors. Jun Wangyou ignored the crowd and was about to leave when she saw Jun Yue and Jun Siang not far away. Seeing Jun Wangyou emerge, the 2 immediately approached. Wangyou, thank you for today. Jun Wangyou tilted her head. Big brother, sister Yue, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm going home now, goodbye. Jun Wangyou waved and turned to leave. Seeing this, the 2 were taken aback, somewhat confused by Jun Wangyou's meaning. What do you think Jun Wangyou means? Could it be that she doesn't want to expose herself? After all, she's from a large family. I don't know, but it's probably impossible, right? Never mind, Just remember this today, and don't talk about it when you get back. Okay. The two exchanged a few casual words and then turned and left. Jun family residence, villa. Mother, why isn't brother back yet? Jun, sighing, riding on her rocking horse, asked sullenly. Looking at her daughter, Yi Jingyao couldn't help but smile. He'll be here soon. Go wait for him at the door. Hearing this, Jun, sighing, immediately jumped off the rocking horse and ran towards the door. Ouch! Just as Jun, sighing, reached the door, she bumped into someone and cried out in surprise. Seeing her lose her balance and about to fall backward, Yi Jingyao, watching from a distance, was also startled. But at that moment, a small figure flashed and appeared behind Jun, sighing, who then fell directly into someone's arms. Sighing, how could you be so careless? And where are you rushing off to? Hearing this voice, Jun, sighing's eyes lit up. Brother, you're back. Yeah, sighing hasn't told me where you were going yet. Hearing this, Jun, sighing, pouted. Brother, you've been gone for so long, I couldn't wait any longer. Mom said you'd be back soon and told me to wait for you at the gate. Haha, thank you, sighing. Let's go back. Jun Wangyou smiled and pulled Jun, sighing, back to the courtyard. Auntie, I'm back. Seeing Jun Wangyou return, Yi Jingyao smiled slightly. Good, quickly wash your hands and get ready to eat. I specially prepared braised venison for you. Although she was surprised that Jun Wangyou seemed to have used a technique, she didn't suspect anything. Perhaps it was taught to her by ancestor Wangyou and the others. This child was naturally intelligent. It wasn't surprising that she learned it so quickly. Oh, then I'll definitely eat an extra bowl of rice today. Jun Wangyou smiled. The venison Yi Jingyao used to make braised pork must be the most quintessential flesh and blood of the five-colored deer, and only a five-colored deer at the core formation realm or higher could qualify. After being prepared by Yi Jingyao, the braised venison was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, the most delicious food Jun Wangyou had ever tasted. Of course, besides its deliciousness, the spiritual energy contained in the braised venison was also considerable. It could be said that eating a piece of braised venison was equivalent to a day's cultivation progress for a cultivator with divine grade talent. However, this effect weakened with increasing strength. If a cultivator's realm was higher than the five-colored deers in its previous life, then it would truly only be considered a delicacy. Such delicacies were a rare treat, enjoyed by Yi Jingyao and her companions only once every 7 days. Nearby, Jun, sighing, clapped her hands in delight upon hearing about the braised venison. Yay! More meat to eat. Seeing this, Yi Jingyao smiled and pulled the two children into the restaurant. Central Continent, Yuanling Mountain. Inside the Yuanling sect, a small figure sat cross-legged, her aura robust and powerful, with faint sounds of immortals and demons flowing within her. Phew, this body tempering pill from Wangyou is truly powerful. In just half a year, I've broken through my limit and reached level 49. If I hadn't been delayed, I'd probably be in the 60s by now, right? But now I'm already at level 49. Should I really continue? Jun Muxue opened her eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and murmured. She hesitated. The higher the body tempering limit, the more difficult cultivation became. Would there really be enough resources for her to cultivate in this lower realm? Feeling somewhat annoyed, Jun Muxue stopped cultivating and went outside. Little Shui, come and rest if you're tired. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest, don't rush it. Seeing her leave the cultivation room, the old man beside her smiled. Yes, master. Jun Muxue nodded and went to the old man's side. Half a year ago, after leaving with ancestor Chengxing on a flying boat, she arrived at Yuanling Mountain. Yuanling Mountain was deserted for miles around, except for one dilapidated sect, the Yuanling sect. However, the Yuanling sect was a declining sect, even having been wiped out from the cultivation world. Half a year ago, ancestor Chengxing and his companion passed through this area and saw demonic beasts attacking the Yuanling sect. An old man was fiercely protecting a little girl, so they rescued her. Unfortunately, the old man was only at the foundation establishment stage, and his injuries were too severe. He died shortly after. On his deathbed, the old man entrusted the little girl to Ancestor Morning Star, begging him to take her in. Seeing the little girl's exceptional talent and rare emperor-grade innate ability, Ancestor Morning Star agreed. After a moment's thought, he subtly disguised himself, bearing a 5-point resemblance to the deceased old man, intending to impersonate him and stay with Jun Muxue and the other girl within the Yuanling sect. Jun Muxue became Ancestor Morning Star's disciple, and was always addressed as Little Shui. Thus, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Creak. Just then, the door opened, and a beautifully sculpted little girl ran out of another room. Her little face was full of excitement. "Master, senior sister, I've broken through the body tempering limit." The little girl was Lu Hanyan, the one who had been rescued, now 4 years old. Ancestor Chengxing's brows furrowed slightly. "Hanyan, you started cultivating late. You need to concentrate on your cultivation and not be impatient." "Oh, I understand, Master." Seeing Ancestor Chengxing's continued seriousness, Lu Hanyan lowered her head, a hint of grievance on her face. She didn't understand why her master was always so kind to her senior sister, yet so strict with her. However, she still respected this senior sister very much. She was younger than her, yet stronger. Moreover, if it weren't for the body tempering pill given to her by her senior sister, she wouldn't have broken through the body tempering limit so quickly. At this moment, Jun Muxue pondered for a moment, then unusually spoke up with a reminder. Chapter 34 Jun Xiu searches for medicine. The 10th level of body tempering is the basic limit. There are at least 70 more levels to go. Try to break through that limit again. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 8 isn't too late. Hearing this, Lu Hanyan's mouth opened slightly. "Senior sister, how do you know so much? Grandpa told me before that body tempering only reached the 9th level." Jun Muxue's heart was also stirred by this. She had calculated based on Jun Wangyou's bottle of body tempering pills, and currently, the 49th level was possible. Looking at her junior sister, Jun Muxue thought of her previous question and secretly made up her mind. Central Continent, Qingshan Secret Realm. It is said that there are innate spiritual herbs in the Qingshan Secret Realm. Refining a 9th grade innate pill can make up for some innate deficiencies. But I have been wandering there for almost a month, and I haven't found a trace of any innate spiritual herbs. Could the rumors be false? A stunningly beautiful woman walked among them, her face somewhat pale, a bitter smile on her lips. This person was none other than Jun Xiu. The Azure Profound Realm opens once every 10 years, allowing each entrant a month's stay. After the month, the realm closes, and all outsiders are expelled. A month ago, the Azure Profound Realm opened. Hearing of innate spiritual herbs within, Jun Xiu came without hesitation. This is why Jun Wangyou hadn't seen her for over a month. Now, only 3 days remain until the month's deadline. Although she had collected many spiritual herbs along the way, she hadn't obtained a single innate spiritual herb, leaving her somewhat disappointed. But then, a sudden change occurred. 4 figures flashed by, and before Jun Xiu could react, she was surrounded by 4 cultivators. "Jun Xiu, I must say, you truly have no sense of propriety. While the Azure Profound Secret Realm is open to cultivators below the nascent Soul Realm, which early-stage infant realm cultivator would dare to venture alone? Indeed, today you, the chief disciple of the Profound Heaven Sect Master, are likely to meet your end here." Hearing this, Jun Xiu glanced around, her eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 4, 2 young men and women dressed in blood-red robes were clearly disciples of the Blood Robe sect. One person, concealed in a black robe, exuded ghostly aura, a disciple of the Ghost Fiend sect. The last person, dressed in black, had a cold and stern face, surrounded by a chilling demonic aura, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. Judging from the auras emanating from all 4, they were all late-stage infant realm cultivators, causing Jun Xiu to frown slightly. However, she touched her emperor-level golden silkworm robe and couldn't help but chuckle softly. So it was just some small fry blocking the road. Turns out it's 4 maggots from the 3 great demonic sects gathered together. Enough with your empty words, Jun Xiu, today we'll make sure you die here. The hoarse voice of the black-robed man from the Ghost Fiend sect rang out, his chilling aura soaring to the heavens. At this moment, the man from the Heavenly Demon sect coldly said, "I need a disposable cultivation vessel. How about you injure and subdue her and leave her to me? I don't need anything on her." Upon hearing this, Jun Ziyu's expression changed, becoming somewhat unpleasant, clearly thinking of something terrible. "Xing Yu, your Heavenly Demon sect is still so filthy." Xing Yu sneered, "If it can improve our strength, then that's a good thing." At this moment, the other 3 also nodded. "Fine, But after you kill her, I need her soul to refine the myriad soul banner. A soul from the profound infant realm is excellent material. But we, her fellow disciples, have no objection. Hearing their conversation, Jun Xiu was amused and exasperated. How ridiculous. Do you really think you can take me down? Activate the formation. Jun Xiu shouted coldly, and 4 golden beams shot into the sky, trapping all 5 of them within. Seeing this, Xingyu and the other 3 were slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Jun Xiu, are you scared out of your wits? He, Jun Xiu, your 4th-tier demon trapping formation is quite impressive. Even if the 4 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be able to break it in less than half an hour. But have you forgotten something? Haha, she forgot she's still inside. She's really courting death. Hearing their mockery, Jun Xiu coldly smiled. Half an hour is enough. With that, Jun Xiu, wielding a long sword, attacked Xingyu, showing no intention of guarding her back. Seeing this, the others were slightly taken aback, momentarily confused about Jun Ziyu's intentions. A desperate struggle. Seeing Jun Xiu charging at him recklessly, Xingyu snorted coldly, wielding his long saber and unleashing a technique attack. At the same time, the black-robed man from the Ghost Fiend sect sneered, Jun Xiu, you're truly arrogant, daring to ignore us. A long banner appeared in his hand, and a series of sharp attacks struck Jun Ziyu's back through the banner, but what happened next shocked them. Jun Xiu neither dodged nor evaded, letting the 2 attacks land on her, but all the attacks were blocked by a golden light, unable to harm her in the slightest. Jun Xiu suddenly increased her speed, slashing her sword across Xingyu's chest. If Xingyu hadn't reacted quickly and dodged slightly, this sword would have surely severed his throat, killing him instantly. Seeing this, Xingyu and the other 3 were stunned and utterly shocked. At this moment, the female disciple from the Blood Robe sect seemed to realize something, and her expression changed drastically. Not good. She likely possesses defensive equipment, at least a king-level artifact, to be completely immune to our attacks. Upon hearing this, the other 3 were astonished. Impossible. Only those at the Tribulation Annihilation or even Void-Breaking Realm possess king-level artifacts. What makes Jun Xiu think she can? Jun Xiu smiled coldly. Realizing now, too late. As she spoke, Jun Xiu slashed at Xingyu again, determined to kill the one who had uttered such foul words. Seeing this, Xingyu quickly dodged backward. Attack with all your might. I refuse to believe she can defend indefinitely without taking any damage. Hearing his words, the other 3 exchanged glances and launched their attacks. Nonsense. Jun Xiu snorted coldly, continuing to attack without defending, forcing the 4 men to flee in terror. A moment later, stepping over the 3 corpses, Jun Xiu looked at the heavily injured blood-clad sect female disciple and couldn't help but sneer. Hey, remember to be a good person in your next life. Don't kill me. The blood-clad sect female disciple hurriedly begged for mercy, only to receive a cold glare from Jun Xiu. Don't kill you. Your demonic sect has committed countless evils and deserves to die. As she spoke, Jun Xiu raised her longsword, intending to send her on her way. But at that moment, a single sentence from a female disciple of the Blood Robe sect made her stop instantly. Chapter 35 Forget-me-not candy, I know where to find innate spiritual herbs. Seeing Jun Ziyu's sword about to fall on her head, the blood-clad sect female disciple cried out hastily. Hearing this, Jun Xiu immediately stopped. Speak, what do you know? Seeing Jun Xiu stop, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. I know you've been searching for innate spiritual herbs, or rather, items to replenish your innate essence. The Azure Profound Secret Realm happens to have some. As long as you don't kill me, I'll take you there. Why should I believe you? Jun Xiu narrowed her eyes, looking coldly at the woman. My name is Qin Yu, the granddaughter of the Great Elder of the Blood Robe sect. I know quite a lot. Qin Yu glanced at Jun Xiu as she spoke. The news of the innate spiritual herb in the Azure Profound Secret Realm was first spread by my Blood Robe sect. Only the higher-ups of my Blood Robe sect know its location. Now that Chen Longfei is dead, only I know about it. Hearing this, Jun Xiu was skeptical. Tell me, and I might spare your life. Qin Yu shook her head. I don't believe you unless you swear an oath of Tao heart that you won't kill me after I reveal the location of the innate spiritual herb. Jun Xiu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, I can, but you need to lead me to the innate spiritual herb and swear an oath of Tao heart that you will not reveal what happened today. Just a demonic cultivator, how could he be more important than the innate spiritual herb? All right. Qin Yu agreed without hesitation and swore an oath of Tao heart as Jun Xiu wished. After Jun Xiu also made her vow, the two set the scene ablaze and quickly left. The next morning, Jun Wangyou ate breakfast and went to the scripture pavilion alone. Compared to yesterday, the scripture pavilion was deserted today. After paying his respects to the two patriarchs, Jun Wangyou went to the yellow-level movement technique bookshelf. Seeing this, Jun Xuanyu and the other woman shook their heads. This little guy has incredible comprehension, but I wonder if he can actually create a new movement technique. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Oh well, let him be. The two women whispered a few words and then ignored Jun Wangyou. Time waits for no one, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Jun Wangyou stretched, a slight smile playing on his lips, appearing quite pleased. As his understanding of yellow-level techniques deepened, he learned a yellow-level technique almost every 5 or 6 minutes throughout the day. Following the system's prompts, he mastered all 36 yellow rank techniques in the scripture pavilion and 42 yellow rank sword techniques. Through his myriad transformations Tao body, he evolved 2 yellow rank techniques best suited to him. Jun Wangyou didn't bother with further thought and simply named them the primordial body technique and the primordial sword technique. According to the system, these two techniques were considered the pinnacle of their respective yellow rank counterparts, their power nearly equal to that of the profound rank. Jun Wangyou was naturally satisfied with this. Then, seeing that it was getting late, Jun Wangyou bid farewell to Jun Xuanyu and left the scripture pavilion. Back at the courtyard, he saw Jun Siying's face slightly puffed out, glaring at him angrily. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. Sighing, it's not that your brother doesn't want to take you to the scripture pavilion, it's just that you wouldn't be able to get in even if you went. HMPH, ignoring your brother. Seeing her huffy expression, Jun Wangyou found it exceptionally adorable. Little Sighing, don't be angry. How about I make you some candy beans? Hearing this, Jun Sighing immediately looked at Jun Wangyou. Really? Seeing her sparkling eyes, Jun Wangyou smiled and nodded. A month ago, Jun Wangyou casually flipped through a basic alchemy book in the scripture pavilion. He returned and used several first-grade health-preserving spiritual herbs, along with honey, to simply create a low-grade pill. Jun Wangyou called it Forget Worry Candy Beans. Forget Worry Candy Beans were non-toxic and had no side effects. Their only advantage was their sweet taste and certain health benefits. After making the Forget Worry Candy Beans, Jun Siying loved them. Even Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao, after tasting them, couldn't help but praise Jun Wangyou and took the recipe with them. Seeing Jun Wangyou nod, Jun Siying instantly stopped being angry, or rather, she hadn't been angry at all. Yay, let's go eat some candy beans. Jun Wangyou smiled and pulled her to the alchemy room that Yi Jingyao had prepared for them. The alchemy room was fully equipped with all the materials for making candy beans, all prepared by Yi Jingyao for the two of them. Ever since Jun Wangyou successfully made candy beans, and after making them multiple times under Qin Xingyu's watchful eyes without any problems, she was allowed to make them herself. Jun Wangyou prepared for a moment and then started refining. Meanwhile, Jun Siying watched intently with wide eyes, constantly swallowing her saliva. Jun Siying's candy beans were provided by Yi Jingyao, but Yi Jingyao limited her to only 3 or 4 beans a day. Therefore, every time Jun Wangyou made forget-me-not candy beans, she would give a dozen or so to Jun Siying, and Jun Siying would always be as excited as she was now. A moment later, Jun Wangyou extinguished the fire, opened the alchemy furnace, and took out the forget-me-not candies. With his first-grade alchemist skills, refining even low-grade pills was a piece of cake. There were 49 in total. Jun Wangyou divided them into 2 bottles and handed one to Jun Siying. Seeing Jun Wangyou hand her the extra bottle, Jun Siying quickly took it. Thank you, brother. But just then, a voice came from outside the door, startling Jun Siying. Wangyou, you spoil her too much. Hearing Yi Jingyao's voice, Jun Siying hurriedly hid the bottle behind her back. This was given to me by my father, mother, I can't take it. Seeing this, Yi Jingyao shook her head helplessly. I don't want yours, but remember to eat less each day. 25 pieces, at least a 3-day supply, understand? Jun Siying's eyes lit up. Will mother still give me candy every day? No, for the next 3 days. Hearing this, Jun sighing pouted. Fine, I'll eat it sparingly then. Although she was only 1 year old, she could still do this kind of math. This meant that the number of candy she could eat each day would double for the next 3 days, so naturally she didn't fuss with Yi Jingyao. Alright, come and eat quickly, we've been waiting for you too. Okay, auntie. Jun Wangyou agreed, pulling Jun sighing along to follow Yi Jingyao. The three arrived at the restaurant, only to find Jun Zantian, Qin Xingyu, and Jun Longsheng already there. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback. Grandpa, uncle, what brings you here? It's no wonder he was surprised. These two are incredibly busy people, rarely visiting even once every 2 or 3 months. They've actually come today. Jun Zantian smiled slightly. Today is your first birthday, so even if I'm busy, I have to come and see you. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded, but a pang of sadness welled up inside her. Grandpa, is something wrong at the Xuantian sect? Mother hasn't come back this month. Jun Zantian nodded. A month ago, the Qingshan secret realm opened. Your mother should have entered the secret realm, she should be out in a couple of days. Jun Zantian glanced at Jun Wangyou. He knew that Jun Xiu returned home for a few days every month. He had previously worried about interfering with Jun Ziyu's cultivation and had spoken to her about it, but Jun Xiu assured him it wouldn't affect her cultivation, so he hadn't said anything. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded, finally understanding why her mother hadn't returned. Sitting down next to Jun Zantian, Jun Wangyou hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 36 Obstacles to Advancement of Hunyuan Body Technique. Wangyou, ask whatever you want. Jun Zantian smiled gently, looking at his conflicted little face. Jun Wangyou hesitated for a moment, then asked, Grandpa, is there any news about my sister and the others? Jun Zantian shook his head. No one knows the whereabouts of Ancestor Chengxing and the others, not even me or the other ancestors. Jun Wangyou nodded. Jun Muxue was under a lot of attention, so naturally, the fewer people who knew her whereabouts, the better. Jun Wangyou wasn't surprised by this. In fact, he was just asking casually, not expecting any news at all. Afterwards, the family ate something, and then Jun Zantian and his son left. They were clearly very busy. For the next 2 days, Jun Wangyou spent every day in the scripture pavilion, which made Jun sighing puff out her little face each time. Of course, each time a piece of candy was enough to appease her. Jun Wangyou spent the last 2 days at the scripture pavilion learning profound level movement techniques and swordplay, but he didn't practice them. He discovered that mentally rehearsing them also allowed his myriad transformations body technique to work, albeit at a slower pace. Whether it was because profound level was too low level, or for some other reason, Jun Wangyou raised both techniques to the profound level in just 2 days, and even to the top tier. Next, he only needed to learn earth level techniques to advance both techniques to earth level. Early in the morning, Jun Wangyou was about to go to the scripture pavilion when Jun sighing blocked his way. Brother, you want to go to the scripture pavilion again, and you're not taking me with you. Seeing her pouting face, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. Little sighing, I have no choice. If you can get Grandpa's token, I'll take you, okay. Hearing this, Jun sighing's eyes brightened slightly. Okay, brother, you said it. Don't lie to me. After saying that, Jun sighing ran off. Jun Wangyou smiled, naturally understanding that she was going to find Yi Jingyao or Qin Xingyu, but the two of them would probably disappoint her. Jun Wangyou shook her head, having no intention of waiting for her return. Not long after, in the scripture pavilion, Jun Xuanyu looked at the little one in front of her, her lips twitching slightly. Little Wangyou, you're only at the Qi cultivation realm, you can't look at earth-level techniques. Ancestor, why is that? Jun Wangyou asked, feigning confusion. Little Wangyou, your Yuan power at the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm is insufficient to perform earth-level techniques. It's useless for you to look at them. Yes, little Wangyou, yesterday when you were looking at profound level techniques, we forgot to tell you. With your Yuan power at the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm, you shouldn't easily use those profound level techniques that you can barely perform, they will harm your body. Jun Fengxian had also appeared beside them at some point, his tone somewhat serious. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded, I understand, ancestor. But I just wanted to see if I could learn from it, I won't actually study it. Learn from it. The two were surprised. Jun Wangyou's explanation sounded strange. Jun Wangyou hesitated for a moment, but still chose to reveal something. Ancestor, I've studied quite a few yellow rank and even profound rank techniques these past few days, and I have a certain understanding of them. I'm starting to have a clue how to integrate a brand new yellow rank technique, so I'd like to look at earth rank and even heaven rank techniques to see if I can learn from them. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou and the other woman were startled. Little Wangyou, techniques aren't so easy to create. You mustn't practice them haphazardly. No, ancestor, let me continue studying. After I've perfected them, I'll write them down for you to review. I'll only practice them after you've confirmed they're okay. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Jun Wangyou and the other woman exchanged a glance, then looked at Jun Wangyou. Little Wangyou, remember, you must never practice the techniques you create yourself first, understand? Yes, yes. Seeing him nod, Jun Wangyou and the other woman left. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou continued to look at the earth rank movement technique in his hands, quickly practicing it in his mind. Yuying Courtyard, which is the courtyard where Jun Wangyou resides. This name was chosen by Jun Wangyou and her brother, and it was also approved by Qin Xingyu and her brother. At this moment, Jun Wangyou came to the courtyard, looking sullen, only to find that Jun Wangyou was gone. HMPH, bad mother, bad brother, I'm never talking to you again. With that, Jun Wangyou angrily ran to her rocking horse and started playing by herself. Central Continent, Xuantian sect. Jun Xiu returned to the sect. She glanced in the direction of the Jun family. Wangyou, wait a little longer, mother will come back to see you in a couple of days. Although she was eager to return to her family, she had just come out of the Qingshan secret realm, and now was not the time to go back. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Wangyou walked out of the scripture pavilion, her brows slightly furrowed, her mood not very good. 4 days passed, and he had finished learning all the earth-level movement techniques and sword techniques in the scripture pavilion. However, according to the system, although his Hunyuan movement technique had advanced to the earth level, it was still a bit short of the top earth level, making it unsuitable to continue learning heaven-level movement techniques. Fortunately, one thing made him feel relieved. His Hunyuan sword technique had advanced to the top earth level, its power comparable to heaven-level techniques. With his core formation realm strength, learning and using heaven-level attack techniques was somewhat difficult, so he planned to look at heaven-level techniques later. As for the Hunyuan movement technique, it was sufficient for now. He would see if he could visit other forces to learn other earth-level movement techniques later, and then decide what to do. In the following days, he planned to study the array formation knowledge in the scripture pavilion, as well as the array diagrams collected by the Jun family. Or perhaps he could look at books related to the Tao of Talismans, the Tao of Alchemy, and the Tao of Weapons. Thinking of these things, Jun Wangyou turned and glanced at the scripture pavilion before leaving. Brother, you have to coax me. Just as he arrived at the shadowy courtyard, a little dumpling blocked his way, glaring at him with puffed-up cheeks. Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. Okay, then how should I coax my sighing? Hearing this, Jun Sighing fell into deep thought. Sighing doesn't know either. Should we wait for Sighing to think about it? Okay, then let's go inside first, alright. Jun Wangyou said with a smile. Okay. Jun Sighing nodded, took Jun Wangyou's hand, and skipped and hopped into the courtyard. Seeing this, Yi Jingyao, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Wangyou, help Sighing wash her hands, it's time to eat. Yes, Aunt. Jun Wangyou agreed, took Jun Sighing's hand and helped her wash her hands in the basin of water Shaolin broth, then followed Yi Jingyao into the dining room. After the meal, Jun Wangyou, unusually, spent some time playing with Jun Sighing in the yard. Seeing that Jun Sighing no longer seemed to like the rocking horse very much, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. He thought for a moment and decided to make her another toy tomorrow. In the early morning, Jun Wangyou was planning to take a stroll through the scripture pavilion when he noticed the mother jade on his body vibrating slightly, and his face lit up with joy. Chapter 37 Jun Wangyou's talent advancement, its mother. Jun Wangyou's face lit up with joy. The vibration of the mother jade meant someone was being transported through the child jades. Now, of the 9 child jades, only one was outside. The sender was obvious. Sure enough, with a slight ripple in space, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the courtyard. Mother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jun Wangyou immediately rushed over. Little Wangyou, did you miss mother? Jun Xiu hugged her son tightly, her eyes filled with an overwhelming longing. Yes, mother missed you too. Look what mother brought you. Jun Xiu held Jun Wangyou close, and with a flick of her other hand, a blue, basketball-sized demon beast egg appeared in her palm. Mother, what is this? Jun Wangyou looked at the demon beast egg and asked curiously. This is a demon beast egg. After identification, it should be a bluebird egg. From now on, Wangyou only needs to feed it a drop of your own blood every day. Once it hatches, it will become your companion, and when it grows up, it can even become your mount. Jun Xiu said with a smile. This was a demon beast egg she obtained in the Qingshan secret realm. After confirming it was a bluebird egg, she decided to give it to Jun Wangyou. When a bluebird matures, its strength can reach the peak of the nascent soul realm, making it perfect for protecting Jun Wangyou. Hearing her mother's words, Jun Wangyou immediately exclaimed happily, "Thank you, mother." Not far away, seeing Jun Wangyou receive a gift, Jun Xiying couldn't help but run over. Auntie, does Xiying have a gift? Jun Xiu smiled, of course. Here, these are spiritual fruits that Auntie obtained in this secret realm. I heard they're delicious. How about you and your brother each have one? Looking at the bright red, fragrant spiritual fruits, Jun Xiying couldn't help but drool. Okay. Brother, we'll each have one. Jun Wangyou nodded. The third-grade spiritual fruit, the crimson cloud fruit, was indeed a good nourishing fruit for children. However, it also had the effect of alchemy, serving as an auxiliary material for refining the third-grade meridian nourishing pill. The meridian nourishing pill, as the name suggests, is a pill used to nourish the meridians when they are damaged. Jun Wangyou jumped down from Jun Ziyu's arms, took the spiritual fruit, and gave one to Jun Xiying. Mother said it's delicious, so it must taste great. She said, taking a bite herself and finding it indeed quite tasty. Although both of them possessed the nourishing essence of the spirit fruit, its effects might be wasted, but wasn't the point to indulge in the delicious flavor. Seeing this, Jun Xiying couldn't resist either and immediately began to devour it. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu walked over. Xiu, you're back. Mother, I came back to see Wangyou and the others. Qin Xingyu nodded. How many days do you plan to stay this time? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou stopped and looked at Jun Xiu. Jun Ziyu's expression changed slightly. She looked at him apologetically and smiled. Wangyou, mother has been a bit busy lately and will be leaving soon. It's all right, mother. I'm just happy that you're back to see me. Jun Wangyou smiled, interrupting Jun Xiu. He knew perfectly well it was going to be an apology, and he didn't want to hear it. Mother, come with me, I have a gift for you. Knowing his mother would soon depart, Jun Wangyou thought of the marrow cleansing pill and decided to have Jun Xiu use it as soon as possible. He led Jun Xiu to his room and took the pill from under his pillow. Mother, eat this. What's this? Jun Xiu clearly didn't recognize the pill and asked with some doubt. Jun Wangyou whispered mysteriously, Mother, I don't know what happened. It hit me a couple of days ago, and the note with it said it would be useful for you. Hearing this, Jun Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. First the body tempering pill, then the teleportation jade, and now this pill. Who was behind her son? Her two children were becoming increasingly mysterious. But at that moment, Jun Wangyou had already shoved the pill into Jun Ziyu's mouth. Caught off guard, Jun Xiu felt the pill melt instantly in her mouth and quickly absorb into her body. A chill swept through her body, and Jun Xiu felt her mind clear considerably. When she came to her senses, Jun Ziyu's expression turned grim. Wangyou, you lied just now. Jun Wangyou had acted too quickly. She hadn't even had time to react before being forced to take the marrow cleansing pill. Considering the previous two incidents, this pill was definitely not simple. The body tempering pill was meant to help Jun Wangyou, the teleportation jade was meant to help Jun Wangyou, so why was this pill meant to help her? If she wasn't mistaken, this pill was very likely meant to help Jun Wangyou. Seeing her mother's darkening face, Jun Wangyou shrank back. Mother, don't be angry. There wasn't actually a note this time, but I had a feeling it would be useful to you. Jun Xiu looked at Jun Wangyou, feeling somewhat helpless. Useful to her. It was probably more useful to him. This son was truly a worry for her. Jun Xiu immediately sat cross-legged, carefully examining her body, but found nothing unusual. However, she refused to believe that a useless pill could appear beside Jun Wangyou. Just then, something occurred to her, and she quickly circulated her cultivation technique. A moment later, she stood up, her face pale. Her cultivation speed had more than doubled. After Jun Wangyou and Jun Xiu were born, her cultivation speed had inexplicably increased by about 50% while she was cultivating at the Jun family home. This increase disappeared after she went to the Xuantian sect, but every time she returned, the increase would reappear. She vaguely felt it was because of her son, Jun Wangyou. She hadn't told anyone about this. But this time, her cultivation speed had actually doubled overall. She could guess the reason even with a snap of her fingers. Her talent had improved. This should have been a good thing, but she couldn't be happy at all. She had emperor-grade talent and could still advance. What if Jun Wangyou had used it? Jun Xiu looked at Jun Wangyou, who had her head bowed, and was momentarily speechless. All right, mother, don't be angry. It's useful to you, isn't it? Once you're strong, even if Wangyou walks around arrogantly, no one will dare bully her, right? Jun Wangyou grabbed Jun Ziyu's large hand, acting cute and charming. Sigh. Jun Xiu sighed. Wangyou, remember this, if you have good things, remember to eat them yourself. Mother can't always be by your side. Only by becoming strong can you better protect yourself, understand? Jun Wangyou nodded obediently, but inwardly he was unconvinced. He would naturally eat the good stuff himself. This marrow cleansing pill was useless to him anyway. Besides, Jun Ziyu's improved talent was also beneficial to Jun Wangyou. It could increase Jun Wangyou's cultivation speed by 10%, wasn't that a benefit? Now, sharing the talents of Jun Xiu and the other two, his cultivation speed had doubled, almost equivalent to a top-grade talent. Afterwards, the two left the room. Jun Xiu sat with the others for a while before leaving. Jun Wangyou was saddened for a moment, then took Jun Siang to find Xiaolan. Chapter 38. Incubation begins. Sister Xiaolan, could you please prepare some more wood and carving tools for me? Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Xiaolan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, young Master Wangyou. Watching Xiaolan leave, Jun Siang thought of something and happily took Jun Wangyou's hand. Brother, what are you making this time? Jun Wangyou smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Hearing this, Jun Siang couldn't help but pout. Brother, just tell me. But facing her coaxing and cuteness, Jun Wangyou didn't intend to say more, but instead led her to the bluebird egg. Seeing this, Jun Siang remembered what her aunt had said, and her little face changed slightly. Brother, can you not hatch this egg? Hearing this, Jun Wangyou turned his head and asked in confusion, why? No reason, just can you not hatch it? Jun Siang shook her head, her eyes fixed on Jun Wangyou. Before Jun Wangyou could figure out what she meant, Qin Xingyu, who was standing not far away, laughed. Little Wangyou, Siang is afraid that once the bluebird hatches, you won't play with her anymore. Hearing this, Jun Siang blushed, a look of panic at having her thoughts exposed. Jun Wangyou smiled and patted her little head. Don't worry, I haven't decided whether to hatch it or not. Even if it hatches, it will still be our partner, and I'll still be your brother. Hearing this, Jun Siang immediately became happy, nodding her little head frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Xingyu watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. Watching these two little bundles of joy interact every day was quite amusing. After comforting Jun Siang, Jun Wangyou looked at the bluebird egg. System, help me check the potential of this monster egg. If the potential is good, hatching it and nurturing it wouldn't be bad, but if its potential is too low, let it hatch anyway. After all, it's a gift from my mother, it should be brought to life, shouldn't it? However, to Jun Wangyou's surprise, the system's answer was somewhat unexpected. Congratulations, host. This demon beast egg is indeed a azure bird egg, but it possesses a trace of the azure divine bird bloodline, making it more potential than ordinary. Azure birds. Its adult strength can reach the returning demon realm. If it has enough opportunity to evolve, its strength will advance even further. If it evolves back into its ancestral form as an azure divine bird, reaching the supreme demon venerable level is also highly possible. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. Judging from the system's words, this egg's potential was quite good. If it could evolve back into its ancestral form, that would be even more remarkable. Having received this answer, Jun Wangyou thought of something and couldn't help but ask, System, is the blood-feeding method my mother mentioned reliable? It wouldn't be fun if he painstakingly fed it only to find it was a rebellious offspring. Although its growth rate was undoubtedly fast, it was still disgusting. Host, the purpose of feeding with your essence blood is to establish a close bond. The resulting beast is fine as a companion, but to make it absolutely obedient and never betray you, this method won't work. Oh, you mean this method has a chance of betrayal? Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. He was naturally suspicious, and he couldn't accept the possibility of a personally raised demon beast betraying him. Theoretically not, but some demon beasts are inherently rebellious, so betrayal is highly possible. Even without a rebellious nature, if a misunderstanding arises and cannot be resolved, betrayal is still possible. Then what method do you have? Jun Wangyou hesitated for a moment, then asked. If the system had other methods, he would use the system's methods. Although he didn't know the system's purpose in helping him, he believed the system wouldn't harm him. Even if he was wrong, he was certain the system wouldn't do anything detrimental to him until a certain point. Therefore, in this matter, he would seek help from the system if possible. There was no need to say more. No method for now. The host can incubate it first, feeding it with a drop of fresh blood every 7 days. This way, the demon beast egg will hatch in 49 days. After that, if a method is found, another contract can be formed. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. Since the system couldn't help for the time being, this was the only option for now. Jun Wangyou carried the bluebird egg to his room, pricked his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. As the blood fell, the monster egg seemed to breathe, absorbing the blood into its shell. With the blood absorbed, Jun Wangyou felt a subtle connection between himself and the egg. Jun Wangyou shook his head, not dwelling on it, and turned to leave with Jun sighing. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Xiaolan had already placed the prepared items there. Jun Wangyou told Jun sighing to wait aside and began making the egg. As Jun Wangyou started, Qin Xingyu and the others couldn't help but look over. Last time, Jun Wangyou had created a rocking horse and a rocking chair, which had surprised them a little. They wondered what he would create this time. The strength and speed Jun Wangyou used throughout were all within the capabilities of a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, but more than 10 times faster than an ordinary person. In a short while, he had all the parts ready and began assembling them quickly. Soon, a simple 4-wheeled children's car appeared. Let me show you how to play. Jun Wangyou smiled at Jun sighing and pulled her onto the seat. Then, gripping the steering wheel, Jun Wangyou continued, the power unit is under the seat. You don't need to worry about that. Just tap the seat 3 times, and it will move. As he spoke, Jun Wangyou tapped the seat 3 times, and the children's car began to move, albeit slowly, only slightly faster than an average adult walking. Wow, it's moving. Seeing the children's car start moving, Jun sighing clapped. Her hands excitedly, her little face flushed. Jun Wangyou smiled, turned the steering wheel slightly, and the children's car immediately began to change direction. Look, this is what I'm holding. It controls the direction, the steering wheel turns in the same direction you need to go. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Jun sighing nodded quickly, her little face beaming with excitement. Jun Wangyou drove the car around once, then gestured for Jun sighing to look at her feet. This bump under your feet is the brake. Press it once, and it will slow down by half. Press it again, and it will stop. As he spoke, Jun Wangyou lightly pressed the pedal, and the toy car indeed slowed down. Seeing this, Jun sighing also pressed the pedal, and the toy car stopped. It really stopped. Jun sighing looked at Jun Wangyou in surprise. Brother, I want to play. Jun Wangyou nodded, switched seats with her, and smiled slightly. You try. Jun sighing quickly imitated Jun Wangyou's actions and started the toy car. It must be said that although she was only 1 year old, Jun sighing's intelligence was no less than that of 4 or 5-year-old children in his previous life. She had completely learned it after only seeing it once. Brother, I got it. This is more fun than the rocking horse. Jun sighing's laughter rang out in the yard, lasting for a long time. A new toy kept her entertained for the entire morning, and Jun Wangyou accompanied her for the whole morning in the toy car. The joyful atmosphere was brought to a halt only when Yi Jingyao arrived. Chapter 39. Flipping through the alchemy notes, sighing, you've been playing all morning, shouldn't you go study? Hearing this, Jun sighing pouted, but didn't dare to argue. Then, she turned to Jun Wangyou, looking pitifully at him, "Brother, will you stay with me?" Jun Wangyou hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure, you go first, I'll come find you later." He didn't really want to go to the scripture pavilion today, it wasn't good for a 1-year-old to run there every day. Now that Jun Siying was begging, he agreed. Hearing Jun Wangyou's agreement, Jun Siying instantly beamed, "Okay, then brother, you have to keep your word." With that, she skipped and hopped away with Yi Jingyao. Seeing her leave, Jun Wangyou looked at Qin Xingyu, "Grandma, do you have any interesting books? I'd like to find a couple to pass the time." Hearing this, Qin Xingyu smiled and shook her head, "You're putting Grandma in a difficult position. Grandma has only read books related to cultivation before, and there really aren't any interesting ones." Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded knowingly. In this world where strength reigns supreme, cultivation is so important, who has the time to bother with things unrelated to cultivation? At this moment, Qin Xingyu thought of something and couldn't help but smile. "I see you're extremely sensitive to weaponry. How about I find you some books related to weapon refiners to look at?" "Alright, I'm bored anyway, so it won't hurt to take a look." "Thank you, Grandma." Jun Wangyou nodded, "Grandma, I'll go find Siying first. Send someone over later, find a lot, or some books on pills, talismans, arrays, weapons, biographies, etc. I'll just take a look." "Okay." Qin Xingyu nodded, without asking any further questions. Jun Wangyou arrived at Jun Siying's study and saw Yi Jingyao teaching her the basics of cultivation. Jun Siying smiled when she saw him. "Brother, you're here." Jun Wangyou nodded and smiled at Yi Jingyao. "Auntie, you continue teaching Siying, I'll just come and keep her company." He then looked at Jun Siying. "Siying, study hard, or I won't let you play next time." Siying knows, "I'll definitely study hard." Jun Siying nodded quickly, agreeing readily, which made Yi Jingyao smile as well. "Wangyou, you've always studied next door, haven't you? Your uncle has printed some biographies and other books, you can read them if you're bored." "Okay, Auntie." Jun Wangyou nodded, casually picked up a book, and sat down to read. To his surprise, the book turned out to be a 7th-level alchemist's alchemy notes, which piqued Jun Wangyou's interest. Although he had mastered the basics of alchemy, becoming familiar with almost all medicinal herbs below the emperor grade, fundamental alchemy knowledge, and several alchemy techniques, this only laid a solid foundation for his path as an alchemist. To refine pills, besides all of the above, the most important thing is the pill formula. The pill formula is the most crucial element in refining any pill, encompassing the required medicinal herbs, the order of refining them, precautions for alchemy, and so on. Without a pill formula, even with the highest level of skill and foundation, one cannot refine the corresponding pill. He currently possesses no pill formulas other than the basic formulas for a few first-grade pills included with the fundamentals of alchemy. These alchemy notes from predecessors, however, can still serve as a reference for him. If his alchemy talent were extraordinary, it wouldn't be impossible for him to deduce 1 or 2 pill formulas based on these notes. Similarly, the same applies to professions like talisman masters and array masters. This is why the handwriting of predecessors in alchemy, talisman making, and array setting is rarely shown to others, it could easily reveal their secrets. However, after reading just 1 page, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but frown. He discovered that the author of this biography had a very shallow understanding of alchemy. Many basic operations were wrong, making it strange that he could even refine pills. Moreover, this wasn't an alchemy note at all. He would have believed it if you called it a notebook of incorrect alchemy mistakes. He flipped through a few more pages and shook his head. The first 5 pages of the book were all about refining the same first-grade pill, and all of them were wrong. Of course, that's a bit of an overstatement. It should be said that the first 5 pages were his process of correcting errors. By the time Jun Wangyou saw the first page, he had almost figured out the pill formula. By the 5th page, his prediction was indeed confirmed. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou was somewhat speechless, but he still continued reading a few more pages. However, he discovered that he had made the same mistake again when refining the second grade 1 pill. This left Jun Wangyou utterly speechless. "System, there are too many errors. I can't bear to look anymore. Do you have a way to help me deduce the pill formula mentioned in this notebook? Open black lens bracket." "Not at the moment. The system does not have this function, close black lens bracket." "Not at the moment." So you can later. Jun Wangyou raised an eyebrow, sensing that the system's words had a hidden meaning. Open black lens bracket. I don't know, close black lens bracket. Fine. Jun Wangyou sighed, closed the notebook, got up, and walked around the bookshelf. Finding no ready-made pill formulas or array diagrams, he gave up trying to find them. He had now mastered the basics of alchemy, talisman making, weapon making, and array formations. What he lacked were alchemy formulas, array diagrams, and practice. Practice was temporarily out of the question. He didn't want to attract attention. But he naturally wanted to learn as many alchemy formulas and array diagrams as possible. It would be too late to learn them later when needed. Besides, when he started practicing, he would need to start from the lower levels and work his way up. Having a few alchemy formulas and array diagrams to practice with would be beneficial. Thinking of this, Jun Wangyou continued to flip through the alchemy notebook, trying to deduce a few more alchemy formulas, preferably second grade or even higher grade formulas that he didn't already possess. Soon afterward, he finished reading the entire notebook and finally confirmed one fact. This was a notebook of alchemy mistakes. However, he had also deduced more than 10 alchemy formulas from it, ranging from 1st to 7th grade, demonstrating the extent to which such alchemy notebooks revealed formulas. Not bad. At least I got 1 or 2 pill formulas for each of the first 7 grades. Jun Wangyou sighed inwardly and put the book back in its place. Knock knock. Just as Jun Wangyou was about to find another book to read, there was a knock on the study door. Young madam, I've come to bring a book for young Master Wangyou. Xiaolan quickly explained when she saw Yi Jingyao turn to look at her. Seeing that it was Xiaolan who came, but not seeing her carrying any books or anyone following behind, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Xiaolan, where are the books? Xiaolan quickly handed over a ring. Young Master Wangyou, this is a storage ring. The books you requested are all inside. Jun Wangyou took the ring and smiled. Thank you for making the trip, Sister Xiaolan. Hearing this, Xiaolan quickly waved her hand and smiled. No trouble at all, it's what Xiaolan should do. Young madam, young Master Wangyou, if there's nothing else, Xiaolan will take her leave. Jun Wangyou nodded and looked at Yi Jingyao. He was fine, but since Xiaolan had asked, he naturally had to see what Yi Jingyao would say. Sure enough, Yi Jingyao said, Xiaolan, go prepare some drinks for Wangyou and the other man, and make me a cup of tea. Yes, young madam. Xiaolan agreed and left. As soon as Xiaolan left, Yi Jingyao looked at Jun Wangyou, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Chapter 40, Backroom Dealings. Wangyou, what books did you ask your grandmother to prepare for you? Yi Jingyao asked with slight curiosity. If this nephew hadn't been born with a congenital injury that destined him to lack talent, his prodigious abilities would probably be no less than his sister's, right? After all, what child can speak after only 1 month? She had only ever seen these 2 siblings. Moreover, Jun Wangyou could master most of the characters in the Tianyuan continent within 3 months and read classical texts without difficulty, even easily learning royal-level cultivation techniques. She had truly never seen such a bright child. Therefore, seeing that he had specially prepared books for him, Yi Jingyao was also somewhat curious. Jun Wangyou smiled. Aunt, I'm just a bit too lazy to go to the scripture pavilion every day. I asked Grandma to find me some interesting books to pass the time, but she said there probably aren't many interesting books in the cultivation world, so I asked her to just find some. I don't know what she found. After speaking, Jun Wangyou suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, Aunt, how did you know it was Grandma who prepared the books for me? Yi Jingyao nodded and smiled slightly. Storage rings are special mystical artifacts. Xiaolan can't obtain them, nor does she have the right to control them. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. He really didn't know that. He only knew that storage rings were special mystical artifacts, and the larger the internal space, the more valuable they were. However, it seemed that some people refined storage rings into spiritual artifacts, or even emperor-level or immortal artifacts. Of course, this was rare in the Tianyuan continent. After all, storage rings were meant for convenient storage. No one would waste resources refining storage rings with a quality higher than a mystical artifact. At this moment, Yi Jingyao seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled. Wangyou, take a look at the books your grandmother prepared for you. If they're not suitable for passing the time, your aunt has some recommendations. Oh, aunt, you have good recommendations. Jun Wangyou's eyes lit up, becoming somewhat curious. Yi Jingyao smiled. Wangyou should know that I come from the Yi family, a merchant family, and have some understanding of the mortal world. I've heard that there are storybooks in the mortal world, used by ordinary people to pass the time. I'll have the Yi family send some over in a few days. I think there will be one that suits your taste. Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Thank you, aunt. Then I'll trouble you. The appearance of storybooks was just right, it was suitable for him to conceal himself. After all, he couldn't be reading books about cultivation all the time, could he? You're welcome. A hint of heartache flashed in Yi Jingyao's eyes. If Jun Wangyou hadn't had a congenital deficiency, she wouldn't have made this suggestion, since becoming addicted to storybooks would actually hinder cultivation. Afterwards, Yi Jingyao continued teaching Jun Siang in the study, while Jun Wangyou took out a biography to read. He discovered that Qin Xingyu had indeed prepared quite a few biographies for him, as well as the books on alchemy, talismans, arrays, and artifacts he had mentioned. However, compared to these books, he was actually more interested in techniques, alchemy formulas, and array diagrams. Unfortunately, there weren't any. Over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Wangyou had read several more books on alchemy, talisman making, and array setting, enriching his knowledge of his secondary profession. And to his dismay, he had actually received a technique for signing in at the end of this month, today. Gaining a technique through daily check-ins wasn't unusual, he'd received them before. But this time was different. He seriously suspected the system was rigging the system. Open black lens bracket. Dao Contract Technique Scroll. After use, you can learn an unknown level technique, Dao Contract. It can condense a contract seal, forcibly implanting it into a living being to form a contract, close black lens bracket. Jun Wangyou's eyes narrowed slightly. They'd just talked about contracts a while ago, and now this appeared at the end of the month. How could he not be suspicious? However, despite his doubts, Jun Wangyou accepted the reward readily. After all, this was an unknown level technique. Although it didn't explain how to break the contract, it certainly wouldn't be simple. Jun Wangyou focused his mind on the system space and chose to use the Dao Contract Technique Scroll. As he confirmed, the scroll transformed into countless mysterious runes and entered his mind. With a refreshing sensation, Jun Wangyou instantly learned the technique, his second unknown level technique. After learning it, he also learned more about Dao contracts. Contract seals are divided into master-servant contracts, symbiotic contracts, and equal contracts. The contract seal formed by a Dao contract penetrates deep into the other party's soul, establishing a close connection, and its binding force strengthens over time. However, there's a rather treacherous aspect. Regardless of the type of contract, it has no binding force on the person who formed the Dao contract seal. For example, a symbiotic contract should ideally involve shared life, with the death of one party resulting in the death of the other. But if Jun Wangyou used a Dao contract to form a symbiotic contract, then if he dies, the other party will certainly die, but if the other party dies, he doesn't have to die. Isn't this almost equivalent to a master-servant contract? In other words, there's no obligation to obey the master's commands, otherwise, wouldn't this also be a master-servant contract? The same applies to equal contracts. Ideally, both parties should coexist equally, without harming or interfering with each other, but what if the other party loses their binding force? A tyrannical clause. You can't harm me, but I can harm you. So, upon learning this information, Jun Wangyou remained outwardly silent, but inwardly she was ecstatic. Of course, the Dao contract wasn't invincible. First, when the opponent's cultivation level was far superior, there was a significant risk of failure, except for cases where the opponent was severely injured, essentially a lucky break. Second, besides Jun Wangyou dissolving the contract herself, there were three other possibilities. The first was that the contract seal Jun Wangyou formed before reaching the returning immortal realm could be dissolved within 10 years by reaching the supreme venerable realm. The second was that the opponent's soul was scattered, they didn't enter reincarnation, and permanently disappeared from the river of time, automatically dissolving the contract, equivalent to the causal separation. The third was that the opponent also cultivated the Dao contract, And if their soul was stronger than Jun Wangyou's, they could also dissolve their own contract. Of course, after Jun Wangyou broke through to the returning immortal realm, she could reform and replace the contract seal. However, before Jun Wangyou broke through to the returning immortal realm, she was unlikely to encounter a supreme venerable realm expert, so the first possibility was ruled out. The second possibility is best left unsaid. The third type is somewhat unsolvable, but fortunately, even if one learns the Tao contract, one cannot help break the Tao contract seal formed by others. Moreover, according to the system, unknown level techniques are extremely rare and not easy to learn. They cannot be learned by anyone below the supreme venerable realm. Jun Wangyou is only able to learn them thanks to the system's favor. Therefore, the possibility of the Tao contract seal being broken by someone else is very slim, or even non-existent. Besides the two shortcomings mentioned above, the Tao contract has another drawback, which is also something Jun Wangyou finds extremely displeasing. Chapter 41 Heading to the martial arts arena. After learning the Tao contract, Jun Wangyou discovered that with his current strength, he could only condense a maximum of 4,000 contract seals simultaneously. In other words, if he had already contracted 4,000 beings at the same time, he could no longer condense more contract seals. Unless a contract seal dissipated, whether by someone else, on its own, or by Jun Wangyou himself, the only way to condense more contract seals was to continuously break through his cultivation limit. Each breakthrough added 1,000 contract seals. He had already broken through 3 cultivation limits: body tempering, yuan cultivation, and spirit building, which gave him 4,000. However, 4,000 was already quite good. There wouldn't be that many beings worthy of his Tao contract. Besides, there would always be more in the future, right? Jun Wangyou smiled, immediately went to the room where the bluebird egg was kept, condensed a master-servant contract seal, and implanted it into the bluebird egg. Seeing the contract take effect, Jun Wangyou patted the demon beast egg. "You've absorbed my blood 3 times already, you should hatch as soon as possible." But as soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "Host, if you're willing, you can set up a simple grade 3 spirit gathering array and place 3 top-grade spirit stones inside to speed up its hatching. Otherwise, you'll have to feed it with your blood 4 more times, or wait for it to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to hatch slowly. However, this process will likely take at least a year and a half." Jun Wangyou frowned slightly. Waiting a year and a half was clearly not what he wanted. Feeding it with his blood 4 times, even if it's only 4 drops, but, system, how long will it take to hatch at the fastest? A grade 3 spirit gathering array, plus 3 top-grade spirit stones, will only take 3 days. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. He had no practical experience in talisman making or weapon forging, and he had only refined first-grade pills. However, he had practiced array formation a few times in his room and could now set up 3rd-tier arrays, making him a qualified 3rd-tier array master, and the 3rd-tier spirit gathering array was precisely one he could set up and had learned. Without hesitation, Jun Wangyou immediately took out a top-grade spirit stone and inscribed the array patterns of a 3rd-tier concealing breath array on it. As the last stroke was completed, the spirit stone emitted a faint fluctuation of yuan energy before disappearing without a trace. Then, he repeated the process, taking out 2 more top-grade spirit stones and inscribing concealing breath array patterns on them. After completing these, he inscribed the array patterns of a spirit gathering array on the reverse side of each of the 3 spirit stones. Finally, he looked at the 3 spirit stones with satisfaction and used a special technique to place them into the void surrounding the azure bird egg. As the spirit stone inscribed with array patterns disappeared, the void rippled slightly before returning to calm. "Done." Jun Wangyou smiled. "As long as Grandpa and the other high-level array masters don't come over and don't examine it closely, there shouldn't be any major problems." Although Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao had studied arrays, their skill levels were low, and they couldn't see through his concealment array. 3 days later, the spiritual energy in the spirit stone would be exhausted, the stone would turn to ash, and the array would disappear. Moreover, this was just the room where the demon beast egg was placed. Apart from him and Jun sighing, generally no one would come here, thinking that in just 3 days, no one should have noticed him. Jun Wangyou smiled, walked out of the room, and closed the door behind him. "Brother, you've come to see egg again. Seeing Jun sighing approach, Jun Wangyou nodded. Yeah, but it hasn't hatched yet. I don't know when it will hatch, or if it'll be pretty. Jun sighing's eyes brightened slightly. If it's not pretty, does that mean brother won't want it? Jun Wangyou sensed a hint of expectation in her tone and couldn't help but smile. If it's not pretty, then we won't want it. Yay, okay. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Jun sighing cheered, seemingly very happy. Jun Wangyou smiled, glancing towards the room. He seemed to have noticed the bluebird egg move slightly, but he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. However, he didn't dwell on it. He was just trying to make Jun sighing happy. A demon servant's appearance didn't matter, as long as she was useful. Alright, little sighing, why aren't you at your morning study? What brings you here? Hearing this, Jun sighing remembered her grandmother's words and quickly said, Grandpa, Grandma wants to see you. Okay, let's go then. Jun Wangyou said, taking Jun sighing's little hand and quickly leading her to the courtyard. At this moment, Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao were in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Jun Wangyou and Yi Jingyao. Grandma, little Wangyou, today is the day for selecting collateral descendants to enter the main branch of the Jun family for cultivation. Shall I take you to see it? Qin Xingyu picked up Jun Wangyou and smiled. Slightly. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly taken aback. Grandma, didn't the collateral branches of the Jun family go to the scripture pavilion to choose techniques a month ago? Weren't they decided yet? Qin Xingyu was slightly surprised, then smiled. It seems little Wangyou encountered them, but that was just the preliminary selection. Each year, each collateral branch of the Jun family selects one person to enter the main family to choose techniques for training. After a month of training, they will be tested on their mastery of the 3 techniques. Those who excel can stay and train in the main family, while those who are eliminated will be sent back to their collateral branches. Is that so? Jun Wangyou nodded. Grandma, is the elimination rate high? Qin Xingyu shook her head. It's uncertain, but at least half are sent back each year, and sometimes even 8 or 9 out of 10 are sent back. Jun Wangyou nodded, thinking of Jun Yue and Jun Wuking. Then let's go take a look. Okay. Qin Xingyu nodded and led Yi Jingyao and the other 2 towards the Jun family's martial arts arena. Before long, the group arrived at the Jun family's martial arts arena, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. The Jun family's arena was vast, with 10 training platforms, each approximately 100 meters in radius, arranged in a staggered pattern in the center. On either side were spectator stands, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of viewers. Directly in front was a grandstand, significantly higher than the spectator stands, reserved for important figures of the main family or distinguished guests. On either side of the grandstand were numerous seats, reserved for direct descendants of the Jun family's main branch or disciples and family members brought by distinguished guests. Upon arriving, Qin Xingyu and her companions immediately boarded their flying swords and ascended to the grandstand. Upon seeing this, the martial arts arena instantly erupted in noise. It's the madam of the family and the young madam of the family. They actually came. Yes, they never come in previous years. What's going on this year? I don't know, maybe they came on business. Hey, who are those 2 children? They're so young, why did they bring them? That goes without saying. Jun Muxue was taken away by the ancestor, so the one in the young madam of the family's arms must be Jun sighing. As for the one in the madam of the family's arms, I really don't know. Could it be? The audience was abuzz with discussion, while below the martial arts stage, the newly arrived collateral descendants of the Jun family couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Chapter 42 Preparing to test talent. It's him. It's that child from that day. I never expected his status to be so extraordinary. To be held by the head of the main family and his wife, his identity must be extraordinary. Alas, we missed an opportunity. Speaking of which, it seems 2 of us were quite favored by that child. I wonder if we received any special treatment. As everyone spoke, they all looked at Jun Yue and Jun Wuking, only to see their expressions of surprise. I didn't expect him to be a direct descendant of the Jun family. No wonder something felt off that day. Jun Wuking shook his head, muttering to himself. Indeed, the old ancestor guarding the scripture pavilion acted strangely. He must know Jun Wangyou. He must be a regular at the scripture pavilion. We seem to be. Jun Yue said, glancing at Jun Wuking with a wry smile. Jun Wuking had clearly thought of this as well, giving Jun Wangyou a deep look. They had all been deceived by a child. The two people in the crowd who had witnessed Jun Wangyou's cultivation techniques also had a slight change in expression. This Jun Wangyou must be the Jun family's hidden genius, right? Thinking back to the warning they received that day, they were still shaken. On the platform, seeing Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao bring Jun Wangyou up, the Jun family elders said nothing. Others might not know, but how could they not? Jun Muxue wasn't Yi Jingyao's child, and Jun Wangyou, whom Qin Xingyu recognized as her grandson, and who had the approval of Jun Zantian and the ancestor of the scripture pavilion, frequently visiting the scripture pavilion, was highly likely to be related to Jun Muxue. Considering Jun Ziyu's secret return and year-long stay, even a fool could guess what was going on. But this was a top secret of the Jun family, and they were all elders of the family. Naturally, they wouldn't speak carelessly, not even about their own wives and children. Seeing Yi Jingyao sit down to the side, Qin Xingyu and Jun Zantian each sat down holding a child, and the first elder also stood up. Silence. The grand elder shouted coldly, and the entire training ground fell silent instantly. Today is the annual day for the Jun family to select collateral descendants to enter the main family for cultivation, and it is also the day for the cultivation test of the Jun family's direct descendants under the age of 18. All participants, please take this seriously. After speaking, the first elder coldly swept his gaze across the entire training ground, then continued, "Next, those collateral descendants whose names are called, come up to the stage and demonstrate the results of your cultivation techniques this month. We, the 10 elders, will comprehensively judge your qualifications based on your talent, cultivation level, and your comprehension of the 3 techniques you selected last month. Those who qualify can stay and await selection or be selected as subordinates of a direct descendant. Those who fail will be sent back to the collateral branch immediately. Now, let's begin the roll call. Jun Zhuang, Jun Lin, the 10 of you will each come up to a training platform in the order of your names are called to demonstrate your techniques." After speaking, the first elder returned to his seat, and the young men and women whose names were called went up to the training platforms one after another. As they demonstrated, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but shake his head. According to the order of the martial arts demonstration, those who go on stage must first practice the Zan level techniques. Only if they do not know them can they practice the Tuhuang level techniques. This rule must have been explained to them before, yet all 10 people who went on stage chose to practice yellow level techniques. This shows they haven't really learned the profound level techniques, or perhaps they haven't even mastered them after a month. "Grandma, what are the rules for these people choosing or being chosen as subordinates?" Before Qin Xingyu could speak, Jun Zantian explained, "These collateral descendants are mostly between 10 and 15 years old. The outstanding ones will stay in the main Jun family to cultivate, but they need to choose a direct descendant as their subordinate, and cultivation resources will be allocated according to their excellence. The direct descendants who can participate must also be between 10 and 15 years old. After the cultivation test, the list of qualified direct descendants will be announced, and the qualified collateral descendants can choose freely. However, if a direct descendant disagrees, the collateral descendant is rejected and must wait for other direct descendants to choose. If not selected, they can still stay in the main family and wait to be chosen by direct descendants the following year. But if rejected 3 times, they will be sent back to the collateral branch." Jun Wangyou nodded. "Grandpa, are only direct descendants who meet the age requirement?" "Not entirely. It depends on the specific circumstances. If a collateral descendant doesn't want to choose a qualified direct descendant, they can choose another direct descendant. However, each direct descendant of the Jun family can only have a maximum of 10 collateral descendants. So, Xiao Wangyou, you must be careful in your choices." "Grandpa, do I count too?" Jun Wangyou was somewhat surprised. In the eyes of outsiders, he was inherently deficient, destined to lack talent. "Of course, you are also a direct descendant of the Jun family, why wouldn't you count?" Jun Zantian nodded, his tone certain. Jun Wangyou shook his head. "Grandpa, I'll pass. Following me would only hinder a genius." Hearing this, all the elders turned slightly, not understanding why Jun Wangyou said this. Jun Zantian and Qin Xingyu, however, remained silent. Jun Wangyou smiled. "Grandpa, you once said I was born with a deficiency, that my talent was destined to be lacking, and I've felt it somewhat lately. Wangyou. Qin Xingyu's eyes reddened slightly. She was about to say something when Jun Wangyou interrupted her. Grandpa, Grandma, listen to me. As far as I know, children can actually have their talent tested at 1 year old. The reason they're tested around 3 years old and begin cultivation is because children under 3 have fragile meridians and aren't suitable for cultivation. Now that I'm with Grandma every day, I always attract attention and bring unnecessary trouble. Why don't you let me test my talent today? That way, I can avoid the attention of outsiders and just be an ordinary young master in peace. Sigh. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, Jun Zantian sighed and looked at Qin Xingyu, saying, Wangyou's words aren't without reason. What do you think? Qin Xingyu shook her head. Wangyou is too young. Testing his talent will lead to gossip about him behind his back. It's inappropriate. But hearing her words, Jun Wangyou shook his head. Grandma, I know your worries, but this day will eventually come, won't it? Since that's the case, why not let it come sooner, so I can be a carefree young master, Wangyou. Wangyou. Qin Xingyu choked up, momentarily at a loss for words. Jun Zantian was silent for a moment, then looked at the Grand Elder beside him. Make the arrangements. The first elder seemed to have grasped something. Patriarch, the Jun family has 6 direct descendants suitable for talent testing this year. Why don't we arrange for them to be tested together? All right. Seeing Jun Zantian nod, the first elder rose and left briefly, returning to nod at Jun Zantian. Patriarch, we've arranged for each family to bring their representatives. We'll begin after the direct descendants finish their cultivation tests. Meanwhile, on the martial arts platform, 10 collateral descendants finished their technique demonstrations and waited anxiously. Chapter 43 Jun Wangyou's proposal, Jun Zhuang and Jun Lin have passed. As the Grand Elder announced the results, some on the martial arts stage rejoiced while others grieved, but none dared to delay and jumped off the stage. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke again, Jun Wangyou, Jun Yue. Jun Wuking, 10 others, please come up and practice. Hearing the names Jun Yue and Jun Wuking, Jun Wangyou became interested. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu looked at him and smiled, do I know anyone among these 10? Jun Wangyou nodded, I went to the scripture pavilion when they were choosing their techniques. Jun Wuking and Jun Yue seem like good people. Hearing his words, Jun Zantian and the others nodded. They had also heard about what happened at the scripture pavilion that day. They remembered these 2 kind-hearted disciples. Both of them are quite talented, especially Jun Yue. Her talent is no less than she used back then. Her talent is exceptional, and her temperament is also good. Needless to say, she can stay in the main family to cultivate, but becoming a qualified direct descendant is, well, it's hard to say. If we follow the rules, either she'll choose randomly, or someone else will choose her, and it's unlikely to suit her taste. Hearing the elders' words, Jun Wangyou smiled. Elders, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Oh, what good idea does little Wangyou have? Tell us. The second elder smiled. He didn't mind hearing this intelligent child's suggestion. After all, although Jun Wangyou was hidden away by Qin Xingyu and the others, their intelligence was something they, as elders of the Jun family, had heard of to some extent. Jun Wangyou smiled. I think it would be better to train those promising and talented collateral disciples as half-direct descendants. Half-direct descendants. That's right. Take Jun Wuking, for example. He's naturally arrogant, but his character is good. If he became a subordinate of a direct descendant whose talent is inferior to his, not only would Jun Wuking harbor resentment, but if he encountered a direct descendant with a weaker character, he would likely be ruined. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, everyone nodded. Such a thing wasn't unheard of in the Jun family, but due to various rules, it was unavoidable. They wanted to see what good suggestions Jun Wangyou could come up with. Jun Wangyou smiled slightly and continued, faced with such a genius, the Jun family could actually accept him in other ways, such as making him a disciple of an elder, allowing him to enjoy treatment no less favorable than that of a direct descendant, so he can grow and serve the Jun family. The elders exchanged glances and shook their heads. Let alone the Jun family, even the other 3 major families rarely had a precedent for accepting collateral relatives as disciples. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou smiled. I understand the elders' thoughts, but geniuses are treated differently, especially since they are already members of the Jun family. That's not impossible, but if this precedent is set, there will likely be many who want to become disciples of an elder. Jun Wangyou smiled upon hearing this. That's fine. We can set a standard. To become an elder's disciple, one must possess talent of the highest rank or above. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou nodded. This method isn't bad, but we need to pay attention to character. If one's character is flawed, even the best talent will be useless. Jun Wangyou then said, how about this, you all observe first. I'll go and consult with the elders. If possible, we can refine this decision further. Yes, Patriarch. As expected, after Jun Wangyou left, Jun Wuking and Jun Yue both won the approval of the elders with their excellent performances and became qualified. The selection continued. Jun Wangyou felt it wasn't very interesting, so she casually picked up a storybook and started reading. Seeing this, Qin Xingyu shook her head and said nothing. Soon, the selection ended. Of the more than 140 collateral descendants, only 32 qualified. The Grand Elder shook his head, rose, and announced, the selection of collateral descendants is now complete. Next, all qualified direct descendants, please prepare to have your cultivation tested. As the Grand Elder finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 2 high platforms suddenly rose from the center of the 10 martial arts arenas. On the 2 platforms stood a mysterious, ancient black stone tablet and a crystal-clear gem. Seeing this, the Jun family members in the audience were somewhat surprised. What's going on? Isn't this a cultivation test? Why is the Jun family's talent crystal being brought out? Yes, it's rumored that only powerful forces like the 7 immortal sects and our 4 great families possess talent crystals. They can detect talents up to the saint rank, making them more authoritative than talent stones. That's right. Talent stones can only detect emperor rank talents, and there's a very small probability of error, while talent crystals don't have this problem. What's so surprising? It's said that the talent crystal can even test physique. The last time the Jun family used the talent crystal was when Jun Xiu was 16. That's true. The Jun family used talent stones for testing in the past. Only those with emperor-grade talent would have the talent crystal restarted at 16 for a second test to see if they had the right physique. It's like everyone else does it. The other 3 major families do the same. Still gossiping. Aren't you worried about the cultivation test? This is related to your cultivation resources for the next year. What's the use of worrying? The outcome is already decided. Will worrying change anything? Sigh. Amidst the murmurs in the training ground, the Grand Elder coldly shouted, silence. All direct descendants aged 7 to 18, line up immediately and prepare to be tested. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the training ground fell silent again, and all the direct descendants orderly left the audience seats and went to the center of the training ground. Of the collateral disciples participating today, aside from the 32 selected, all others were sent out of the training ground. Then, the Grand Elder flew down from the platform and landed in front of the black stone tablet. The Jun family's annual cultivation test begins. Those whose names are called next, come forward immediately for the test. Jun Xianning, 7 years old, body tempering level 8. Jun Yushan, 16 years old, Spirit Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Jun Wangyou looked at the Jun family disciples taking their cultivation tests and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seems that talents above the emperor rank are truly rare. Almost the entire younger generation of the Jun family is here, yet not a single one. Since arriving at the martial arts arena, Jun Wangyou had received numerous reports of top-tier talents, but not a single emperor-rank talent. Jun Wangyou didn't dwell on this. After all, this was the lower realm. Where would they find so many exceptionally talented individuals? Time passed, and afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. As the cultivation tests were about to end, Jun Wangyou returned. Chapter 44 Jun Yue's Choice. Upon seeing Jun Wangyou return, all the elders looked at him, eager to know the outcome of his trip. Jun Wangyou smiled, the elders think it went well, we can set a precedent. However, the specific elder the collateral branch disciple chooses to become their master is entirely up to their wishes. However, during this month-long period for collateral branch disciples to select their training techniques, the Jun family needs to send someone to investigate those with exceptional talent or higher. If their character is flawed, they will not be allowed to become an elder's disciple. Furthermore, if a collateral branch disciple does not wish to become an elder's disciple and prefers to become a subordinate of a direct descendant, this should not be obstructed. Hearing this, the elders all nodded. Very good. Patriarch, the cultivation test is over, let's go take a look. All right. Jun Wangyou agreed, then looked at Qin Xingyu. Madam, let's go first. You can bring Wangyou over later. Qin Xingyu nodded. Watching Jun Wangyou and the others leave, Jun Wangyou asked, Grandmother, can I also go for the talent test? Qin Xingyu was taken aback, about to speak, when Jun Wangyou shook her head, her face serious. No, Wangyou, remember this, you can't use this talent crystal, and it's best not to test your talent at all. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was confused, but still obediently nodded. Brother, I understand, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Yi Jingyao walked over. Wangyou, you seem to know something about Wangyou's situation. Jun Wangyou nodded. My sister once told me privately that Wangyou's talent is no weaker than my mother's, and even slightly surpasses hers. The younger generation of the Jun family already makes other families and the demonic sect uneasy. If they knew that Wangyou's talent surpasses my mother's, I'm afraid Wangyou would also be in danger. Hearing this, Qin Xingyu and Yi Jingyao nodded. That little girl, Jun Muxue, was very mysterious, what she said was probably true. At this moment, Jun Wangyou continued, furthermore, my sister said that Wangyou's constitution is likely related to yin sha qi, and she suggests choosing a cultivation technique based on this. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingyao and Xiao Chun's expressions subtly changed, recalling what happened when Jun Wangyou was just born. Moreover, they knew that even now, yin sha qi gathered around Jun Wangyou, though it was never very strong. Even so, Xiaolan and Xiao Chun dared not approach Jun Wangyou for long. However, what puzzled them was that while they were fine, given their cultivation levels, how could Jun Wangyou be immune to this yin sha qi? At this moment, Yi Jingyao thought of Jun Wangyou's recent unusual behavior and couldn't help but give Jun Wangyou a deep look. Was it the bottle Wangyou had hidden? She had opened that bottle before. The spiritual liquid inside was completely unfamiliar, but its body-strengthening effects were excellent. She had asked Jun Wangyou about it, but Jun Wangyou wouldn't say, so she hadn't pressed her for details. It seems that the bottle might have been given by Jun Wangyou. Only Jun Wangyou could earn Jun Wangyou's such trust and protection. However, although Qin Xingyu and the other felt that Jun Wangyou was acting strangely, they didn't ask any further questions. At this moment, the Grand Elder also finished the cultivation test for the direct descendants. Direct descendants aged 10 and above, and under 15, please stay. The other disciples may leave. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, a dozen or so direct descendants were left on a martial arts platform, while the others stepped down. Those direct descendants remaining on the platform all turned their gazes to the 32 collateral descendants awaiting selection, with Jun Yue receiving the most attention. After all, Jun Yue was talented and beautiful, who wouldn't like her? At this moment, Jun Wangyou spoke up. Today, taking this opportunity, I announce something. With the approval of the ancestors, from now on, collateral descendants who are recognized by all the elders may choose to become disciples of one elder, enjoying the same privileges as direct descendants. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in an uproar, everyone thinking they had misheard. Even the 32 waiting collateral descendants were startled, then their faces lit up with joy. Patriarch, isn't this inappropriate? Yes, Patriarch, how can collateral descendants? Patriarch, as direct descendants spoke up, more and more direct descendants began to object. But Jun Wangyou simply said, this was decided by the ancestors. Do you think your opinions are better than theirs? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. How could they possibly answer? Jun Wangyou coldly swept his gaze across the crowd, then looked at the 32 expectant collateral disciples. Jun Wuking and Jun Yue, in this selection, you two have received the approval of all the elders. You can choose an elder to become your disciple, or a direct descendant to become your subordinate. You can even choose from all direct descendants under the age of 18, including newborn direct descendants, but you need their consent. Hearing this, the other collateral disciples couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but they vaguely understood Jun Yue and Jun Wuking's situation. Their talent was unmatched. As for relationships, they glanced in Jun Wangyou's direction and shook their heads. They had already missed their chance. Jun Yue and Jun Wuking, however, glanced in Jun Wangyou's direction, seemingly understanding something. This had never happened before. Why was this a precedent set this time? Had Jun Wangyou said something? Jun Wuking pondered for a moment, then looked at Jun Zantian and said, Patriarch, I don't know much about the elders and don't know who to choose. Please give me some advice. Jun Zantian shook his head and smiled, You're quite good. I see you used to practice swordsmanship. Why do you suddenly want to practice with a saber? Jun Wuking glanced at Jun Wangyou, then said, A senior gave me guidance. He said I'm more suited to using a saber, and indeed, I feel more comfortable with it, and my mind has become much more open. Jun Zantian smiled upon hearing this, a good opportunity indeed. The third elder is quite proficient with the saber, you can consider him. Thank you, Patriarch. Jun Wuking bowed in gratitude, then looked at the third elder, Jun Zhaoming, and bowed, saying, Disciple Jun Wuking wishes to become the third elder's disciple. Good, good, good. Become a disciple. Jun Zhaoming smiled happily and did not refuse. Greetings, Master. Jun Wuking was overjoyed and quickly knelt down to perform the disciple acceptance ceremony. Immediately, Jun Zhaoming took out a long sword. This is a top-grade Zan weapon called Windbreaker. Consider it a gift from your master. Thank you, Master. Jun Wuking happily accepted the longsword, Pofeng, and then stood up to stand beside Jun Zhaoming. Seeing this, Jun Zantian smiled and then looked at Jun Yue, What's your decision? Jun Yue glanced at the 10 elders on the platform, her gaze lingering on the 3 female elders for a moment, but she didn't make a decision. She glanced at Jun Wangyou, then looked at Jun Zantian, Patriarch, if I choose to become a direct descendant, what will my cultivation resources be like? Hearing this, Jun Zantian was slightly taken aback, but still said, It depends on your performance, but at most you'll only be able to receive the same resources as ordinary direct descendants. Therefore, I personally suggest you become a disciple. Jun Yue remained silent. She had a basic understanding of the Jun family's situation. Direct descendants received resources in 5 tiers: ordinary, elite, genius, prodigy, and peerless prodigy. Each higher tier meant an additional 50% in cultivation resources. With her talent, if she were a direct descendant, she could easily obtain cultivation resources at the 3rd or even 4th tier. But she always felt that Jun Wangyou was extraordinary, and her intuition told her that if she didn't choose Jun Wangyou, she would definitely miss the greatest opportunity. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and looked up at Jun Zantian. Chapter 45 Inferior Talent. Patriarch, I want to become Jun Wangyou's subordinate. Upon hearing Jun Yue's words, everyone present looked at her in surprise, even Jun Wangyou himself narrowed his eyes slightly. What did you say? Seeing Jun Zantian's slightly astonished expression, Jun Yue's heart pounded. Patriarch, isn't young Master Wangyou a direct descendant? Yes. Jun Zantian's eyes narrowed slightly, but Wangyou's situation is very special, and he might not be suitable for you. Jun Yue was puzzled and about to ask further when she heard a childish voice beside her. Grandpa, since everyone will know soon enough, why don't we just tell Sister Yue? Hearing this voice, Jun Zantian turned his head and saw that Jun Wangyou had already been led by Qin Xingyu to the platform of the Talent Divine Crystal. Seeing his expressionless face, as if he didn't care about anything, Jun Zantian felt a slight pang of pain in his heart. This was his grandson. Now, with his congenital deficiencies, how could he not feel heartache? Jun Zantian took a deep breath and announced loudly, Today, Jun Yue enters the main family with Emperor-grade talent. My Jun family has specially activated the Talent Divine Stone to retest her talent, and also to test the talents of other eligible members of the Jun family. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd below. Although they had already heard that Jun Yue's talent was extraordinary, hearing Jun Zantian confirm it himself still shocked them. The last person in the Jun family to possess Emperor-grade talent was Jun Xiu. In that instant, they seemed to understand why their ancestors had agreed to allow a collateral branch member to become a disciple of an elder and enjoy the same treatment as a direct descendant. With such talent, becoming a subordinate to a direct descendant, under the influence of various factors, would likely be a waste. At this moment, Jun Zantian turned to Jun Yue, his face helpless, and said, Wangyou has been judged by the ancestor to have innate deficiencies. You should know what this means. He will also participate in the talent test today. I can give you time to consider. After the talent test, if you still want to become his subordinate, we won't stop you. Having said that, without waiting for Jun Yue's reply, Jun Zantian looked at the Grand Elder Jun Luocheng. Grand Elder, let's begin. Jun Luocheng nodded, flew up to the high platform where the talent divine crystal was located, and looked down, saying in a deep voice, everyone, bring up the disciples who need to have their talents tested. As his voice fell, more than a dozen streams of light flew up from various parts of the martial arts arena, landing beside Qin Xingyu and Jun Yue. Jun Luocheng glanced at Jun Yue. Jun Yue, after they finish their tests, you can come up too. Yes, Grand Elder. Jun Yue was still immersed in Jun Zantian's words. Hearing Jun Luocheng call her name, she quickly bowed in response. Jun Luocheng nodded. Wangyou, come and line up for the test. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou went out first, followed closely by a dozen or so children around 3 years old. Seeing Jun Wangyou, this most special child, being tested first, the martial arts arena immediately fell silent, everyone staring intently. Over the past few months, quite a few people had seen Jun Wangyou in the scripture pavilion, and all knew he was somewhat special. Now, knowing he called the clan head, Grandpa, and that the elders seemed very kind to him, it was hard not to make some connections. Jun Yue also looked over, somewhat bewildered. Jun Wangyou's condition was clearly abnormal. A 1-year-old child could enter and leave the scripture pavilion and even instruct her and Jun Wuking on choosing techniques. It didn't seem normal at all. But now Jun Zantian was telling her that Jun Wangyou had a congenital deficiency. Wasn't this just messing with her? Jun Wangyou, on the other hand, calmly listened to Elder Jun Luocheng's guidance, placing her small hand on the talent crystal and emptying her mind. She believed that the unknown level technique, Dao Yin, wouldn't disappoint her. Sure enough, just as she placed her hand on the talent crystal, it flashed with golden light, and a gray gas condensed into a large gray character within it. Inferior. Seeing this, everyone present was astonished. How is this possible? This is impossible. In the Tianyuan continent, even in ordinary families, the chance of someone with a subpar talent is only 50%. Even a collateral branch of the Jun family hasn't produced a subpar talent in 100 years. Yes, is this Jun Wangyou truly a direct descendant of the Jun family? The direct line of the Jun family hasn't produced a subpar talent in 1,000 years. Seeing this result, countless people discussed animatedly, their astonishment showing no sign of fading. Jun Yue, watching this scene, was also somewhat stunned. Was this really the talent of the intelligent and mature Jun Wangyou? Jun Zantian and Qin Xingyu stood to the side, their expressions also not very good. Although they knew Jun Wangyou's talent wouldn't be very good, they hadn't expected it to be this bad. But Jun Wangyou remained neither happy nor sad about the result. He glanced at the commotion below, but in his heart, he was in for a bad surprise. He then shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, I'm still better suited to be the carefree young master. Then, he smiled and went to Qin Xingyu's side. Grandma, let's go. Qin Xingyu hugged Jun Wangyou tightly. This child must be feeling incredibly sad inside. Grandma, don't be sad. Grandpa named me Wangyou, meaning, forget worry, hoping I would forget my sorrows and live a carefree life. Not entering the world of cultivators and living a peaceful life is also a good choice. Hearing Jun Wangyou's comforting words, Qin Xingyu felt a pang of sadness. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, tears would probably have already fallen. Then, he picked up Jun Wangyou and went to the platform, his cold gaze sweeping across the martial arts arena, a clear warning in his eyes. Seeing this, the 10 elders understood and nodded. The Jun family members also narrowed their eyes slightly. The patriarch's wife's behavior seemed a bit off. Just who was Jun Wangyou? Jun Wangyou's talent is inferior, yet Qin Xingyu still protects him like this. What is she thinking? The Grand Elder sighed, looking in this direction, then turned to the children behind him. Next. Jun Yulan, superior talent. Jun Wanjun, top-grade talent. In no time, more than 10 children had their talents tested, all possessing above-average talent, with one, Jun Wanjun, even having top-grade talent. Seeing this, the Jun family members breathed a sigh of relief. This was the norm. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at Jun Yue. Jun Yue, come up and test your talent first, then we'll decide on your apprenticeship. Jun Yue nodded. jumped onto the platform, and placed her hand on the talent crystal. Immediately, the talent crystal flashed with golden light, and within it, a large character condensed from yellow gas. Emperor. Before anyone could react, water rippled and flowed ceaselessly on the talent crystal. Above the Jun family's martial arts arena, a vast ocean appeared, sometimes surging, sometimes calm. Then, the phenomenon vanished, and 3 large characters reappeared on the talent crystal, water spirit body. Seeing this, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly an Emperor-grade talent. Our Jun family has produced another Emperor-grade talent, and a water spirit body at that. Beside him, Jun Zontian and the others nodded repeatedly, though a hint of regret lingered in their expressions. Chapter 46 Shao Qing, Water Spirit Body, not bad. Emperor-grade talent, even better. But cultivation families like the Jun family, and even major powers, hope for only one thing every time they use talent crystals: the emergence of someone with talent above Emperor grade. After all, talent stones can only detect Emperor grade talent, and those with Emperor grade talent often need to be tested again with talent crystals. What if they have talent above Emperor grade, but the talent stones failed to detect it? However, clearly, Jun Yue only has Emperor grade talent. Therefore, while they were happy, they were also a little disappointed. At this moment, Jun Zontian spoke again. Jun Yue, choose an elder to become your disciple, or do you still intend to remain Jun Wangyou's subordinate? Hearing this, the martial arts arena instantly fell silent. What will Jun Yue choose? However, everyone present understood that Jun Yue probably wouldn't choose Jun Wangyou. After all, in a family like the Jun family, for a person with Emperor-grade talent to become a subordinate of someone with inferior talent is tantamount to cutting off their own path to immortality. But to their surprise, Jun Yue hesitated. Seeing this, everyone present was astonished. What was Jun Yue hesitating about under these circumstances? On the high platform, Qin Xingyu, holding Jun Wangyou, also watched this scene with some curiosity. At this moment, Jun Yue glanced in Jun Wangyou's direction, gritted her teeth, and said, Jun Yue will obey the family head's arrangements. Upon uttering these words, she staggered slightly, as if this decision had exhausted all her strength. Hearing this, Jun Zontian smiled and nodded. Although he was Jun Wangyou's maternal grandfather, he also didn't want Jun Yue to choose Jun Wangyou. An Emperor-grade talent shouldn't be wasted. Jun Zontian pondered for a moment, then said, I see you have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Why not choose an elder who specializes in swordsmanship? Please enlighten me, Patriarch. Jun Yue lowered her head, her expression neither pleased nor sad. Jun Zontian nodded. The Jun family is based on formations, but we also have quite a few elders who specialize in swordsmanship. Aside from the first elder, third elder, sixth elder, and 10th elder, you can choose any of the others. As Jun Zontian finished speaking, the 4 elders stepped back a few paces, allowing Jun Yue to see more clearly. Jun Yue's gaze passed over the male elders and landed on the 2 remaining female elders. The 4th elder, Jun Yanying, was very old, an elderly woman with deep, cold eyes and an extremely serious expression. The 9th elder, Jun Wangyou, was a beautiful woman, gentle and dignified, with a kind face that gave off a very approachable feeling. She had learned about the basic information of these elders from the main branch of the Jun family this month, so they were not unfamiliar to her. Jun Yue turned her gaze to Jun Wangyou. Jun Yue wishes to become a disciple of the 9th elder. I humbly request that the 9th elder accept me as his apprentice. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou smiled and nodded, quickly taking out a cyan longsword. Very well, this is your apprenticeship gift, the top-grade Zon weapon, the Clearwater sword. Disciple Jun Yue greets master. Jun Yue respectfully performed the apprenticeship ceremony, then accepted the longsword and went to Jun Wangyou's side. She glanced inadvertently at the high platform, only to find that Jun Wangyou and the others had already left some time earlier. Seeing this, Jun Yue felt a slight tightness in her chest, as if she had missed some opportunity. Seeing Jun Yue finish her apprenticeship ceremony, Jun Zontian looked at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, the rest is up to you. Yes, Patriarch. Jun Zontian nodded and flew away on his sword. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Xiying stared intently at the bluebird egg before her, her big eyes wide. Brother, you said it would hatch today, is that true? Jun Wangyou nodded, yes, it will hatch soon. The spiritual energy of the 3 top-grade spirit stones had been completely exhausted, turning to ashes just now. Now, there were some sounds coming from inside the bluebird egg, so it should hatch soon. Sure enough. As Jun Wangyou finished speaking, the bluebird eggshell suddenly cracked, making a cracking sound. It cracked. Brother, it cracked. Jun sighing exclaimed in delight upon seeing the cracks on the bluebird egg. In the courtyard, Yi Jingyao, hearing the commotion, quickly came over. Jun Wangyou's lips twitched slightly, she found Jun sighing's words somewhat amusing. It's almost hatched. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the top of the bluebird egg shattered instantly. Then, a bird's head with a tuft of golden feathers on its head emerged. The bird's eyes were still closed, but it expertly and quickly devoured all the eggshell, then flapped its wings and flew to Jun Wangyou's side. It opened its eyes, and its head affectionately rubbed against Jun Wangyou's trouser leg. Jun Wangyou squatted down to examine it closely. It had a tuft of golden feathers on its head, and the rest of its body was entirely blue, very neat and clean. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected this bluebird to be so appealing. Moreover, its feathers were so complete right after hatching, and it could fly. It didn't look like a chick at all. Just then, a notification popped up before Jun Wangyou's eyes, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Open black lens bracket. Name. None close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. 0 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race. Demon. Azure bird close black lens bracket open black lens bracket realm. Late stage of the foundation establishment realm close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent. Emperor grade close black lens bracket open black lens bracket bloodline. Super incomplete Azure divine bird bloodline close black lens bracket. A demon beast actually meets the conditions for dual cultivation binding. Moreover, it already possesses late-stage foundation establishment realm strength right from birth. Outrageous. However, considering the premise for this information to pop up, Jun Wangyou couldn't help but smile. At least, this azure bird looks quite good, doesn't it? I wonder what it will look like after transforming. However, this question will only be answered when it breaks through to the divine transformation realm, since most demon beasts can only transform into humans at the divine transformation realm. Looking at her azure feathers, Jun Wangyou didn't bother to think much and simply said, seeing your azure feathers and being a member of the azure bird clan, how about I call you Little Azure? Chirp. Hearing Jun Wangyou's words, the azure bird seemed to understand, chirping happily and nuzzling Jun Wangyou's palm. In fact, due to the master-servant contract, Little Azure could indeed understand Jun Wangyou's words. Not only that, Jun Wangyou could also understand Little Azure's words. That chirp was a way of thanking him. At this moment, Jun sighing also looked happily at Little Azure. Little Azure, come here, let me hug you. Upon hearing this, Little Azure took 2 steps back, looking at Jun sighing warily. Seeing this, Jun sighing puffed out her cheeks. Brother, does it not like me? Jun Wangyou smiled. No, it's just been born and is still unfamiliar with you. It'll get used to you. Then, Jun Wangyou looked at Zhao King. Zhao King, this is my sister Jun sighing. You can't hurt her. You can play with her occasionally, understand? Chirp. Yes, master. Zhao King chirped and obediently came to Jun sighing's side, spreading out its 2 wings. Chapter 47 The Ultimate Realm of the Profound Infant Stage. Seeing Xiao Qing's obedient appearance, Jun sighing happily hugged it. Hee, you're my little friend now. Beside her, seeing the bluebird so docile, Yi Jingyao also breathed a sigh of relief. However, now that the bluebird has hatched, she needed to be extra careful. Although most unhatched beasts fed with blood generally don't bite their masters, there are exceptions, so she naturally needed to be cautious. If possible, finding a 7th or even 8th grade contract talisman to help Jun Wangyou and the bluebird sign a master-servant contract would be ideal. However, contract talismans are at least 7th grade, difficult to make, and have an extremely low success rate. They require at least an 8th level talisman master to create, and they're hard to find on the market. Even a large family like the Jun family doesn't have many contract talismans, and they probably wouldn't use one for Jun Wangyou. Yi Jingyao shook her head, not thinking about it further. After Xiao Qing hatched, nothing major happened, and Xiao Qing remained very obedient, always following Jun Wangyou's every word. Even when facing Jun Siying, it was incredibly obedient. Qin Xingyu naturally appreciated this and invested some resources in it. After all, this bluebird, once grown, could protect Jun Wangyou to a certain extent, so it couldn't be neglected. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Brother, I want to eat fish, will you make it for me? In the courtyard, Jun Wangyou was resting on a recliner when she heard Jun Siying's voice coming from outside. Soon, Jun Siying ran in carrying a large fish. The fish seemed still alive, hopping around, making Jun Siying unsteady on her feet. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou quickly jumped up, took the fish from her arms, afraid she would drop it at any moment. Little Qing stood quietly to the side, watching Jun Siying curiously. Jun Wangyou shook his head. Ever since acquiring the culinary encyclopedia 3 months ago, he had displayed superb cooking skills, prompting Jun Siying to frequently return with ingredients to seek him out. The culinary encyclopedia recorded the fundamentals of cooking, all ingredients from the Tianyuan continent and even the Holy Spirit continent, and their various cooking methods, a truly comprehensive resource. It took Jun Wangyou a month to finish reading the first half, which covered the basics of cooking and the ingredients of the Tianyuan continent. As for the second half, he hadn't read it yet. However, with the system's guidance, his cooking skills were now arguably the best in the Tianyuan continent. This was also why Jun Siying craved his cooking. Little Siying, let's rest for a bit. We'll cook the fish this afternoon and eat it with Auntie and Grandma, okay? Hearing this, Jun Siying tilted her head and smiled. Okay. Seeing her nod, Jun Wangyou tossed the fish into the water tank nearby. Alright, you go play with Zhao King first, brother will lie down for a while longer. Oh, okay. Jun Siying nodded, seemingly a little disappointed, but still took Zhao King to play. Seeing this, Jun Wangyou lay back down on the recliner and opened his attribute panel. Open black lens bracket. Name: Jun Wangyou close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age: 1 year and 7 months close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race: human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket realm: profound infant realm extreme close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent: Dao grade close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physique: myriad transformations Dao body characteristics: absorption and assimilation: Yin-Yang Immortal Demon close black lens bracket open black lens bracket cultivation technique: origin technique special spirit level close black lens bracket techniques: unknown level Dao concealment, unknown level Dao contract, king level 1000-mile transmission technique, earth level primordial body technique, earth level primordial sword technique, earth level primordial body technique, earth level primordial spear technique. Secondary professions: rank 6 array master, rank 1 alchemist, quasi-rank 1 talisman master, quasi-mystic weapon master. Items: creation elixir 9, imperial weapon, 7 kill sword, rank 5 array diagram, 5 elements demon suppression array, top grade spirit stones 156, body nourishing liquid 1 bottle, mother child teleportation jade, body tempering pill 1 bottle. Classics: basic array Dao, basic alchemy Dao, basic talisman Dao, basic weapon Dao, great compendium of cooking Dao, grade 4 Qi cultivation pill recipe, grade 1 bloodline pill 1 bottle, supreme cultivation technique, killing Dao sword manual. In just over half a year, he broke through from the early stage of the core formation realm to the current peak of the profound infant realm, his strength surpassing that of his mother, Jun Xiu. His foundation is incredibly solid, what he lacks is practical experience. While he was in the late stage of the core formation realm, his golden core had already reached the illusory quality upon its initial formation. The mysterious patterns that appeared on his golden core after reaching the pinnacle of the core formation realm were temporarily unknown even to the system. After the golden core, the next stage is shattering the core to form an infant, condensing into a profound infant. This is the profound infant realm. The quality of profound infants is divided into illusory infants, solid infants, purple infants, immortal infants, saint infants, Dao infants, and supreme Dao infants. What Jun Wangyou condensed was the highest quality, the supreme Dao infant. The profound infant realm involves continuously nurturing the profound infant with Yuan power. A profound infant 3 feet tall is the early stage. A profound infant 6 feet tall is the middle stage. A profound infant 9 feet tall is the late stage. As for the state of the profound infant below the pinnacle of the profound infant realm, that depends entirely on the cultivator's foundation and varies greatly. After breaking through to the pinnacle of the profound infant realm, the quality of his profound infant once again became unknown even to the system. It was only known that it was definitely not a supreme Tao infant. As for Zhan Ying's size, it was a perfect 9'9", meaning he was 81 feet tall. Zhan Ying sat upright on the spiritual platform, his aura terrifyingly powerful, impossible to look directly at. If it weren't for the ample space within his dantian, Zhan Ying probably wouldn't even be able to sit upright. It could be said that he had reached the strongest extreme realm all along. Next, he was preparing to break through to the divine transformation realm. The divine transformation realm is the process of Yuan power surging to open the divine palace, the soul giving birth to divinity, which is called the divine soul. At that time, a wisp of divine soul separated, fell into Zhan Ying, merged with him, causing him to give birth to consciousness and continue to grow. The divine transformation realm mainly involves cultivating the divine soul, the process of making divine soul power permeate the entire divine palace. And in the past 6 months, besides the guaranteed cultivation reward from daily check-ins, Jun Wangyou also received 7 non-cultivation rewards. That's right, 7. One of the rewards wasn't obtained from the end-of-month check-in, but from the daily check-ins a few days ago. It wasn't anything else but a dual cultivation function binding quota. In other words, he could now bind another person, sharing their talent. However, Jun Wangyou didn't rashly use the quota. Even Shaoqing's emperor-grade talent hadn't impressed him. As for the other 6 item rewards, besides the culinary Dao compendium, there were also the Body Dao Foundation, a grade 4 Qi cultivation pill recipe, the Spear Dao Foundation, a bottle of Saint-grade bloodline pill, and the Supreme Cultivation Technique, Killing Dao Sword Manual. The Spear Dao Foundation goes without saying, and the Body Dao Foundation encompassed the basic techniques of all body parts, including fists, palms, fingers, and legs. After studying for some time, Jun Wangyou acquired 2 more Earth-level techniques, but like his movement techniques, neither had yet reached the top Earth level. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but rather that the corresponding Earth-level techniques in the scripture pavilion were insufficient. Especially the Hunyuan body technique, because it incorporated too many elements. It had only just entered the Earth-level realm. As for the 4th grade Qi cultivation pill formula, it seemed even more powerful than the 2nd grade one, capable of perfectly breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm, and allowing for rapid advancement through consuming the pill, even with a small probability of reaching the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Upon obtaining this formula, Jun Wangyou inexplicably thought of Jun Muxue and Jun Xiying. Moreover, although the spiritual herbs in the formula were precious, the Jun family seemed to possess them, and in considerable quantities. However, to Jun Wangyou's dismay, besides this one, the other 2 were not particularly useful to him personally. Chapter 48 Cooking Fish. Jun Wangyou looked at the 2 treasures in her system space, feeling utterly speechless. Sacred Bloodline Pill can help demonic beasts with diluted bloodlines purify and condense their bloodlines, reaching a level of ancestral regression. During the purification process, there is a chance of super-evolution of the bloodline, reaching a maximum of sacred bloodline. Jun Wangyou shook her head. Demonic beasts are different from humans. They don't have a physical constitution, but they possess bloodlines of the same level, categorized as mortal, spirit, divine, sacred, and Tao bloodlines, corresponding 1-to-1 with human constitutions. Shaoqing's Azure Divine Bird bloodline is a sacred bloodline, but unfortunately, it's extremely incomplete, equivalent to spirit bloodline, or even weaker. However, now that she possesses the sacred bloodline pill, it could certainly help her. But Jun Wangyou didn't act rashly for the time being, because when a demonic beast's divine bloodline or higher awakens, a strange phenomenon occurs, just like the birth of a divine body or higher constitution. Once this bloodline anomaly appears, it would be strange if the demon beasts of the northern wilderness didn't riot. Even other forces would be highly likely to try and seize the low-level demon beast with the saint-grade bloodline. At this moment, Jun Wangyou had no other way to conceal this strange phenomenon except through Dao Yin. However, Dao Yin could only conceal his own, not others, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. If it weren't for this reason, he would have given it to Shaoqing long ago. After all, although the bloodline pill was a sacred item, it was useless to Jun Wangyou. Moreover, he had a bottle of 10 bloodline pills, enough to purify and condense a sacred bloodline for Shao Qing, and he wouldn't hesitate to use them. But the current situation was special, so he'd let it continue to gather dust. Jun Wangyou looked at the second item, the one he had just received from signing in today, open black lens bracket. Killing Path Sword Manual, Supreme Level Technique, using unparalleled killing power to cultivate the killing sword path, condense a killing sword seed, and grow in slaughter, close black lens bracket. The cultivation technique is good. According to the system, upon reaching the final stage, one can simultaneously attain the Tao of Slaughter and the Tao of Sword, making it a decent technique. However, it's useless to Jun Wangyou, at least for now. Jun Wangyou can rely on his myriad transformations Tao body to absorb the essence of other cultivation techniques, allowing the origin technique to advance. But the origin technique is currently only at the king level, unsuitable for assimilating the supreme level Slaughter Tao. Sword Manual. It can only be said that perhaps the Slaughter Tao Sword Manual will be useful when the origin technique advances to the Tao level, or even the supreme level. As for now, it's useless. That means of the 6 items he obtained from signing in over 6 months, he can only use 3. Jun Wangyou shook his head, not dwelling on it, and took out a storybook to continue reading. In the past 6 months, he had spent half his time in the scripture pavilion. Besides improving his primordial body technique and primordial spear technique, his array master rank had also risen to the 6th level. Normally, a cultivator at the profound infant realm could only inscribe 4th order array patterns and set up 4th order arrays. However, he actually surpassed this limitation, directly setting up 5th and 6th order arrays, and his array master rank reached 6th. As for 7th, 8th, and even 9th order array diagrams, it wasn't that he didn't want to learn them, but they were on the 7th floor, and he couldn't go up there right now. Although Jun Wangyou and the other person took extra care of him, they wouldn't let him go up to the 7th floor. Furthermore, although the Jun family was a family specializing in array techniques, they also had some collections of pill formulas and talismans. Similar to pill formulas, talismans recorded the specific drawing methods for a particular talisman. Moreover, even items of grade 7 and above are stored on the 6th floor, a boon for Jun Wangyou. Now, he has mastered at least one type of pill formula and talisman from grades 1 to 9. As long as his strength is sufficient and he completes the corresponding refining process, his rank as a pill refiner and talisman master will reach the corresponding level. Unlike pills, talismans, and arrays, weapon masters need to comprehend and learn weapon runes, such as the most basic and essential Zan weapon runes, Ling weapon runes, and Wang weapon runes. Only by inscribing these runes can one forge weapons of the corresponding level. Or, weapon runes can imbue weapons with special effects, such as granting the weapon a technique of the refiner, which the user doesn't need to learn but only needs to activate the weapon to use. Or, for example, imbuing a weapon with ice or fire attributes, allowing users of the corresponding skill attributes to enhance the power of their techniques to a certain extent. This is the charm of weapon runes. In the scripture pavilion, he had learned the basic runes for Zan level, spirit level, and king level weapons, and some special runes as well. He only lacked the ability to forge the corresponding weapons. If conditions allowed, with his current strength, his alchemy and talisman skills would at least reach the 6th rank, and he should be able to become a spirit-level weapon master. Unfortunately, all 3 require high-quality materials, unlike array masters who can directly use top-grade spirit stones to inscribe runes and set up arrays. He couldn't very well ask Qin Xingyu and the others to help prepare the materials, could he? Unless Jun Wangyou had gone mad. Furthermore, he had almost mastered all the cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion, leaving only 3 emperor-level techniques unlearned, but he had already memorized Star Moon Thousand Autumns. He now needed to cultivate more king-level techniques first, using the myriad transformations Tao body to bring the origin technique close to emperor level before he could learn other emperor-level techniques. Jun Wangyou had already mastered the pill formulas, talismans, and artifact patterns in the scripture pavilion. Only the array diagrams stored on the 7th floor remained unlearned. As for techniques, although he still possessed many, he followed the system's advice and didn't learn any more. Moreover, He currently possessed 4 Earth-level techniques, which was sufficient for the time being, or rather, he hardly needed them. What else could he do now besides reading stories to pass the time? Before long, seeing that it was getting late, Jun sighing remembered her fish and came to urge him. Brother, fish. Jun Wangyou shook his head. Okay, I'll go now, alright. I'm a little over a year old, and I have to cook for you. I'm really fed up. Hee, good luck, brother. Jun sighing's little face lit up with a smile, very happy. Not far away, Yi Jingyao shook her head, smiling as she watched the 2 little ones. Jun Wangyou shook his head and smiled, then picked up the fish and walked into the kitchen. Young Master Wangyou, you've arrived. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chun, who was in charge of preparing the daily meals for Jun Wangyou and his 2 children, hurriedly stepped forward. Jun Wangyou nodded. Sister Xiao Chun, you 2 can continue with your work. Sighing somehow got hold of a fish, I'll prepare it. Yes, young Master Wangyou. Xiao Chun nodded and quickly stepped aside to assist Jun Wangyou. Watching Jun Wangyou diligently prepare the fish, Xiao Chun felt a deep sense of admiration. She didn't know how Jun Wangyou had learned it, but none of the 3 cooks in the kitchen could compare to him. Before long, Jun Wangyou quickly prepared a pot of delicious fish soup. Sister Xiaochen, bring it out together once they're done. Yes, young Master Wangyou. Jun Wangyou gave the order and left the kitchen for the courtyard. To his surprise, guests had arrived in the courtyard. Chapter 49. Heading to the Qin dynasty. Jun Wangyou entered the courtyard and found 2 unfamiliar people sitting with Qin Xingyu. Jun Wangyou looked over and saw a young man dressed in plain clothes and a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old. Qin Xingyu's expression seemed rather unwell, with a hint of sadness on her face. As for Yi Jingyao and Jun sighing, Jun Wangyou didn't see them in the courtyard. Grandma. Hearing Jun Wangyou's voice, Qin Xingyu smiled. Wangyou, come here quickly. Qin Xingyu hugged Jun Wangyou and then looked at the middle-aged man, saying, this is Grandma's nephew, Qin Yuhai, your cousin. The little girl next to him is his daughter, Qin Wan'er. You can call her cousin. Hello, uncle. Hello, cousin. Jun Wangyou greeted them obediently. It has to be said, in the world of cultivation, some people's seniority is truly low. Take Jun Wangyou, for example. Any random person could be of a higher seniority than him. Of course, whether or not one respects the other is entirely up to them. Aunt, is this Wangyou? Qin Yuhai smiled. He knew about Jun Wangyou. After all, being by Qin Xingyu's side meant he deserved some attention. Although he didn't quite understand why Qin Xingyu valued Jun Wangyou, who possessed inferior talent, so much. But being from the royal family, he was adept at reading people and observing their expressions. He naturally saw Qin Xingyu's fondness for Jun Wangyou, so he didn't say anything more. In contrast, Jun Wangyou could see the disdain in Qin Wan'er's eyes and the arrogance on her face. Jun Wangyou smiled. It was understandable. After all, it was inevitable for a top-tier talent to feel such arrogance when seeing a lower-tier talent. Qin Xingyu nodded, seemingly oblivious to the change in their expressions. Yuhai, this is Wangyou. I plan to take him with me this time. Hearing this, Qin Yuhai was slightly surprised and gave Jun Wangyou a deep look. He could easily tell that his aunt's affection for Jun Wangyou probably surpassed that for her granddaughter, Jun sighing. Alright, then aunt, please prepare, and we'll set off as soon as possible. Okay, Yuhai, please wait a moment. I'll take Wangyou too. Prepare. Qin Xingyu said, carrying Jun Wangyou away. Grandma, where are we going? Jun Wangyou asked, puzzled, as Qin Xingyu packed his spare clothes. Qin Xingyu's eyes dimmed slightly. I just received a message. My maternal grandmother has passed away. Grandmother was very good to me when I was little, so I need to go back to see her. Hearing this, Jun Wangyou was slightly surprised. Aren't cultivators supposed to have very long lifespans? Could it be? Qin Xingyu noticed Jun Wangyou's confusion, and her eyes dimmed even more. Grandma knows what Wangyou is thinking, but my maternal grandmother wasn't very talented to begin with, and she suffered a serious injury when she was young. The fact that she's lived to this age is thanks to the current ruler of the great Qin dynasty, my eldest brother, who gave her precious spiritual medicine. But what Qin Xingyu didn't say was that for those useless to powerful forces, the resources they could obtain wouldn't be much. So, thinking of this, and looking at the sensible Jun Wangyou, she couldn't help but feel even more distressed. Jun Wangyou nodded. Grandma, Did your cousin come to inform you? No, it was my eldest brother who sent me the message. Qin Xingyu shook her head. When Qin Yuhai received the message, he was traveling nearby with Qin Wanner, so he came to the Jun family, intending to go with us. Jun Wangyou nodded, unsure how to comfort Qin Xingyu, and decided not to cause her any more trouble. A short while later, the two finished packing and left the room. Brother, I want to go with you. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Jun Wangyou was hugged tightly by Jun Siying. Judging from the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, she had probably been crying. Jun Wangyou glanced at Yi Jingyao, only to see Yi Jingyao pull Jun Siying aside. Siying, don't be silly. Your grandmother and brother will be back in a few days. Just wait for them at home. Qin Xingyu forced a smile. Yes, little Siying, your brother and I will be back in a while. Wait for us at home, okay. Jun Siying didn't reply, her big eyes fixed on Jun Wangyou. Seeing this, both of them looked helplessly at Jun Wangyou. Jun Siying always listened to her the most. Jun Wangyou smiled, patted her little head, and said softly, Siying, I've made your favorite fish soup. It's in the kitchen. Listen to your aunt at home, and I'll bring you a gift when I come back, okay? Jun Siying's eyes reddened slightly, filled with reluctance, but she still nodded. Okay, then you have to come back soon. Okay. Jun Wangyou nodded. Qin Xingyu and her companions arrived at the main hall of the Jun family, only to find Jun Longsheng already waiting there with his entourage. Mother, father said I should go with you. Upon seeing Qin Xingyu arrive, Jun Longsheng quickly stepped forward and said. Yes. Qin Xingyu nodded, saying nothing more. Jun Longsheng looked at Qin Yuhai apologetically. Cousin, I haven't even had a chance to sit for long before leaving. I apologize for my poor hospitality. Qin Yuhai smiled. Cousin, you flatter me. In such situations, there's nothing anyone can do, is there? Since we're prepared, let's set off. All right. Everyone nodded, and Jun Longsheng summoned a massive flying boat, engraved with the Jun family's emblem, an ancient array flag. Flying boats are the most important mode of transportation on the Tianyuan continent, ranging from small Zon-level flying boats carrying a few people to large King-level flying boats carrying tens or even millions. Jun Longsheng summoned a top-grade spiritual artifact, its interior vast enough to easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Such flying ships were rare even within the Jun family, they were only used when representing the family on official trips. After everyone boarded, the flying ship began its journey towards Tianyuan City in the central continent. The Great Qin dynasty was located in the eastern wilderness. Even a top-grade spiritual artifact flying ship would take several months to reach it. Therefore, whenever the Jun family traveled to the Great Qin dynasty, they would go to Tianyuan City and use the teleportation array to directly reach the Qin Emperor's capital. This way, it only took 4 or 5 days. People from the Great Qin dynasty who wanted to visit the Jun family often did the same. The flying ship had thousands of rooms, complete with dining, entertainment, and other facilities. Its luxury left Jun Wangyou secretly astonished. While the Shadow Villa was luxurious and grand, it paled in comparison to this place. Moreover, everything here was fully equipped, far superior to the Shadow Villa. Sheng'er, remember to arrange for your cousin and the others to rest. I'll take Wangyou to rest for a while. Qin Xingyu said to Jun Longsheng, then led Jun Wangyou to a luxurious room. Chapter 50 Jun Muxue's decision, it'll be a few more days before we arrive. I'm sorry to have troubled you during this time. Qin Xingyu pulled Jun Wangyou to sit on the edge of the bed, a hint of heartache in her eyes. Although the flying boat was equipped with all the necessities, it wasn't home after all. She worried that Jun Wangyou, being so young, wouldn't be able to adapt. Grandma, Wangyou isn't upset. I'm happy to be able to see the outside world with you. Jun Wangyou smiled, genuinely happy inside. While he enjoyed freedom within the Jun family, there were too many powerful figures. Although he possessed the Tao of concealment to hide and modify all information, even disguise himself, two people couldn't appear simultaneously. Over time, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Therefore, even though he knew there was a trading market within the Jun family for its disciples to trade, he had never been there. He possessed top-grade spirit stones, but could only give them to Zhao King for cultivation. He couldn't even exchange them for anything useful for cultivation. Otherwise, even if he secretly exchanged some blank talisman paper and talisman pens, his talisman master realm wouldn't still be stuck at the quasi-first level. The same applies to alchemists. However, compared to talisman masters, alchemists' pill refining process is quite noisy, and it's not suitable within the Jun family. Therefore, once he leaves the Jun family, he could try to find a way to check out the trading market. Qin Xingyu smiled upon hearing this. Our little Wangyou is so sensible. Yuanling sect. Jun Muxue sat in the courtyard, involuntarily thinking of her cheap, bratty younger brother. I wonder how Wangyou is doing. Thinking of this, Jun Muxue couldn't help but sense the divine soul imprint on Jun Wangyou's body. There's no danger, but why are they moving so quickly? Judging from this, it seems they're heading towards Tianyuan City. What's going on? Jun Muxue was puzzled and couldn't help but look at Jun Chengxing not far away. Master, has something major happened in the Jun family? Jun Chengxing was also puzzled. Jun Muxue had never asked about the Jun family before. Why was she doing this? I'll ask. Jun Chengxing nodded and then activated a communication jade slip. Then, he looked at Jun Muxue. Xiaoshui, have you made any progress in your cultivation lately? Jun Muxue shook her head. 3 months ago, I broke through the 81st level of the body tempering limit. I sensed that this was the true pinnacle of body tempering, so I prepared to break through to the foundation establishment realm, but I haven't broken through yet. Hearing this, Jun Chengxing was somewhat puzzled. With your talent, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm shouldn't be difficult. Jun Muxue shook her head. Master, you don't know this, but in my perception, for every 9 levels of the body tempering limit broken, the difficulty of subsequent cultivation doubles. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm from the pinnacle of body tempering is likely to be 9 times more difficult than ordinary foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Jun Chengxing's expression changed slightly. Then you'll have to cultivate from now on. Jun Muxue shook her head. Master, don't worry. With sufficient resources, I should be able to break through to the foundation establishment realm in 3 years at most. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of Jun Wangyou's body tempering pill. If there were such a pill for the foundation establishment realm, cultivation would be much simpler. Jun Muxue shook her head. It's better not to think about such things too much. Hearing Jun Muxue's words, Jun Chengxing's expression softened slightly. Even if it meant using the entire family's resources, they had to cultivate this prodigy, Jun Muxue. She was a genius even in the upper realm, so naturally, she needed to be nurtured to strengthen the Jun family's power in the future. At this moment, the jade slip in his hand trembled slightly, and a message appeared within it. After reading it, Jun Chengxing looked at Jun Muxue and said, someone in the Great Qin has passed away. It seems to be Qin Xingyu's grandmother, so Qin Xingyu took Wangyou to the Great Qin. Oh. Jun Muxue, upon learning this, didn't say anything more. As long as Jun Wangyou was all right, that was all that mattered. Then, Jun Chengxing hesitated for a moment, then said, furthermore, Jun Zontian hasn't dared to contact us. Now that we've contacted him, he said your mother asked me to take you to see Jun Wangyou when it's safe. The timing seems good. Do you want to go see her? Oh. Jun Muxue was slightly surprised. Her mother wanted her to see Jun Wangyou. Considering Jun Wangyou's mysterious nature, her mother's words must have a purpose. The Yuanling sect, the Jun family, and Tianyuan City are positioned at the center of a triangle. If they set off now, they might actually encounter Jun Wangyou and his group halfway there. With the ancestors and her methods, secretly meeting Jun Wangyou wouldn't be difficult. Jun Muxue hesitated for a moment, then said, then I'll trouble ancestor to take me to see Wangyou. All right. Jun Chengxing nodded, then said to Lu Hanyan inside the room, Yunur, your senior sister and I have to go out for a while. You should cultivate diligently in the sect, understand? Creak. Master, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Lu Hanyan rushed out, tears welling in her eyes. She was afraid that Jun Chengxing and his sister would abandon her. Jun Chengxing patted her head and smiled, I've set up a large array outside the sect. As long as you don't leave the sect, you'll be fine. Just wait patiently, we'll be back in 3 days. Oh, okay. Lu Hanyan nodded obediently upon hearing her master's words. She knew that since her master had said so, no matter how much she begged, he probably wouldn't take her along. It was better to be obedient and not anger her master. Then, Jun Chengxing and Lu Hanyan boarded the flying boat and disappeared into the horizon. Inside the Jun family's flying boat, Jun Wangyou thought of something and sent a message to Jun Xiu via the mother-child teleportation jade. He explained the current situation, telling her not to worry and not to teleport here casually for the next few days, lest she be discovered by the powerful figures of the Great Qin dynasty. Jun Xiu quickly replied to his message, telling him to have fun and not to worry about her. Xuantian sect. Jun Xiu looked in the direction of the Jun family home, her eyes filled with longing. Mother is taking Wangyou to the Great Qin, and she'll probably be staying for quite some time. I doubt I can go anytime soon. Sigh, to refine the innate pill, we're still missing 7 auxiliary ingredients. The Zhantian sect's treasury has a few, but how easy is it to obtain 8th or 9th grade spiritual herbs? I wonder if the Jun family has any. Never mind, let's keep looking. We'll inevitably have to ask the Holy Pill sect to refine the pill, since currently only the Holy Pill sect possesses the innate pill formula. Jun Xiu sighed and continued cultivating. Although she had been inquiring about innate elixirs and spiritual medicines during this time, she hadn't neglected her cultivation and was now at the mid-stage of the profound infant realm. At the shadowy courtyard, not long after Jun Wangyou left, Xiaochen and the others had prepared today's dishes. However, looking at the delicious fish soup in front of her, Jun Xiying, who usually loved fish soup, found it rather unappetizing. It's not good without the chef. Yi Jingyao shook her head, picked up her bowl, and took a sip of the fish soup. Not bad, Wangyou's fish soup is still the best. Then, she looked at Jun Xiying and smiled meaningfully.